We've had suicide-inducing car launches, and now we're in a country with questionable human rights. Formula One is well and truly back. Testing ahead of the 2024 season got underway at the Bahrain International Circuit last week, and while there probably isn't enough material here for a full-length video, I'm a money-hungry whore who loves to make comedy reviews regardless. I mean, just look how much I'm padding out this intro already. That said, there are a few things we can discuss, so let's not waste any more time and get into the comedy review. It's F1 testing. The Bahrain Desert truly is a desolate and lonely place to host the inaugural event of the Formula One World Championship. No wonder Max Verstappen loves it so much, given how lonely he was out front throughout most of 2023. You expected a slightly darker joke there, didn't you? After this year's car launches did a good job of not showing us the real cars, it was nice to get a good look at the machinery each team will be running in 2024, and to see just how deeply f***ed Haas are going into the new season. The biggest surprise here has to go to Red Bull. I'll be honest, when they rolled out what looked to be a reskinned 2023 Mercedes at their launch event, I thought Newbie was stoned or had been replaced with one of those ultra-intelligent AIs, given they're all the range nowadays. Genuinely though, I thought this must have been some kind of joke, in order to give the remaining Mercedes fans a brain aneurysm to put them out of their misery. But this was no joke. Red Bull seems serious about this supposed zero-pod concept. It did nothing though to deter the F1 media outlets from continuing to beat a dead horse and bring up the Hamilton to Ferrari news on day one of testing, with people seemingly more interested in 2025 than the season ahead of us this year. And you know what, maybe that's a good thing, when Max Verstappen is 1.1 seconds clear of the field already. The RB20 was pulling no punches out of the gate in Bahrain, Verstappen comfortable seemingly straight away, with Norris and Sainz rounding out the top three before going off to have a little cry to themselves. Verstappen got to do his only overtaking of 2024 when he passed the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc into turn 1, and just saying, that Scuderia car is looking even better than the photos we got on launch day. Aesthetically, of course. Aerodynamically, it may still be a tyre-murdering tractor. I'm putting my engineering degree to good use, aren't I? The other car I must say I've enjoyed watching out on circuit this week is Steak, Kick, Sauber, whatever we're calling it now. I may have given the livery a 1 out of 10 in my last comedy review, a rating incredibly popular amongst you guys watching the channel, but away from the medieval setting of its car launch, I'm actually more of a fan of it than I thought I would be. Shame it won't stop them being incredibly this year. On the subject of being incredibly let's talk about Logan Sargent. The American got his first taste of the Williams 2024 Challenger in a filming day before the test, which I thought was very ballsy, given this is Logan Sargent we're talking about. He was well behaved for the cameras then, but come the actual test, he was back to old habits, creating a smokescreen to add a little bit of extra challenge to those following behind. Ocon also had a moment in the Alpine, unfortunately unable to throw his heap of French into the wall and do us all a favour. After a complete change of concept over the winter, it seems the team may have fallen even further back at the start of 2024, some speculating that they may even be the slowest of the 10 teams come the first race next week in Bahrain. Good thing no one cares about them then. Anyway, I'm sure you're all wondering how Haas got on in day one. And while there was nothing Haas watch-worthy this time, George Russell was kind enough to let Kevin Magnussen overtake him for the first and likely only time this year. Hulkenberg also killed a wing mirror. With Red Bull then looking like the team to beat, the Milton Keynes-based squad decided it was time to sandbag for day 2 and thus put Sergio Perez in the car. In all seriousness though, it seemed as if some teething issues were at play with the RB20, braking problems plaguing Checo in the morning and a seemingly significant power loss in the afternoon. Either that or the Mexican was practicing his quali runs. Elsewhere, Williams put Logan in the car again and watched as he went wide and locked up and basically did Logan Sargent things for the day. The Bahrain track also seemed to be buckling under pressure. The 2024 cars are able to mount the curbs a lot more aggressively this year, and when Lewis Hamilton dislodged one of the drain covers in the middle sector, guess what team were the ones to run over it? Since Carlos Sainz was in the garage and therefore unavailable, the racing gods had to settle for Charles Leclerc, his impeccable luck striking once again as debris tore a hole through his new SF24's floor and brought an early end to the morning session. The Monegasque would bounce back however, going on to set the fastest lap time of the test so far in the afternoon, thus topping it from Perez and Hamilton. There's not a whole lot more to report for day 2, so let's move straight on to the third and final day of running. Oh, never mind, it's been suspended again. The same drain cover at turn 11 was dislodged once again, this time by car number 11 Sergio Perez, Cue another red flag period and more time lost for the teams. Given Lord Verstappen would be taking over in the afternoon, it was all hands on deck at Red Bull to make sure the RB20 was in tip-top shape for the reigning world champion. Look, they've even brought Adrian Newey back on his day off to help out. He wasn't the only one going above and beyond, as Kevin Magnussen felt Gene Haas's latest budget cuts as he was forced to work on his own car, clearly taking inspiration from the Jeremy Clarkson handbook as he went at his VF24 with a hammer. To be fair, if I worked for that team, I'd like to beat the shit out of that thing too. At least in the wait, we could catch up on the new series of Drive to Survive, which Haas fans might actually want to stay away from thinking about it. Now, I'm only halfway through the new series, but my take so far is that Danica Patrick knows how to best use her hands, and they've dragged poor Claire Williams on to be the expert on how to cock things up running a Formula 1 team. Oh, and Will Buxton would be an excellent alternate presenter for the comedy review. Anyway, back to day 3 of testing, and as Aston Martin trialled F1's new anti-protester equipment, it was Ferrari who topped the session once again. Leclerc ahead of George Russell and Zhou Guanyu in the Sauber, in case you needed any more evidence that testing times are utterly irrelevant. Red Bull still look quick, however, turning their engine down if GPS data is to be believed. You'll have to be on F1 Twitter to understand that one. Elsewhere, Alpine made efforts to improve their widely castrated 2024 livery, and by efforts, I mean they put a small blue sticker on it. Not sure that'll be enough to make the fans happy. Actually, I think they might just have gone and made it worse. 5-year-olds around the world will be happy to know that McLaren ran well throughout the entire week, to be fair, though Norris and Piastri still downplayed their performances ahead of the season. Given I predicted them to do well in 2024, get ready for a double Q1 elimination next weekend. Is there anything we can take out of this testing then? Well, it's difficult to say, but Red Bull still seem like the team to beat. That said, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes and Fernando Alonso have a chance to bring the fight if the stars align. The good news is that we won't have too long to wait, with round 1 kicking the championship off on Saturday. Yes, you heard that right. How many people are going to wake up on Sunday and realise they've missed it? Maybe if Verstappen is as quick as he looks, that could be for the better. Just in case it wasn't clear, the comedy review will be returning this year, and will cover every single race in the 2024 Formula 1 and IndyCar seasons. I was going to do Formula E as well, but let's be honest, only about 7 people watch that anyway, and Nick De Vries deserves a year off. If you enjoyed this video though, and want to hear more from me throughout the season, why not get subscribed, and like this one so YouTube can project me to even more unfortunate souls all around the world in 2024. Car launches done. Testing complete. Christian Horner allegations? Who the f knows at this point, but F1 is back in 2024 and I could not be happier. Hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the comedy review. Back to its best in 2024 and ready for yet another season of Max Verstappen domination. It's been 97 days since last season wound up in Abu Dhabi, and quite a lot has happened, so let's not waste any more time and dive into the comedy review. It's the 2024 Bahrain Grand Prix. So we're back kicking things off with the news, and where better to start than with Red Bull, who looked 10 out of 10 post-pre-season testing. Christian Horner's dick pics, less so. Let's just begin by slapping a big fat allegedly on these supposed rumours of controlling behaviour. As things stand right now, we have to take the findings of Red Bull's internal investigation at face value. And besides, half of the images I've seen on Twitter look about as real as Cardi B's plastic face. If you haven't got a clue what I'm on about, 24 hours after Horner was cleared of all wrongdoing, a Google Drive was supposedly sent to a number of journalists and top brass in the sport, detailing alleged evidence related to Horner's case. Cue Twitter having an ultimate meltdown and a number of posts claiming to be in possession of this phantom dossier. Now I like to think I'm smart enough not to take a post from that platform seriously until we have confirmation from someone more official. So with that said, I'm just gonna shut the f up now so not to get in any more trouble. But I don't think we've heard the end of this. Let's just move on. In other news, Paddy Lowe has returned to the paddock sponsoring Sauber, which is nice for him, I guess, and F1 racing guidelines are set to be introduced in the grassroots of motorsport, so young drivers can get more familiar with just how unfair and inconsistent penalties are right from the get-go. The 2024 Bahrain Grand Prix would also be changing things up by hosting the race on a Saturday. This is all because of Ramadan affecting next week's round in Saudi Arabia, and I'm sure you're all expecting a joke here, but this is due to religion. And I'm not a fucking idiot. Let's move swiftly onto Thursday's FP1 session then. Max Verstappen wasting no time in pulling his equivalent to Bono my tyres are dead, complaining about downshifts and telling his engineers that his new RB20 was a glorified rubbish bin. Guess that's what happens when you model it after the W13. The Dutchman found himself down in P6 come the end of the hour, though Sergio Perez at least looked a lot more consistent. He was still filling his usual slot of P12. With the Red Bull struggling, it was left to their 2023 car to pick up where that season left off. Daniel Ricciardo piloting his RB to P1 at the conclusion of the morning's running. And if you've been watching this channel for any length of time, you'll know that I'm rather happy about all that. Turn 1 seemed to be proving problematic for a couple of drivers, Charles Leclerc and George Russell both having offs throughout the session. Lance Stroll thus took the opportunity to give himself and his sponsors the only screen time of the weekend, apart from when he goes out in Q2 of course. The main takeaway from FP1 though was that the field looked even tighter than before, that trend continuing as the sun set and FP2 got underway. This time it was #Blessed who took top spots, surprising a few as Red Bull continued to struggle. Maybe this was their genuine pace and we could have an exciting season on our hands. Or maybe I'm recording this after qualifying and I want to shoot myself in the head. Or maybe I'm re-recording this after FOM f***ed me in the arse and I know they're about to win 7 of the first 10 races. So while Red Bull were putting on their best Ferrari impression, the real Scuderia was showing us just how it's really done. The SF24's rear end about as loose as my arsehole after an Indian takeaway. Charles Leclerc was busy moaning about an Aston Martin and a Williams driver. I wonder who they might be. Anyway, since there wasn't much else going on in FP2, I thought we might as well pause to discuss F1's new title sequence. The intro got quite a lot of attention in 2023, aptly showing us Charles's mental state and George Russell's Chad energy. So what were the takeaways in 2024's rendition? Well, you've got Pierre Gasly taking on the role of your Deliveroo driver at your Ring doorbell, Lance Stroll looking down at his place in the driver's standings, and every driver seemingly shot from the POV of Yuki Tsunoda. Lewis Hamilton also pulls his Jos Verstappen at the go-kart track impression, and we only get a brief glimpse of Perez and Ricciardo, so this can be easily re-edited 4 rounds into the season. Right, that's padded enough time, let's get into Saturday. Wait, I mean Friday. FP3 would see yet another new driver and team on the top of the table. Carlos Sainz finding some form and showing Ferrari what they'll be missing in 12 months' time. His old team McLaren were looking rather good as well, testing placing them a tad further back than they were hoping initially. Haas also looked impressive, which feels like a very odd sentence to say, doesn't it? The American squad spent the winter telling us just how slow they expected to be at the start of 2024, but it seems even they underestimated just how f***ed Alpine were. All of a sudden, that Deliveroo joke takes on a whole new meaning. The French outfit have gone with a new design philosophy this year, with the aim to move up the grid throughout 2024. That should be rather easy actually, given you can't get any worse than P19 and P20 come qualifying. For a while in Q1, it looked as if FP2 pace sitter Hamilton may join them in the drop zone as well. But the Briton was able to muster a final effort good enough to progress into Q2. The same can't be said of Williams' Logan Sargent, but are we really surprised at that one being honest? The 2 Asda F1 team cars of Bottas and Zhou would round out those eliminated in the first session, and with the 15 more relevant drivers powering through, we got ready for Q2. Mercedes came into this session claiming they had actively made their cars' quali pace worse in order to benefit in Saturday's Grand Prix, though leaving the cars to scrape through Q2 probably wasn't the run plan. The big shock for once wasn't a driver heading out, but a driver getting in, as Haas continued their strong form with Hülkenberg slipping into the top 10 shootout. That meant one of the top 5 team's drivers wouldn't be able to cut the mustard, and to no one's surprise, that was Lance Stroll. All that leaves us with then is Q3, and Verstappen to finally cut the act and go fastest by 3 millennia. Here we go again.
But of course, very happy to be on pole. To be honest, it was a little bit unexpected.
Admittedly, Ferrari's Charles Leclerc actually got rather close after the first set of runs, only to quote lose rhythm and have to settle with second. This face really says it all. Hamilton, meanwhile, started his 2025 Scuderia preparation early by bottling his final lap, condemning him to start alongside Hülkenberg in 9th place for the race. His teammate George Russell was actually able to extract some performance from his W14, slotting into 3rd behind Verstappen and Leclerc. I've said a lot of names here without the mention of Checo Perez, which isn't usually a good sign, so how badly did the Mexican f*** it this time? Well, it was only P5 for the Red Bull driver in Bahrain, which I'm only going to put as a 2 out of 10 on the bottle scale. So whilst it looked as if we were back to status quo going into the first race of the year, we still had several questions looming over F1 in 2024. Mainly, who's going to pick the short straw and have to be the one to pile drive Verstappen into turn 1 and make the race vaguely interesting? I'm not feeling too confident about this one, lads, but let's see what Saturday has in store anyway. Verstappen would get away like Verstappen, while Leclerc would get away like Leclerc. For new fans, that meant the Dutchman shot off into the distance and the Ferrari driver got off the line like shit. Further back, Nico Hülkenberg threw himself into Lance Stroll's arsehole, the stewards letting him off, as the Canadian would have finished last anyway. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Charles Leclerc was trying his hardest to lose a spot on the podium, allowing Russell to slip by, then being scared off the road by Sergio Perez, which is possibly in contention for the most embarrassing moment of his Formula 1 career. For a second, it looked as if George might just bring the fight to Verstappen, until it became clear the only reason the Briton was faster was because he was taking a rather lax approach to track limits. Leclerc's nightmare would then continue when he locked up again on lap 7. That allowed Perez through and put the Monegasque teammate Carlos Sainz right onto his diffuser. Sainz was clearly quicker, but Ferrari was set on being Ferrari, and thus the clown show continues. 3 tours later, and Logan Sargent would be the first casualty of the 2024 season, meaning we might just get a safety car and actually get a fight at the... Oh, never mind, he's on his way again. Back to the Ferraris, and with the team mute on the radio, Sainz would take matters into his own hands, slipping past his teammate and going after Perez in front. That leads us nicely onto the first round of stops, Checo pitting later and almost getting the overcut on George Russell. When this didn't work, he took the Thanos approach and did it himself. He didn't wipe out half the grid though, that seemed to be a 2023 thing. The stops also put Sainz conveniently behind his teammate again, which I'm sure made him very happy. Maybe Ferrari were putting their eggs in the wrong basket however, Charles seemingly struggling, and sure enough, Sainz pulled the dive bomb of all dive bombs on lap 17 to tell his team to basically go f themselves. Max would finally pit 1 lap later. Just thought I'd mention that, as we probably won't see him again to the last lap anyway. Sainz, meanwhile, was up another position and now onto the podium. The Mercedes car's also running with difficulties in the desert, but that's okay, since all their fans have switched to the Scuderia anyway. Hamilton was also running into issues, claiming he had no battery left. His team were quick on the radio to explain that this was because he had used it all up. Valtteri Bottas was into the pits on lap 32, and seemed to stay there for quite a while. After almost a minute in the box, the Finn's race was ruined and he was sent back out to cruise to the finish. Incredibly though, he was still ahead of Logan Sargent. The latter half of the Grand Prix then was all about the battle for 4th, George Russell fending off a charging Charles Leclerc. George though is a master of throwing away Bahrain Grand Prix and so slid off the track and allowed the Monegasque straight through. As that calmed down, attention shifted to the battle to be Max Verstappen's next slave. Ricciardo was faster on his soft tyres, though behind teammate Yuki Tsunoda, who in turn was chasing Kevin Magnussen for the coveted position of P12. Yuki was asked to move out the way, only yielding when he noticed Lord Verstappen was watching closely behind. The mess of it all allowed K-Mag to scarper up the road, though at least Netflix will be lapping this one up. But at the front, Max Verstappen was utterly dominant, the Dutch Messiah beating his teammate by 22 seconds, with Carlos Sainz wrestling his Ferrari into 3rd. I have a feeling I might be saying that sentence a few more times in 2024, but at least it's only 8 days till IndyCar gets underway. Despite that, I don't think this was too bad of a race, for Verstappen domination standards anyway. We got battling throughout, and I think more than a few rivalries have been ignited tonight that will continue to play out over the course of the year. What do you think though? Let me know down in the comments below, and you, for the comedy review in 2024, head over to my community page to vote in the poll and give me even more of your precious engagement. It's been quite a week, hasn't it? The opening round of the 2024 F1 season may have driven the remaining Mercedes supporters to slit their own wrists, but Formula 1 sure hasn't let up over the 7 days it took us to move over to Saudi Arabia for round 2 of the season. We've got more on Horny Horner, Max going to Mercedes, Alpine continuing in the quest to be the world's shittest team, and that hardly scratches the surface. With so much to talk about, I don't even need to pad time with a call to subscribe. But I'll do it anyway. Now let's get on to the comedy review. It's the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Right then, news time, and as I hinted at in the intro, we've got a rather lot to get through. With Max Verstappen dominating the opening round in Bahrain, all looks set for the Dutchman to continue his trend of ruining the sport's viewing figures. Thus, in an attempt to get us all talking again, he's off to Mercedes. Apparently. Now, I've already gone into detail over why I think this is the most stupid thing I've heard since the last time Jacques Villeneuve opened his mouth, but with tensions still apparently high between the three-time champion and his team boss Christian Horner, the pair agreed to meet and clear the air ahead of the race in Jeddah on Saturday, only for the Verstappens to send a page boy instead. The conflict over Horner has continued to rage on this week, with the woman making the alleged accusations allegedly suspended from the company. And I appreciate that this has rather pissed off the people of F1 Twitter, but can we really expect Horner and Red Bull to go, "Oh, so you've just spent the last month trying to ruin my career, but that's okay. I'll see you on Monday"? Yeah, I don't think so. Several rather interesting stories have broken since then, some claiming that the woman was recommended for the job by Jerry Horner herself, others implying that Jos Verstappen had a fling with her, and some suggesting the woman was actually Helmut Marko in a wig. Okay, I may have made that last one up. Also in the news was Saudi Arabia itself, which seems to be a running trend in the last few years, but for once, they were doing something that people actually agreed with. The country revealed its plans for an overhaul of its Grand Prix, with a new venue featuring a corner which I swear to f***ing God was copy and pasted from a Mario Kart track. The layout also features the cars racing a roller coaster down the back straight, which I imagine will cost you and your entire extended family's kidneys to ride. My only concern actually lies with that 120-metre tall corner. Picture this, it's 2036, Verstappen has won his 15th title, the F1 Kids presenters are still in rehab after their latest drug overdose, and Lance Stroll, still driving for Aston Martin and now suffering from early onset dementia, decides to have a Zhou Guanyu style accident over there. I mean, that's one way to end your career, or will he just get picked up by Ben Sulayem in a cloud? Or maybe not, because Big Ben found himself in the news as well. A whistleblower within the FIA opting to reveal that the president was actually a huge fan of Fernando Alonso, which sounds innocent enough. Then we get on to race fixing. Sulayem is alleged to have overturned the penalty that knocked the Spaniard off the podium at last year's event, and was later also accused of attempting to tamper with the Las Vegas Grand Prix, which I think was really unnecessary, given the venue was doing a rather good job of that themselves. Regardless, can we just get on to FP1? Wait, hang on, what's that? You all wanted it, here it is. With Haas not being as shit as we all expected, it's time for Alpine watch instead. The French outfit endured a horrible Bahrain Grand Prix, which afterwards saw half of its experienced technical team decide it was time to pack their bags and f*** off elsewhere. Bob Bell, who was actually a senior Alpine advisor, not an NPC you encounter after playing too many seasons of F1 Manager, has also left the team and been aptly snapped up by Aston Martin. Safe to say, things are going rather well. The only time we saw an Alpine anywhere near the front of the field was with their junior driver Abby Pulling, and since it was International Women's Day on Friday, I want to make sure I'm being equal towards all the genders, so let's take the piss out of F1 Academy for a bit. Starting the female-only series on International Women's Day was a nice touch, although holding the opening round in Saudi Arabia kinda undoes that a little bit. Still, there were definitely some key takeaways. Firstly, Nikki Shields has won my Commentator of the Year award with fascinating insights such as this.
So, Aurelia Nobles there in the 22 Puma car is going for a move, and unfortunately just clipped the rear wheel by the looks of it. A dominant display from Abby Pulling. Started karting from the age of 8, so she has a lot of experience here. She's gone, a little bit of contact. Yeah, so the Red Bull there looking to the outside, trying to pass the kick Sauber of Carrie Schreiner. Ooh.
Oh, and someone might want to check the F1 Academy timing screen, since a troll has broken into the system and literally called someone a knob. Anyway, this is an F1 channel and we haven't got to any F1 track action yet, so let's do that and dive into the first practice hour. Max Verstappen would pick up where he left off, topping the session ahead of Alonso and Perez. The Dutchman had a few small teething problems, mainly curbs and Yuki Tsunoda, but unfortunately wasn't suffering from the setup gremlins that plagued his start in Bahrain and made us think he might actually receive a challenge that weekend. Lance Stroll was also unleashing his Aston Martin all over the circuit, and by that I mean he was spreading debris all over the circuit. Logan Sargent would later try to emulate his hero in FP3, only to receive more Logan Sargent-esque results. Ferrari driver Charles Leclerc had a troubled first practice session, constantly running into debris himself, the track scattered with plastic bags and the bodies of the slaves that put the Jeddah Corniche circuit together. FP2 then would see night descend on the Saudi streets and Fernando Alonso make a surprise return to the top of the leaderboard. Second practice conditions are always closer to what we see during quali in the race, so there should be a lot we can take out of these results. That said, last week implied Mercedes would be on pole, and look where that went. Speaking of the Silver Arrows, Lewis Hamilton nearly took the Mick Schumacher line through turn 21 on his way to P8 in the final standings. His favourite teammate, on the reasoning that he was Valtteri Bottas, continued that trend with the first spin of the weekend at turn 1. Traffic was also the order of the day, Hamilton getting in trouble for attempting to murder Logan Sargent, and Sainz getting involved in his fair share of incidents as well. The Spaniard hadn't been feeling well all weekend, Ferrari clearly attempting to poison their outgoing driver, so it actually looks like a good decision they're dropping him for #washed in 2025. As it turned out, however, this was a little more serious, Sainz getting diagnosed with appendicitis and being ruled out for the rest of the weekend. That meant Ferrari had to promote British F2 driver Ollie Bearman at short notice, so I guess that's curtains on the whole Lewis Hamilton being the first British Ferrari driver in half a century stat then. Bearman had only FP3 to acclimatise before qualifying, which was shortened even further when Zhou attempted his teammate Scandi Flick from Thursday, only to find himself one with the barrier instead. Verstappen would also hit something on his way to the fastest time, though didn't know what it was. I'm just going to guess it was another Saudi worker again. Leclerc and Perez would round out the top 3, and with the McLarens and Astons also looking competitive, one wondered just how fucked Mercedes were going to be come qualifying. Speaking of, the big story of Q1 would still be Zhou Guanyu, the Kick Sauber team trying their hardest to rebuild his car after a shunt in the morning. The outfit would actually pull this off, only for Zhou not to be quick enough on his outlap to get to the line in time. Let's not kid ourselves though, it wouldn't have changed his starting position anyway. Well, actually, maybe he would have beaten Alpine. Ocon and Gasly were also out, to the surprise of no one at the Enstone factory, mainly because after last week, there's no one left working there anymore. Sargent and Bottas would round out the Q1 eliminations then, as the top 15 drivers moved on. Q2 would see Haas attempt to break new boundaries and use strategy for the first time in 10 years, having Nico Hülkenberg gain a toe from Magnussen prior to his opening lap in the session. This worked to perfection, only for Hulk's car to decide to euthanize itself and take the German out of qualifying a tad earlier than planned. The other story of Q2 would surround the RBs. Yuki Tsunoda and Daniel Ricciardo saw a frosty exchange on the cool-down lap in Bahrain, the Japanese driver's small man syndrome turning him into a bit of an idiot. He was able to harness it to greater effect this weekend, powering on into Q3 whilst Daniel only set a time good enough for 14th. And in true FP1 wheel style, that means it's time to move on and forget this ever happened. Lewis Hamilton was very nearly booted out by the newcomer Bearman in the dying seconds, though held on in 10th. Hats off to Ollie though here, P11 after such a late call-up is a mighty job. Oh, and the British favouritism comments are going to come back now, aren't they? Let's get on with Q3 then, the session starting with a Mercedes 1-2, before everyone else then set their lap times. Verstappen would lead the way after the first set of runs, once again doing a lap that was good enough for pole anyway. Yeah, I'm not going to build up the suspense, you all know what's going to happen. With the commentators now considering P2 the fight for pole, it was between Leclerc, Perez and Fernando Alonso, the Spaniard doing a sterling job in the opening 2 sectors, though lost time in the third, condemning him to P4. Charles will start alongside Verstappen then for the 5th race in a row, and whilst normally I'd make a joke about how unpredictable the race will be, then cut to the 5 lights, the F1 news saga was apparently still not done with this Saudi Arabian GP weekend. Following qualifying, someone made the wise decision to give Helmut Marko a microphone, The Austrian choosing to admit he might be facing a suspension from Red Bull as the team still investigates the Horner situation, and more specifically the Google Drive, which definitely isn't the real Google Drive, being leaked to everyone in the paddock. All of a sudden, Max Verstappen appeared to care about his upper management, this time threatening to leave if his team did conduct disciplinary procedures against the team's top brass. And whilst details are still scarce, Marco's apparent suspension really leads to one frightening conclusion. Could he have been the mystery woman all along? With a terrifying image of Horner railing helmet from behind in your heads, let's get to those 5 red lights quickly. It was an even start from the front two, Leclerc having to defend from Perez into the first corner. Lando Norris got the best getaway of anybody, which is a bit easier when you jump the start. There was only one casualty on lap 1, that being Pierre Gasly's gearbox, which remembered it was French and thus flew the right flag, taking its pilot out of the Grand Prix. Up at the front, Perez was able to get down the inside of Leclerc, and with the race pretty much over on lap 4, we can continue to fawn over Ollie Behrman for the remainder of the Grand Prix. He had handled himself brilliantly at the start and was about to make his first ever overtake. Lance Stroll gifting him P10 by forgetting to use his steering wheel at turn 22. Hats off to his engineers though, who asked him if he could still bring the car back after this. That brought out the safety car, meaning the 4-second gap Verstappen had pulled at the front of the field now meant nothing. Oh, whatever will he do? We got a flurry of action in the pit lane, Norris and Hamilton staying out and thus jumping up into the top 3. Lando would therefore lead the field away on lap 10. He got the jump on Verstappen behind, which I'm sure was a mild inconvenience for the Dutchman. Sure enough, he sailed by 2 laps later. Around this time, the verdict was handed out on Norris's jump start, and thankfully for the Briton, his papaya fans had infiltrated race control and swiftly let him off the hook. Sergio Perez wasn't so lucky, the Mexican being slapped with a 5-second penalty for an unsafe release in the pit stops. Still, could always be worse. You could be Kevin Magnussen. The Dane had already incurred a 10-second penalty for driving into Alex Albon and was about to double that time disadvantage when he overtook Yuki Tsunoda outside of track limits. Maybe this was all the plan though, with Haas trying that strategy thing again. This time, K-Mag would be deliberately hurting his race and everyone behind in order to allow the other box of Hulkenberg to remain in the top 10 on his ailing medium tyres. Magnussen was doing an excellent job of giving Yuki Tsunoda a brain hemorrhage as well, and giving the Formula 1 fans something to be excited about, given Verstappen was already boarding his flight to Australia by this stage. Tsunoda was dropping back like a stone, Albon putting a stunning move down his inside, relegating the Japanese driver to 15th. And remember when we thought these guys would be threats a few weeks ago. Hulkenberg was now in the pits, and for the first time since they entered the sport in 2016, something looked like it might just have gone right for the Haas outfit, the German coming out ahead of Kevin Magnussen's fan club. Since we're focusing on the battle for 11th, you can tell there really wasn't many interesting things going on. Now even the race directors were at it, cutting to Anthony Joshua, who was balancing out his win last night by wearing a Pierre Gasly hat for this one. The closing moments of the race would all be about Norris and Hamilton, who had now finally made their pit stops and had gone onto the soft tyre for the last 10 laps of the Grand Prix. They could have moved up the field, Ollie Behrman would have been a fairly easy target, but decided since the championship had been pretty much wrapped up already, they'd dick around on the fringes of the top 10 instead. No Formula 1 race would be complete without Sauber cocking up yet another pit stop and Daniel Ricciardo continuing to embarrass himself, but up at the front, let's check in on Max Verstappen. We haven't seen him since lap 12, and sure enough, the Dutch Messiah had driven a stellar race to make it 2 for 2 in 2024. Perez and Leclerc would round out the top 3, but hats off to Ollie Behrman, who came across the line in 7th to secure more points than Alpine probably will all season long. The Brit now follows in the footsteps of Nick de Vries, who subbed in for the last driver to go out with appendicitis. Let's just hope his future F1 career ends up slightly better than the Dutchman's did. I don't know where to rank this race though, I won't lie. We got a fair bit of action and overtaking. I guess it's just a shame they were all in the battle for 14th. What do you think though? Let me know down in the comments below and head over to the poll on my community page to vote there as well. So we're back to the land of Down Under, where I have the grueling task of waking up at 4 in the morning just to watch Daniel Ricciardo eliminated in Q1. Damn, I wrote this on Friday not knowing just how true that would end up being. Hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the comedy review. And now we've got the traditional early start moan out of the way, let's talk about another fantastic weekend of off-track action in 2024. You're probably in the middle of writing your comment outlining just how lucky I am as a European watching this sport, or telling me I'm a f***ing who should die in a f***ing hole. Either way, once you posted that, you're welcome to like and subscribe. Now let's get into the comedy review. It's the 2024 Australian Grand Prix. Kicking things off as we usually do with the news and the latest updates on Horny Horner, the female employee at the centre of the allegations, has reportedly filed an official appeal with the FIA. Oh wait, no one cares anymore. Maybe that's because the FIA were busy dealing with their own drama over the last couple of weeks, eventually declaring that they'd looked into President Mohammed bin Sulayem's actions over the past year and conveniently deciding he'd done nothing wrong whatsoever. The best quote has to go to Lewis Hamilton on this one. He was asked if he still had any trust in Big Ben, the 7-time champion, responding, "He never has. You know what, #bless would be a great replacement for me on the comedy review." With it being the Australian Grand Prix, you can bet there was a lot of focus on the 2 Australian drivers in the field going into this one. And by 2 Australian drivers, I of course mean Oscar Piastri and Valtteri Bottas. The stake driver stole the limelight whilst taking part in this advert for Uber car share, which honestly left me rather lost for words. Finally in the news, the true GOAT himself, Nikita Mazepin, has at last had his EU restrictions lifted, meaning the Russian driver can now rejoin the Formula 1 grid. Anyway, let's get on to FP1. The high-speed nature of the Albert Park circuit was quick to catch out some of the more experienced drivers in the field. Fernando Alonso, one of the first to take a journey into the gravel, which as it turned out was just him practicing for Saturday qualifying. Bottas, meanwhile, after showing his arse to the world on Australian TV, did so again to the spectators at turn 10.
Check this out.
Piastri would have a wobble at the same corner, though that was nothing compared to the snap which saw George Russell spray diarrhea all over the corner exit later on. The Red Bulls once again seemed to struggle to find the correct balance early on into the weekend, which allowed McLaren and Lando Norris to end the hour on top of the timesheets. All eyes would be on them as they attempted to build on a strong performance at Jeddah last time out, and the same could be said of Alex Albon, who said this ahead of the weekend.
Obviously we didn't fully execute last year very well. I went off a little bit, but we had a quick car, and hopefully we can have that again this year.
Oh look, he's in the wall. Albon's accident saw the tyre driver sit out of FP2, having to watch from the sidelines whilst the team saw the other car of Logan Sargent almost do the exact same thing in the final sector. At the other end of the timing screens, it was Charles Leclerc and Ferrari topping the busy session, despite both cars having to navigate the 2 mobile Aston Martin branded chicanes at points over the hour. Alonso nearly found a way to glitch over the barriers at what I'm now calling Albon Corner, and Lance Stroll made a new enemy in Petr after targeting a bird out of the final turn. Elsewhere, cars were busy spraying more diarrhea at turn 10, Pierre Gasly considered ending it all at turn 5, and Logan Sargent tried emulating Lewis Hamilton's lines from FP1. That was clearly too much for James Vowles' blood pressure, and all throughout Friday afternoon, rumours were swirling that the Williams outfit could withdraw the American and place Albon in his car if the tyre's chassis was deemed irreparable after the shunt in the morning. Williams were adamant that no decision had yet been made, despite footage in the garage clearly showing the team interchanging parts already. Sure enough, the team would reveal that Logan had gracefully given up his ride for the good of the team, if you trust their statement anyway. On the bright side, this was probably the first bit of sympathy Logan's received since he became a Formula 1 driver at the start of 2023. On the less bright side, when your team are putting more faith in the guy who ripped his f***ing car in half, maybe it's time to start drafting a new CV. The funniest thing now would of course be for Alex to do it all again, though that wouldn't happen in FP3. The tyre driver ending the session 13th, a full second clear of Leclerc, who once again finished practice in P1. Verstappen was in hot pursuit, despite still not looking totally comfortable with his RB20, and it was actually quite nice to see no one getting excited unnecessarily about anyone else taking pole later that day in qualifying. We haven't spoken much about him yet, but Carlos Sainz was doing pretty well, despite still being in recovery following his removed appendix in Saudi. The Spaniard admitting that he was still in a little discomfort, though at least he wasn't walking around like someone who'd shat themselves like he was in Jeddah. With very little left to talk about, and me being on what feels like negative hours sleep, let's just jump to qualifying. The big shock of Q1 would be Esteban Ocon, who defied reality and got an Alpine out of the drop zone for the first time all year. Gasly and Slow were stuck in the bottom 4 by this point, and it looked as if the 2 Haas cars might just join them. That was until Kevin Magnussen was saved by Daniel Ricciardo, the Aussie putting in what he described as his best lap of 2024, which may have had something to do with him cheating on the exit of turn 4. At least my last video will get some extra views now. The top 15 cars would progress into Q2, with Alex Albon setting a bloody good lap to put himself P11 after the initial runs. That was a bit much for what we must remember is still Logan Sargent's machine, and they decided it might be too dangerous to push it any higher up the order. so called it a day early. Yuki Tsunoda meanwhile would rub salt in Ricciardo's wounds by putting his RB into the top 10. That meant one of the top 5 teams would see a car fail to make it through. Lance Stroll, oh hang on, no, it's not him for once. No, instead it was Lewis Hamilton. The Briton showed Ferrari just what they'd paid so much money for in 2025 as he ended Q2 outside of the top 10. This tweet from Sky Sports really hasn't aged well now, has it? That takes us on to Q3, where Verstappen would take pole position, and there's literally no point talking about the specifics here, are there? His teammate Sergio Perez had one of his better quali performances, though still hasn't started on the front row since Miami of last year. He'd still find a way to self-sabotage his P3, getting a grid drop for impeding Hülkenberg back in Q1. Would that really have mattered in Hulk's final finishing position? Probably not, but it's nice to see the FIA implementing the rules for a Red Bull driver for once. Right, that'll help the engagement statistics. Now let's get on to Sunday's Grand Prix. Sunday would kick off with more complaining. Lewis Hamilton unhappy with his starting tyre compound. Problem was, he chose to voice these complaints as the cars started on the formation lap, so I don't really know what he expected the team to do. Anyway, the lights would go out and we got a fairly even start between Verstappen and Sainz. Sergio Perez would lose a spot to Russell, which just about shows you how interesting the first lap was. As Verstappen shot up the road, it looked as if it was about time to get out the alternative FOM graphics that removed the Dutchman from the proceedings. But hang on just a minute, because Carlos Sainz, with his latest weight reduction upgrades following his removed appendix, was able to swoop around the outside into turn 9. That's okay, I thought, so I'll just wait a lap and see Max streaming by once again. But that didn't happen. Instead, we spotted an odd plume of smoke appearing from the rear brake duct of the Dutchman's RB20, and our hopes and dreams were finally about to be realised. We've seen the Verstappens on fire before. This time, however, Max was taking his father's approach, as Red Bull revealed their new brake duct sponsor in the form of the Taliban. Anyway, whilst Helmut Marko went to see if Logan Sargent had another spare chassis to give away, I, despite waking up at 4 in the morning, was suddenly awake. Let's bring myself back down to earth then with an update on Daniel Ricciardo. The Aussie had made up 2 spots so far, which sounds okay until you remember that those 2 spots were in fact gifted from waiting for the Saubers to wheel out their monkey pit crew again. Meanwhile, Gasly and Hülkenberg were somehow in the points at this stage, making me worry Verstappen's retirement was just a cruel dream. The remaining Red Bull of Perez would box on lap 15, narrowly edging out Hamilton, who got reminded in his own words of what a fast car looked like. As he started #blessing the radio with his complaints, Toto Wolff had seen enough and chose just to turn his engine off. Hey, at least he still beat Verstappen, that'll make Team LH happy. The Brit's retirement brought out the virtual safety car just after Carlos Sainz had come into the pits from the lead. The big benefactor then was Fernando Alonso, who pitted under the VSC to emerge in 5th on the faster medium tyre compound. Just up the road, the pair of Ferraris were now together, the team making a rather strange call, and by strange call I mean one that I actually agreed with, ordering both cars to hold position in case Charles Leclerc momentarily lost control of his singular brain cell. Now you guys complain that I should focus on the whole field a bit more in these videos and not just on the front runners, so here's Esteban Ocon. The Frenchman saw what happened to Verstappen, giving him a fantastic idea. He thus spent the entire race playing a game of catch the tear off with his own rear brake ducts, the winning prize being the opportunity to get out of that box of an Alpine a little bit early when said brake ducts pulled a Grosjean. Unfortunately, the team caught wind of this and told him to stop. Back at the front, Sergio Perez was making his way past Alonso for P5. He was still almost a pit stop behind the leading Ferraris though. How he'd managed that in a Red Bull, I'm just going to put down to Perez reasons. But we still have half the race to go, so maybe the Mexican could bring the fight to the McLarens and Ferraris in front. Or maybe Perez reasons would strike again. Sauber, meanwhile, were breaking their own records, just not the ones they necessarily wanted. Slow was now in the pits for so long that Daniel Ricciardo was a whole pit stop ahead of him. They then pit Bottas again, so the Chinese driver would have someone to talk to for their final third of the Grand Prix. Speaking of Ricciardo, the Honey Badger had made an overtake. Granted, it was on an Alpine and not relevant enough to even be shown on the main feed, but I'm taking these wins when I can these days. The final laps of the race were all about George Russell tracking down Fernando Alonso in 6th. George was on the prowl in the closing stages, which means one thing and one thing only. We just have to wait, and soon enough we'll have an almighty, yep, there it is. George and Mercedes would rush to the stewards, claiming Fernando got on the brakes, which tends to happen when you approach a corner. Up at the front though, after another dominant performance, it'd be Max Verstappen taking yet another win for... No, hang on, sorry, no, I wrote that bit on Friday as well. Carlos Sainz, you know what, take a bow. The Spaniard managed this one perfectly, giving Ferrari their first win of the season, And while his appendix may be sat on the sidelines, the Spaniard has firmly put himself on the map in the driver market for 2025. Leclerc and Norris would round out the podium, whilst Perez's reasons would in fact leave the Mexican in 5th place, so get those mid-season swap rumours going again. In all seriousness, I've got to admit, if you interchange Sainz's name for Verstappen, then this wasn't the most enthralling race in the world. But just the idea of someone else winning a Grand Prix moves this one up the rankings for me, especially given Max will probably win the remaining 21 races in 2024. Hats off to Tsunoda, Hülkenberg and K-Mag for grabbing points on the fringes of the top 10. It's nice to see the Haas able to actually race at the end of a Grand Prix, rather than cruise to the end on tyres which look like Cardi B if you left her in the sun for too long. The 4th round of the 2024 Formula 1 season would see the sport travel to Japan and Suzuka, or as Charles Leclerc puts it,
"Welcome to Suzuka. I'll be driving the track around."
Anyway, Suzuka would be appearing on the calendar a lot earlier than we've seen it in the past. It's bumping up the order down to reducing the sport's carbon footprint and minimising the typhoon risks that have plagued the region in the last few years. Given we're forecast a whole boatload of God's piss on race day, that already looks to be aging like a typical FP1 video. Speaking of, hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the Comedy Review, the show that proves men who live in their parents' basements really do know about Formula 1. Yeah, why did I let my audience do this again? As usual, we've got a hell of a lot to break down here, so let's not waste any more time and roll that title card. There's never a dull week in F1 news this season, and the run-up to the Japanese Grand Prix was no different. We kick things off with more staff members at McLaren deciding that they didn't want to be staff members at McLaren anymore. David Sanchez was first to go after just 3 months in the role of what he thought was technical director. When he found out he'd actually been assigned to give Lando Norris his daily hand job, he decided it was time to go. I've made a slightly more serious video on this if you want to know the actual reason. Well, slightly more serious anyway. This is still me after all. 5-time Le Mans winner Emmanuel Pirot was next out the revolving door at Woking. He was in charge of nurturing the team's younger development drivers, so a wanking joke is probably a little more inappropriate here. The team were adamant though that nothing was wrong whatsoever, despite Andrea Stella now reportedly on janitorial duties. In other news, Logan Sargent would be back after his Williams team benched the American and put more faith in the guy who just rammed his FW46 into the lake at Albert Park. You'd think things couldn't get much worse for Sargent, but upon patching up Albon's old chassis, they're still not letting him have his old car back, presenting him with the repaired one instead, and putting Logan in contention for the FP1 Cuck of the Year award. The worst bit about this has to be how the team are trying to justify it, claiming it would take too long to revert the car back to Logan's original setup, which surely is just removing the front wing and suspension. I really don't see what's so hard about that. Finally, as we gear up for first practice, there was more news surrounding the now vacant seat at Mercedes in 2025. Now, most people are touting either Carlos Sainz or Kimi Antonelli for that job, while you've got a few special people who still think it'll be Max Verstappen. And then there's #Blessed, who himself couldn't care less as long as it's not Fernando Alonso. But on Thursday in Japan, another man threw his hat into the ring. Sebastian Vettel has been taking a break from his vegan, recyclable, anti-global warming trans activist beehives to say hello to the British media. He then proceeded to cause an absolute frenzy when revealing how he'd been in talks with Toto Wolff and missed bits of the Formula 1 circus. Upon hearing this, many people opted to jump on the Vettel to Mercedes bandwagon, but I was sat there thinking, why bring all this up now? Ah, he's got a new energy drink out, that makes a lot more sense. Let's get on with FP1 then. Max Verstappen recovering from his DNF in Australia to top the timesheets at the end of the first hour on Friday. Traffic was aplenty in Suzuka, Yuki Tsunoda adopting his teammate's approach as he crawled out of the pits, much to the frustration of the Haas cars behind. On the subject of Daniel Ricciardo, he wouldn't be in the car at all in FP1 as it was handed over to Ayumu Iwasa, making an all-Japanese lineup at RB. That said, Alex Jakes really didn't need to word it like this.
Daniel Ricciardo is given the morning off to the delight of local supporters.
The Aussie will be getting a new chassis for the next round of the championship in Shanghai, in a bid to prove that he isn't as shit as everyone seems to think he is. As we're on the subject of chassis, let's check on oh, never mind, he's in the wall again. In a rather awkward turn of events, the American took his newly patched up Williams car and decided to perform an extra crash test through the Dunlop curve. With James Vowles off to fetch his shotgun, it meant Logan would have to sit out the entirety of FP2 as the team rallied to repair the car. Again. Fortunately for him though, it looked as if the entire grid would be in the same boat. I actually woke up for FP2, only to find that the teams were worried about the little spits of rain falling from the clouds, and had thus decided therefore to take the afternoon off, besides a handful of exploratory laps late on in the hour. Danny Rick was obviously the worst casualty here, having already lost out the only meaningful running earlier on Friday. In a slightly better mood were Mercedes, who had apparently had the best first practice all year. Can't wait to see Lewis go out in Q1 later on then. So with Friday a washout, teams were eager to get some running in during FP3 before qualifying, Verstappen picking up where he left off and topping the timings with Perez in lukewarm pursuit. They did this whilst complaining about how horrible their RB20s felt, which bodes well for later on, doesn't it? Elsewhere, Mercedes continued to look better, topping the early running and ending the hour in P3 and P4 for Russell and Hamilton respectively. The same couldn't be said for McLaren, both drivers leaving some of their entrails on the exit of the second Degner at points in the session. I don't think anything else happened in that final practice hour, so let's skip straight to qualifying. Lance Stroll rolling back the years in Q1 and driving like a fetus as he failed to get out of the drop zone. Lance had been running the new upgrades throughout the weekend, with teammate Alonso only switching to the new package from Saturday onwards. Despite this, the two-time champ entered the session in P2. I don't need to say any more here, do I? The highlight of Q2 would be Daniel Ricciardo being slightly less than usual, very nearly breaking into the top 10 shootout before he was displaced by his teammate Yuki Tsunoda, who progressed now for the second weekend in a row. Mullet Man had been performing pretty well so far too, ending the first part of quali in 8th place. He could only muster 13th on the grid in the second session, however. Still, could always be worse. You could be Guan Yu slow over here. With the top 10 now moving on into Q3, it was finally time to work out who would line up on the front row of the grid alongside Max Verstappen. It would actually end up being a surprise entry from the other Red Bull of Sergio Perez in the end, and that really shouldn't have been a sentence, should it? Still, credit where it's due, the Mexican narrowly missed out on pole after Verstappen gave everyone a chance on his final run, and Checo has finally got back onto that front row for the first time in almost a year. Well, that's the second time I brought that up and it's still shocking. As for the rest of the grid, McLaren were best of the rest with Lando Norris in third. Meanwhile, Mercedes took their best weekend of 2024 to line up 7th and 9th. At least Hamilton outqualified his teammate this time. We've just got the race to go now, and I won't lie, if it sounds like I'm running on empty, it's because I spent my evening trying my luck at a casino and am now working off 2.5 hours sleep. On the bright side, I walked away with winnings totaling £14, which is about as much as I make off one of these before FOM butt-f***ed me with a copyright claim. Sorry, future will here, and that aged f***ing terribly, didn't it? Anyway, the 5 lights would go out, and Verstappen would cruise out into the lead. Elsewhere, Daniel Ricciardo shot up the order and into points contention. Sorry, no, I dozed off there for a minute. Instead, he did this. At least we now know when Daniel's dropped mid-season, he won't be taking a spot at Williams, the Aussie totaling yet another chassis as Alex Albon was tipped into the barrier as well. So as Ricciardo, Lawson and Sacked began trending on Twitter and Logan Sargent played hide-and-seek to stop James Vowles stealing his car again, I'm actually surprised I've been able to ramble on for this long without being interrupted by one of those stupid red flag memes. With the barriers fixed, we'd tried to go green once again. This time, Perez put in a little bit more effort into turn 1, and Nico Hülkenberg accidentally selected Mick Schumacher mode on his steering wheel at the launch. Actually, in hindsight, Mick Schumacher mode probably looks a little bit more like this. Elsewhere, the Alpines managed to collide, but realistically, neither of them were getting points anyway. After the opening lap, very little was going on towards the front, but the backmarker teams and Lance Stroll were making up for that at the rear of the field. The Grand Prix would then develop into a race of strategy, which is a polite way of saying it was a bit shit, but here we are. Lando Norris would be the first to pit, whilst the Mercedes cars opted to swap themselves around, a bit better than they did in Qatar 2023. That left #Blessed to fend for himself against the charging Norris, who sent one around the outside of turn 1 to came 4th on the road. Hamilton being overtaken then became a bit of a theme, with Checo having just boxed also making his way through at 130R, and Carlos Sainz sticking one past his replacement for next year, which I'm sure felt good, even if Lewis was on hard tyres, more worn than the priest's wank rag. By this stage, Verstappen had already come into the pits and was so much quicker he'd been able to catch and pass Leclerc before the Monegasque chose to respond. Say hi, Max, because I doubt we'll be seeing you until lap 53 now. Let's focus on something a little bit more interesting. Say the battle for P11, for instance. 5 cars had just made it into the pits, with Yuki Tsunoda's RB crew pulling miracles and allowing the Japanese midget to jump 2 cars. Well, 1 car in the Sauber of Bottas, who actually had a decent stop for their standards, at 8 seconds long. I also thought Slow was having a poor stop until I realised his gearbox had just let itself go instead. Back at the front, Leclerc was trying to fend off Perez for second place, until the Ferrari driver lost control of that singular brain cell of his and went wandering off into the gravel trap at Degner 2. Logan Sargent decided that he would pick this moment to learn from one of the more experienced hands on the current grid, frustrating everyone watching when he could have brought out the safety car and made this race vaguely interesting for once. Tsunoda was putting on a show at least, slipping around the outside of Hulkenberg to get himself back into the points, and making the Japanese fans rather happy, I imagine. We were entering the endgame by this point, and finally something was happening towards the front. Carlos Sainz had a fairly quiet race up to now, dropping back in the early stages thanks to his Ferrari strategy. This was paying off now though, scything his way past Norris, then his own teammate to secure himself a spot on the rostrum. The Mercedes drivers were also on the move, George Russell nearly crashing into the side of Piastri in the closing laps, though deciding against it once he realised there was no chance of a Sainz victory. That was because Verstappen had dominated once again from lights to flag. The Dutchman crossed the line to re-establish his grip on the World Championship, with Perez coming close-ish behind, ending up marking the first time in history that the championship has started with 4 consecutive 1-2 finishes, which is a rare stat for a comedy review, but there you go. To be fair, I think I slagged this race off a bit more than it deserved throughout this video, but that's only because my boy managed 3 corners before f***ing it and I still haven't properly slept yet. We got some decent action throughout, with some great moves in particular in the lower half of the field. Yuki Tsunoda ends up with my driver of the day, taking home more points for RB, and schooling the Alpines in the process. Let me know what you thought of this one down in the comments below and over in the poll on my community page. If you ended up enjoying the video, why not get subscribed, as I'll be covering every single race this season and whatever else I feel like when I could do with a little bit more money. It's been a long 5 years, but China is finally back on the calendar. A lot's changed since 2019. Purpose-built circuits like Shanghai are now rarer than real women on Tinder. Ricciardo's gone from being everyone's favourite driver to someone who should die in a hole, apparently, and I've put on about 20 kilograms, but the less said about that, the better. Hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the Comedy Review, the show that slaps even harder than Jos Verstappen. Oh my god. It's been 1,834 days since we last visited China, which explains why there haven't been many jokes about the country in these race reviews, and why I'm probably still alive. With a revamped sprint weekend to cover then, let's make good use of whatever time I've got left, and get into the comedy review for the 2024 Chinese Grand Prix. Our unpredictable weekend in China would kick off long before the cars hit the tarmac, as the 10 Formula 1 teams rocked up to the Shanghai International Circuit to find out it had attempted to black up. The race organisers had applied a bitumen surface treatment to the circuit, which would have been fine, except they decided not to tell anyone about it. As a result, the teams arrived at the track to find their initial run plans and expectations for the weekend had to be thrown in a bin and set on fire, which turned out to be even more of a waste of time given they could have just used turn 5, but we'll get to all of that later. In other news, off the paddock, rumours pointed Fernando Alonso to Mercedes, then to Red Bull, then to Jos Verstappen's dungeon. The Spaniard finally made up his mind and decided that he would continue in the Aston Martin single car programme for 2025 and beyond. It was the boring option, but one that I managed to predict right, which is about as common as a Lance Stroll top 10, so I'm going to take that win. This of course comes at the same time as Honda coming out and making the bold claim that they will be challenging for the World Championship with Aston in 2026. With Fernando still expected to be in the car by that time, this is looking set to be the greatest Japanese explosion since August 1945. And like many of you, I can't wait for that. It does pose the question though, will Alonso still have the pace come 2026? He said he'll be the first to put his hand up if he's not. Let's just hope that doesn't look like this fan example from pre-season. Finally in the news, F1 would reveal its 24 race calendar for the 2025 campaign. Now let's just hold on a second. Yep, there's the Verstappen seal of disapproval. The Dutchman was rather critical of there being so many events on the schedule, prompting the sports boss Stefano Domenicali to open his mouth, which rarely ends well. This time Stefano said, and I quote, "Racing in F1 is not compulsory." You know what, at this stage, I think F1's plan is just to piss Verstappen off so much that he leaves and makes the sport interesting again. Next thing you know, they'll be replacing trophies with nighttime sessions with Kelly Piquet. Let's move on before Daniel Kvyat rocks up with his own team and get to free practice, which would make up just one session as it's the first sprint weekend of 2024. I'm still the only one excited about that, aren't I? With Europeans suffering early morning session times yet again, I decided to sleep through this one, and when I woke up to see Lance Stroll had ended it in P1 and a Sauber in the top 10, I thought I must still be dreaming. Incredibly, neither of those would be the most surprising element of Friday, with the inside of Turn 5 deciding it wanted to roleplay as a Tibetan monk and set itself on fire in protest. What caused this, you ask? Who knows? I've seen theories about sparks generated off the floor setting the track ablaze. I've seen others implying it's somehow Nikita Mazepin's fault. Either way, this is such a rare freak of nature, I doubt we'll end up seeing it again. Back to the on-track drama, and Lewis Hamilton would end up in a spat with the McLaren of Piastri, the Aussie attempting to remind the 7-time champion of his 2007 racing lines. That would be the least of #bless worries as he misidentified the McLaren as Norris, leading to him being cancelled by all of those old enough to download Twitter. The pit entry was causing trouble for more than just Lewis though, Fernando looking for a way out of his Aston deal in the runoff, then deciding he'd rather have a go with the team's spare chassis. But as I said, it was teammate Lance Stroll who entered the opening hour on top, which I'm sure led to panic in the social media offices as no one had pre-prepared that graphic yet. For everyone else, it was time for sprint quali, and if you're wondering what happened to the normal qualifying session, no, I haven't just missed it. Even though we know the result anyway, they've just decided to mix the format up again. New for 2024, sprint quali will now take place on Friday afternoon, followed by the sprint race itself on Saturday morning, and then Grand Prix qualifying in its usual Saturday afternoon slot. That gives teams more time to tweak their setups for the weekend, or in Mercedes' case, more time to take a pretty decent setup and experiment with it until it's a steaming hot pile of shit. At least the Shanghai weather was around to add some jeopardy to this new structure, with rain lingering as the cars came out for SQ1. Maybe that was for the best, as now another part of the circuit was on fire again. The end of that session would see George Russell in a bit of trouble, or bother as he'd probably call it. The Englishman was 20th and last until his final lap got him back into the top 15 and relegated Gasly back to the drop zone. The big shock here came from the RB in P19, and no, it wasn't Daniel Ricciardo being even more crap than usual, it was Yuki Tsunoda. Which is a shame. The Honey Badger would progress to SQ2, but no further, ending up 14th as Russell again found himself in the drop zone, and the Shanghai circuit covered in rain, meaning there would be no last lap heroics this time round. There were shocks on the other end of the timing sheets as well, the Kick Saubers revelling in the idea of a race with no pit stops, and actually going quickly for once. Both Bottas and Slow made it into the top 10 shootout, much to the applause of the Chinese fans who, for the first time ever, had someone to cheer for until Audi show him the door at the end of the season. A wet track for SQ3 though meant pole position was down to pure driver skill, and that meant they were 9th and 10th. The top 8 shootout then very nearly became a top 7, as Charles Leclerc couldn't even manage a single outlap before his lack of brain syndrome threw him into the tyre wall. Luckily, the Monegasque was able to extricate himself without too much damage to the car, but he wasn't the only one making mistakes. Even the Dutch Messiah was struggling to stay within the white lines, putting together a lap that was only good enough in the end for P4. Instead, sprint pole would come down to Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton. The Mercedes driver was first across the line, but found his lap eclipsed by the McLaren just a few moments later. That looked to be it, except the emotional roller coaster entered another loop when Norris's time was deleted for cutting track limits at the end of the lap before. That left Hamilton on pole again, and just as the commentators were confirming his return to the front of the grid, the FIA stewards decided that they'd changed their mind. After realising that Lando had actually lost time by going through the gravel, I mean, who could see that one coming, the McLaren driver's lap was reinstated, knocking Hamilton back to P2, which is racist, apparently. So as the Black Lives Matter people booked their flights to China, here's Sergio Perez killing a bird. Now let's see if Norris can hold on to that pole in the sprint. The 19 laps on Saturday morning were always going to be exciting. With Max Verstappen in P4, there were guaranteed to be 3 overtakes, which is usually 3 more than we normally get with these. Norris would do his job on the start, that job of course being to bottle every chance at a race win and continue his PhD on the nature of runoff in high pressure situations. Hamilton would get his elbows out and push his younger compatriots off the track and down the order. Guess it's just lucky for him that this was all past the average Lando fan's bedtime. Back to the racing, and Hamilton now had Fernando Alonso for company. The Spaniard had capitalised off Aston's strong practice form, and before you ask, there's no bonus points for guessing which session Stroll went out of. Now though, Alonso had a real chance of winning a race for the first time since 2013. Well, I say a real chance. Max Verstappen is in third. What started as a valiant effort ended on lap 7, when Max, who had been playing with his engine modes in the early stages, slotted one down the inside and took away second place. Lewis Hamilton still had a buffer of a few seconds, but his return to form played out just like it did in 2007 when he bottled it in the final sector. Max went past and proceeded to lap a second quicker than the rest of the field for the remaining 10 laps of the race. I'm sure you expected the sprint to be pretty boring after that. It certainly didn't help that the race directors were padding time by showing us how the end of Pierre Gasly's career was going, but a little bit further up the road, a proper battle was about to kick off. Alonso was still trying to fend off the Ferraris and Perez to keep his spot on the podium. Carlos Sainz was having none of that, however, and with 3 laps to go, found a route past on the outside of turn 5. The Spanish Civil War would end in disaster after minor contact between the pair allowed Perez to luck his way by. Alonso coming out of this with a puncture which led to his eventual retirement, and as if the Spaniard hadn't suffered enough, the stewards then decided that this was worth a 10-second time penalty and 3 penalty points, which makes about as much sense to me as quantum physics would to Charles Leclerc's singular brain cell. Up at the front though, Verstappen would win yet again, with Hamilton and Checo rounding out the top 3. Right, now let's do this all over again. Actual qualifying now, and we'll start off with Logan Sargent, who thought he did a quote, pretty decent job with his P20 in sprint quali. I'm genuinely not making that up. Well, he was doing a pretty decent job as a mobile advertising board in Q1, and that's about it. Yuki Tsunoda also continued to struggle, which is still a massive shame. The huge surprise here would once again be Lewis Hamilton, who decided one bottle job wasn't good enough, and the P18 finishing position would cap off a horror show of a Saturday. That said, if you are a Lewis fan and anything in this video has been difficult for you, I recommend watching this one, as it will speed up your inevitable suicide. Magnussen and Slow would round out those who failed to make it to Q2, which saw the Ferrari of Leclerc throw it in the wall again. No, hold on, that's actually Sainz, apologies, force of habit. For the second time in 2 days though, the Ferrari proved to be built out of the same thing those Nokia bricks were in the 90s, as Carlos was able to recover to the pits with just front wing damage. Still, we don't avoid one of these. We get going again with just enough time for one more lap that saw Porridge Man make the top 10 yet again, and Lance Stroll failed to get into the top 10 yet again. With no risk of rain this time around, it was an easy pole position for Max Verstappen in Q3. That said, the battle for second place was changing every second, with the Ferraris looking to have it only to be usurped by the McLarens, then Alonso, then Perez. Verstappen then decided he'd just go even quicker, making the field look even more incompetent as the Dutchman secured Red Bull's 100th pole position, 15 years after Sebastian Vettel scored the team's first here in 2009. That weekend ended in a 1-2 on race day, and quite frankly, this probably will too. Let's not waste any more time then and just get it over and done with. Sunday would kick off with this Aston Martin engineer fingering Fernando's car, and with it sufficiently wet, the lights went out and Verstappen shot off into the distance. Elsewhere, whatever that engineer was doing to Fernando's car, it clearly worked, as the Spaniard was able to swoop around the outside of Perez and take P2. I don't want to talk about Ricciardo losing 3 places, so let's just move on. I know some of you here don't actually watch the races anymore, so I'll give you a couple of seconds to guess how many laps it took for Checo to find his way back past Alonso. If you guessed infinity, given we're talking about Sergio Perez, you'd actually be wrong. 5 tours of the Shanghai circuit were enough for the Mexican to muscle his way back through. Alonso would then drop behind the McLaren of Norris, whose papaya outfit had spent the build-up, telling everyone how bad they were going to be in the low-speed corners. Well, clearly that was bullshit. A few cars were making early pit stops, including Yuki Tsunoda, who aimed to undercut his teammate, and Pierre Gasly, who aimed to run over his pit crew. Thankfully, the Alpine was so slow, the engineer got out of this one unscathed. While all this was going on, Charles Leclerc had remembered how to be a Formula 1 driver again, making moves on the Mercedes of George Russell and the McLaren of Piastri. But with no one able to challenge Max at the front, it looked as if this would be the best racing action until IndyCar comes on later this evening. Not quite though, said Valtteri Bottas' engine, as the thought of an impending pit stop caused it to die at the end of Sector 2. Time for a safety car then. Or apparently not, as the race officials had clearly also nodded off, and we're not even at half distance yet. It wasn't until Bottas was strolling down a live racetrack that they thought it might just be a good idea to send Bernd Maylander out there, but little did they know they were about to make the whole situation so much worse. Poor Daniel Ricciardo. The Aussie had been having a stunning weekend up to this point, and that's despite being jumped by Tsunoda after the first round of stops. By now, he'd fought his way back past his teammate on track, though when it came to the safety car, his team opted to leave the Honey Badger out, effectively face-f***ing him for the rest of the afternoon. That was until it was revealed that the race restart would actually be attack on RB, with Kevin Magnussen assassinating Tsunoda and the feckless that is Lance Stroll giving us reason number 5469 to retire from Formula 1. His teammate Alonso caused a bottleneck of cars at the hairpin. That's alright though, these are Formula 1 drivers and have the reactions to avoid an almighty accident. Then you have Lance Stroll, who can't even ride a bike without crashing it, and thus he returned Ricciardo to previous heights in a slightly different way than he maybe planned at the start of the year. With a 10-second penalty thankfully saving the rest of the field from his antics, we would try to restart the Grand Prix again, and all the chaos had put Logan Sargent on the fringes of the top 10, so at least we're going to get some overtaking in the second half as he shifted back down the order. We haven't checked in on Lewis Hamilton yet. To sum up his Grand Prix so far, the Briton has started on the softest tyre compound, only to complain that he still wasn't fast enough. So at what stage does this just become a you problem then? Anyway, #Bless was now battling with Hülkenberg for 9th, which in fairness isn't actually half bad. We rarely see the soft tyres in the Grand Prix, but for some reason Fernando Alonso was on them for the restart. That meant he needed to take one extra pit stop compared to the rest of the field, meaning his fight back through the grid was a nice distraction from Verstappen's 10-second lead out front. Alonso was giving it everything in the closing laps and would try anything to get past the cars in front, even spilling his own excrement out the rear of his Aston Martin after this scare at the final corner. Slow was also attempting some weight-saving techniques as he passed Magnussen for P15, not that the Chinese crowd seemed to care, but I'm half convinced they'd cheer if you shot up a school at the hairpin at this point. But I've avoided the inevitable for long enough. After 50-something laps I can't be bothered to check, Max Verstappen rounded the final corner to win yet again, with Lando Norris coming home in second, and how that happened I actually have no idea. Perez would round out the podium and the sport would celebrate Zhou's impending retirement 19 races early in a weekend that I thought was actually pretty good for 2024 standards, providing I forget everything that happened to Ricciardo here. The new sprint format will need some time to grow on me, but we won't have long until the next one in 2 weeks at Miami. I don't know about you, but I can't wait for that to be You know, I actually really enjoy the Miami Grand Prix. You've got the stunning location, cars never too far away from an accident, brilliant wheel-to-wheel action all race long, and the most affordable food pricing I've seen at any venue. Can you tell I'm being sarcastic yet? Hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the Comedy Review, the series that glazes Daniel Ricciardo like a fangirl. Well, in fairness, Alex Forsyth Racing UK 6596, I have good reason to this weekend. Until Q1, that is. A lot has happened in the run-up to this one, and we have a ton of stuff to dive into. But I do want to kick things off with some channel news this week, and if you haven't been paying attention to my community posts for the second time this year, I've had one of my best performing videos taken down for supposed copyright. And this time, they revealed themselves as mega c***s and attempted to strike down the channel. I'm not going to reveal the party or individuals involved, besides saying it may not be who you think, though if they are watching, I just want to let you know that I hope you get in a terrible accident which leaves you paralysed from the neck down and you spend the rest of your days dribbling like a fountain. In all seriousness, I'm expecting the algorithm to now f*** me like one of the Epstein kids, so a like and share would mean even more this week. But with that out of the way, let's get into the comedy review. It's the Miami Grand Prix. Okay, so it's news time, and where better to start than with the big story of the week, Adrian Newey deciding that the Red Bull hissy fit wasn't for him, and thus promptly telling Christian Horner to go f*** himself, or his assistant again. Maybe he used slightly nicer words than that. The designer has been a cornerstone of the Red Bull outfit since its early years, and his absence after almost 20 years in the role will most certainly be felt throughout the team. It's of course refueled the rumours that Max is also jumping ship, but for the 5,675th time, that is not going to happen. You know, better not now, you know. Anyway, it will come as no surprise to hear that Newey's next landing spot has been the speculation of the weekend, with the current favourite slated to be Ferrari, whilst Williams have been rumoured to be a shock underdog. No doubt they've made Logan Sargent give up his kidney in order to pay for that. Speaking of the American, his future was in the headlines as well, with an anonymous team allegedly approaching the FIA to grant F2 driver Kimi Antonelli a super licence for Imola. I've already outlined why I think this is an astonishingly shit idea in its own video, so go and watch that if you want my actual thoughts on this. Stepping away from the rumours and into some actual concrete news, Nico Hülkenberg has announced that he'll be driving for Sauber in 2025. If I remember correctly, I think I likened that to having leukemia a few weeks ago, but hey, maybe Hulk has a fetish for that kind of thing. In all seriousness, if he can battle through the pain of next season, then perhaps there's an opportunity in 2026 when the outfit properly turns into the Audi squad. But I think it will still take a little longer than that before they can even think about challenging at the front. That said, I've been wrong many times before, so let's see. Oh, and if you're wondering which driver Hulk's replacing, Joe announced a new McDonald's advert 15 minutes later, so I think we have our answer. I promise we will get into the on-track action eventually, but a couple of teams have new liveries for this weekend, so to be inclusive to the idiots out there, let me remind you who is who. Ferrari came into this weekend with a new title sponsor in HP, and heavily teased a switch from red to blue for Miami. Cue social media going mad with mock-up liveries, showing just how good that car could look, and then they revealed whatever the this is. I'm disappointed and yet not surprised by this one. At least RB would do a little bit better later in the week with an LGBTQIA, whatever the others are, inspired paint job, which also acts as a visual reminder to Lance Stroll to look where he's going. Let's finally get into practice then, which will be made up of just a single hour-long session, as we'll be getting yet another sprint this weekend, because more laps around Miami is what every F1 fan wants. With the limited running then, drivers didn't have long to get their eye in, and had to make every minute count, apart from Charles Leclerc apparently, who was busy filling contractual obligations for HP and getting them a little bit more screen time. The Monegasque spun at the tight final sector, blocking the track and bringing out the red flag. Drivers were pushing the limits early on, even Max Verstappen going off at the final hairpin. McLaren was suffering from a different issue, however, both drivers complaining they had a stiffy. No, sorry, their steering was stiff. Yeah, that was it. Norris took out his frustration by bullying a poor Bullard in the pit lane as Verstappen went top with a 1 minute 28.595. The Dutchman has won every single race in the States since 2021, so I've got a feeling we're in for more pain this weekend. We'd find out soon enough, as sprint qualifying got underway. Oscar Piastri will likely get the new McLaren update to the next round of the championship in Imola, yet he seemed to forget he still needs his current car as he attempted to clothesline Bottas into turn 1. Besides that scare, it was a pretty decent SQ1 for McLaren, ending at first and second, while further back, Sargent finally had an epiphany.
I'm such a dumb.
The American would actually end up beating his teammate for what from memory I think is the first time ever. It wasn't on pace of course, Albon just tried to take a shortcut through the chicane. McLaren's form would continue in SQ2 as Norris entered it on top once again. The same couldn't be said for the Mercedes cars though, who have rarely taken a liking to this Miami circuit in the past, and we'd see both Russell and Hamilton in the drop zone as the checkered flag fell. So as Toto Wolff went to take his cyanide pill, the remaining drivers geared up for the top 10 shootout. With sprint quali rules, that meant everyone had to switch to the soft compound tyres, and the McLarens, who looked dead set for pole up to now, didn't really like them very much. They weren't the only ones. The Pirelli's about as predictable as a schizophrenic off his meds, and that allowed for a few surprises. Stroll beat out Alonso, Ricciardo somehow willed his new chassis to P4, and Verstappen took pole, the Dutchman literally lolling the field as he pulled into Parc Ferme.
It's P1 Max.
Lol.
Leclerc would take second and would hope to catch the Red Bull ahead in the short run down to turn 1. With the F1 TV crew even trying to spice up the results, we got ready for 5 red lights, Charles would get the better start, but Max managed to retain the lead. Further back, a Checoism allowed Ricky Bobby into third, while Hamilton toe-punted Alonso into Stroll, who proceeded to also wipe out Norris. With the Briton and Canadian both out of the running, let's see what Verstappen thought of all that. The safety car came out as the stricken McLaren was removed from the Turn 1 apex, and when we went back to green, it wasn't long before Perez got his way back past Ricciardo. At this stage, I believe the Honey Badger would just sink like a dead tramp in the Thames, but he was able to hold off the hard-charging sights behind, latching onto Checo's arse with DRS in the opening laps. Eventually, the Mexican threw Daniel to the wolves and went off to pursue Leclerc ahead. Given we never saw him again, you can guess how all that went. While Ricciardo still tried to hold on in fourth, further back, his teammate was observing a battle with, well, I think that music kind of gives it away. We've not had much need for Haas watch this year, but Kevin Magnussen will be bringing it back with a bang in the sprint, with the Danish driver holding on to the final point in 8th and teammate Hulkenberg ahead in 7th. The number 20 car would once again be used as the sacrificial lamb to secure the result for the team. K-Mag thus treated the second half of the race like a video game once you've turned all the rules off. He was cutting the chicane, running Hamilton behind into the walls, forgetting his braking points Lance Stroll style, all the while picking up more penalty points than he has championship points over the last 24 months. Don't get me wrong though, this was great fun to watch. If I was a Lewis Hamilton fan, I might be a bit more incensed, but who cares what they think anyway? Half of them have already turned their TVs off, and maybe that's for the better. As while the 7-time champion escaped the blame for his kamikaze dive on lap 1, the stewards would still find a way to penalise the Briton, docking him 25 seconds for apparently speeding in the pit lane. Of all the people to come to Hamilton's defence, I'm willing to bet you wouldn't guess it would be Fernando Alonso. The Spaniard came out post-race to accuse the stewards of effectively being xenophobic, and when you consider Max Verstappen got a fine last year for the exact same offence, you can maybe begin to see his point. If you want my thoughts though, I don't think the stewards are racist, I just think they're really shit at their jobs. Anyway, I was covering a race here, wasn't I? Well, Verstappen would take the win, which won't come as a shock to anyone, while further back, Daniel Ricciardo somehow retained P4, which, yes, made me tinkle a little. The Aussie was quick to address all the haters, no, I don't know what you're on about, by claiming it was just nice to remind some people. Let's pray that doesn't age badly later on. The one downside of RB getting double points is they then put this on social media, and apologies in advance. The ear-rapey music aside, this is just the face of pure pain, and what the f*** is Warwick Davis planning back there? Maybe it was giving Daniel his old chassis back as we headed back into Grand Prix qualifying. The Honey Badger driving around with no control of his rear end and failing to make it through Q1. Great guessy shit again. Max Verstappen would also run into difficulties on his flying lap in the form of one of the Alpines.
I think that was the Alpine flat out.
David Coulthard would be a great replacement for me on the comedy review. On the other end of the timing tower, Logan Sargent actually looked like he could get out of the drop zone. Then Tsunoda started f***ing with him as well. Traffic also ruined Magnussen's lap, and in the confusion, the two Alpines somehow managed to get into the second session. And where exactly did that come from? The two job centre drivers would complete the drop zone as we moved on to Q2 and watched Alex Albon make one of the strangest mistakes I think I've seen in a while. I'm starting to think Logan's pace is like women's periods. After a while, they just start to sync up. The big shock of Q2 would be Alonso being out-qualified by his teammate once again. A mistake-ridden lap, leaving the Spaniard down in 15th place. Hulkenberg and the Dwarf would manage to sneak into the top 10 shootout, which was once again dominated by a certain Max Verstappen. The tyres were back to behaving like insolent children again, though Mercedes did themselves no favours when they got to the final runs for pole and discovered they'd miscounted their sets of softs. That forced Hamilton and Russell back onto the mediums, which went down really well on Friday and again saw them end up 7th and 8th at the session's conclusion. Max would therefore be leading a pair of Ferraris into Turn 1 on Sunday. The Scuderia revealing their secret plan to win involved getting into a 1-2 situation, then staying there. Sounds simple enough, now let's watch them f*** it all up. Well, that didn't end up taking long, Leclerc getting off the line at snail's pace, while Perez revealed he'd woken up and chosen violence, almost taking inspiration from the Bottas handbook of race starts as he attempted to wipe out Verstappen and make the next 57 laps vaguely interesting for once. This was Sergio Perez, however, so he still managed to cock this all up. The Mexican's dive bomb was fantastic news for Oscar Piastri, who navigated his way into third, which soon became second when he passed Leclerc down the back straight. With Verstappen switching on cruise control at the front, attention turned back to Hamilton's continuing nightmare with the Haas drivers. This time it was Nico Hülkenberg picking a fight with Team LH, initially losing out to the Briton, though took the place back when Lewis #blessed the final hairpin with some of his Pirelli rubber. Ferrari strategy time, and after 10 laps of checking, the Boffins attempted to bait McLaren into a stop by coming out into the pit lane after their drivers had already crossed the line. You know what, it's cute they tried, I guess. Up at the front, the Red Bull of Verstappen had been driving around error-free up to this point, but the Dutchman was clearly bored and thus decided to bring a passenger along for the ride. When this bollard revealed itself to be a Lewis Hamilton fan, Max f***ed it off onto the racing line though, and while this would normally trigger a virtual safety car, the stewards had clearly nodded off, and quite frankly, I can't blame them. It was only until someone decapitated the bollard that the VSC was eventually called out. Max decided that he didn't need that advantage and only made his stop once the track was green again, putting Piastri into the lead for what will probably be a handful of laps before the Dutchman cruises by. Piastri would actually pit before that would happen, though would lose out to Leclerc, who had boxed earlier. You're probably thinking this is bad, but it was about to get a whole lot worse, as just a lap later, Magnussen tried to race Logan Sargent like he had Lewis Hamilton the day before, only forgetting that Logan Sargent isn't Lewis Hamilton. The farce would only continue when the safety car picked up the wrong driver. In fairness to Bernd Maylander, I would have assumed it was Max Verstappen too. But a little up the road, Lando Norris was actually the one in the lead, and looked as if he would gain an entire lap on the field before the stewards realised their mistake. Maybe that's just some form of handicap for the McLaren driver, but the field would eventually catch up, and now, for the first time potentially ever at a Miami Grand Prix, I was actually invested. No wins, looked like he'd already f***ed it up on the restart, but managed to hold the Dutchman off into turn 1. In a couple of laps, he'd already checked out, 1.5 seconds ahead, and actually looked like he might have this in the bag. The other McLaren was in its own scrap with the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, who found himself pushed off by Piastri and then all of his toys out of the pram. With the stewards spinning their wheel of penalties and deeming this okay, Carlos took matters into his own hands, running over his front wing like a Chinese protester and laughing in the mirrors as the Aussie fell to the rear of the field. Shall we take a break to check in on the penalty counter for K-Mac, and it appears to have broken. The Dane being penalised for his assassination of Sargent, then again for not serving that correctly, then again for entering the pit lane when he wasn't allowed. The only man with more red mist in front of him right now might be Carlos Sainz, who was now the one under investigation for the clash with Piastri earlier. I'm willing to bet his engineer didn't make him aware of that one. Up at the front though, Lando No Wins was about to shed the nickname. The Briton crossed the line to take a sensational debut victory, finally eradicating Daniel Ricciardo's last bit of credibility of being the last McLaren driver to win a race. If you're wondering why I haven't mentioned his name recently, it's because he got passed by Lance Stroll and I pretty much gave up after that. You're probably wondering who my driver of the day is right now. Actually, you probably aren't, but today I'm going with Kevin Magnussen. The Dane ended up being the saviour of the weekend, giving us the only bit of action in the sprint, then sacrificing Logan to make the race interesting as well. He'll probably now be banned for a million years, but that was well worth it. I was ready to write a bit about how the action was in this one, and to be fair, if it wasn't for the yellows, this race would have been but let's instead just say fair play to Lando Norris. That was a dominant drive in the second half of this one. I always had a favourite game in Italy. Myself, along with a group of friends, and yes, I have some, would go to a car park and the first person to find a vehicle without a singular bump, scrape or dent would be the winner. Since we were in Italy, no one ever won that game, and maybe that explains why we haven't had an Italian on the grid since the third coming of Christ here. But this weekend, the cars were back in Imola, and thankfully this time, the track didn't resemble the Atlantic Ocean. Hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the Comedy Review, the show that goes harder than Christian Horner on the phone to his assistant. Yep, we're starting this one strong, lads. The Emilia Romagna Grand Prix would return after a year away. The circuit flooded during 2023's attempt, leaving the on-track situation about as alive as the Imola Cats right now. It was of course a very poignant weekend for the sport though, as F1 remembered the losses of Ayrton Senna and Roland Ratzenberger at the venue 30 years ago. I'll be honest, I'm not sure the best way to address that in a comedy review, besides transitioning into your weekly plug to like and subscribe, and then rolling that intro. News time then, and we'll begin by checking in on Logan Sargent's career, and yes, he's still alive. For now. Things looked a little bit more rosy on the other side of the Williams garage. Alex Albon signing a multi-year extension with the team, which makes about as much sense as anything that comes out of Jacques Villeneuve's head. With so many better potential landing spots out there, this feels like a peculiar move for sure, and also calls into question just how locked down Albon apparently was at the start of the year. Returning to Logan, however, and James Vowles would finally admit this weekend that the American was under pressure to retain his seat for 2025. In other news, Philip Schofield is gay. Formula 1 and Ferrari would break cover earlier in the week to test out a new iteration of the wet weather spray guards aimed at allowing the cars to race more in torrential conditions. And the pure ugliness of these aside, I'm trying to work out what they remind me of. Got it. At least these plastic-looking monstrosities appeared to be about as useful as the people who do sign language for the Eurovision Song Contest. And if we take a minute to think about this, how would they even work? These things don't exactly look easy to navigate in a pit stop, or maybe F1 is just trying to bring everyone down to Sauber's speeds. Looks like we're going back to the drawing board yet again, so maybe this time they'll choose to model their design off a pencil sharpener or something. The final big story of the week lied at Ferrari, who have moved on Charles Leclerc's longtime race engineer Xavi Marcos into a new role that doesn't anger the Monegasque as much. Changes like this are rare and has led to plenty of speculation of a falling out between the two. Rumour has it that Marcos is still checking the terms of his new contract. Seriously though, rest in peace, Xavi. You will be missed. Let's get into Friday then, and to commemorate 30 years since his passing, Ayrton Senna returned from the dead and got into an Alpine for some reason. Clearly, he's not been paying attention this season. In reality, it was Pierre Gasly who had stolen the Brazilian's head, though I'm not sure this spin in FP2 was quite the tribute he initially had in mind. Alex Albon, meanwhile, may have committed his future to Williams, however his car wasn't quite committed to being alive, as he brought out the red flag in FP1, and since it's 2 years now since this meme's inception, here you go. A lot of the Imola circuit has been updated with bigger gravel traps since then, in a bid to stop Kevin Magnussen being a resident terrorist. Turn 17 was not one of those updated sections, yet still seemed to cause the most trouble for the drivers, many dipping a wheel into the dirt before the revitalised and refreshed Daniel Ricciardo reminded us just how back he was by going straight on. There were also tears at Mercedes, as #Wash continued to prepare for his switch to the Tifosi next year. The Hamilton chicane would continue to piss off the competition in FP2, former rivals Alonso and Verstappen taking time out of their busy schedules to comment on the Silver Arrow or be racist if you're a Lewis Hamilton fan on Twitter. Russell at least managed to finish P2 in the other car for FP1, only behind Charles Leclerc, who would go on to secure a clean sweep of Friday. The big story of the day though surrounded Red Bull and Max Verstappen, who struggled to acclimatise to his updated RB20 car, in news that will make all of us neutral fans very, very happy indeed. Neither the Dutchman nor teammate Sergio Perez had the pace to challenge the leaders, and while that probably isn't a surprise in the second instance, I still can't wait to watch them lock out the front row later on. Saturday would kick off with FP3, and an Aston Martin headed backwards into the tyre barrier. No, this wasn't Lance Stroll, and quite frankly I'm starting to notice Alonso's subpar performances over the last couple of race weekends. It still wouldn't surprise me though if Lawrence hasn't just swapped over the driver's transponders. At least Fernando didn't have any upgrades on his car this weekend. Oh wait. The Spaniard wouldn't be the only one, as with 5 minutes left on the clock, Sergio Perez went hunting for time in the tyre barrier after Imola's tight chicane. This brought out the red flags for a third time this weekend, but since we've just had one, I really don't think we need another. Why do you enjoy this stuff? With Checo's accident happening so late into the hour, no one expected the circuit to allow cars back onto the racetrack. But they did, and with everyone eager to get one final quali preparation run in, all hell broke loose. Firstly, the V-Carbs attempted to get K-Mag back by just killing him, and then Gasly gave Alpine some screen time by insulting Australia before attempting to race the Ferrari of Leclerc down into turn 1. This was of course futile because he was driving an Alpine. The McLarens took over at the top of the timing sheets though, which bodes well for my last upload on this channel. But Verstappen had seemed to find some pace overnight. As we headed into qualifying, it looked like it could well be a 3-team fight for pole, while Fernando looked like it just picked up a gravel fetish. I really do think that's Lance Stroll onto the helmet now. Either way, whoever was in that 14 car would now have to find themselves on the back row of the grid for Sunday. Alonso making mistakes is rare. Haas looking competitive is even rarer. Yet Hülkenberg, buoyed by the fact he'll only be with the team for a few more months, was flying in Q1. Hamilton less so when the 7-time champion was only just able to sneak through in P15. Finally, let's touch on Sargent, since we probably won't be able to touch him for many more races, and the American had a decent outing. For him, anyway. He was 17th before getting his lap time deleted and starting from the very back. Q2 saw the return of Sergio Perez, who couldn't progress and found himself behind both of the RB cars. Miami really did kill off the Mexican, or maybe that was just Donald Trump. Now, regular viewers of the comedy review may have realised that I don't usually cover much of Q3, as Verstappen sails off into the distance, giving us a taste of what's to come on Sunday. That was different this time round though, as after the initial runs, Lando Norris was right on the Dutchman's heels. When it looked like no one was improving on the second runs however, all hope seemed to be lost. Then Max just threw salt in the wounds as he managed to somehow go even quicker. That meant the reigning world champion now had beaten the record for consecutive poles and matched the tally set by Ayrton Senna. Though this probably isn't the best way to word your interview after.
You know, it's 30 years since he passed away at this track, so of course very pleased.
On to race day. Sunny skies would greet the drivers as the 5 lights went out and the front 2 got an even start. It looked like Lando might just challenge Max for the lead into turn 1, but then he remembered that wasn't allowed, and so the Dutchman sailed off into the distance. At least we had a clean opening lap. In Formula 2, meanwhile, speaking of Formula 2, it appeared the Williams team had been taking inspiration from their pit stops, as Albon was spotted trundling around with a loose wheel on his car. Either that or he was giving Logan Sargent's pace a go. Oh, and if you're wondering why we've skipped ahead 10 laps, it's because nothing happened. Verstappen was comfortably out into the lead, while Piastri was stuck behind Sainz in the Ferrari. That would set a trend for the field behind, Ricciardo getting sick and tired of this and boxing early to try and secure the undercut. Unfortunately for Daniel, that plan would require him to have some pace. Fortunately for RB, Yuki Tsunoda has had pace all weekend, and so was able to jump ahead of the Haas of Hülkenberg. One car that wasn't fazed about the undercut was Sergio Perez, and that was okay. He was in the Red Bull and could easily trounce the midfield runners. Oh wait, hold on, this is also Sergio Perez. Meanwhile, #blessed fans look away now, as the GOAT was in the gravel again, and you lot slated me for this video. The leaders had all pitted by this stage, and since we're discussing strategy, shall we take a guess over which team managed to cock this all up? Sainz's engineers had pretty much fallen asleep by the looks of things, as they allowed the McLaren of Piastri to get ahead. Further down the road, Yuki Tsunoda and Nico Hülkenberg made some mega overtakes, which would probably be candidates for passes of the season were they not on Logan Sargent. That left the American in the clutches of Daniel Ricciardo, a fight historically known as the Battle of Mid. About to join the Battle of Mid was Sergio Perez, who was left out long by Red Bull but now had fresh medium tyres strapped onto his RB20. It took him only a lap to get back past the Honey Badger, so congratulations for passing an RB for 10th place. At the front, some better drivers were fighting over the podium. Leclerc chasing down a hampered Norris, who clearly hadn't given his car enough Freddos as it had no pace whatsoever. It looked like P2 was the Ferraris to lose, only for Leclerc to do exactly that when he made up his own interpretation of Imola track limits. There were no such issues for Max Verstappen, however. The Dutchman looked unbeatable on Sunday as he cruised home for a comfortable win at Imola. Well, that's what I originally had in my script, as with 10 laps to go, Norris had remembered how to drive his McLaren again. The papaya car was flying, and the gap was coming down. As we got to the final tour, Norris was in DRS range, but it wasn't enough, and after a bit of a slow burn, Verstappen took the checkered flag to take race win number 59. McLaren still take the net win as far as the constructors are concerned, however, and you all slagged me off in the comments of this one, didn't you? I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Besides the last 10 laps, it wasn't the most fascinating of Grand Prix. On the bright side, this time next week it will look like the best race of the season as we head over to Monaco. So I got an email the other day from a company that were apparently big fans of the channel and wanted to sponsor one of these comedy reviews. They claimed that I'd be, quote, a great fit for their product and were offering a whopping £30 British for me to model it on the channel. You're probably wondering what this product was, and so was I, as for some reason they hadn't even given anything besides its name in their initial inquiry. And a short bit of Googling later, apparently I'm a great fit to model a C-section recovery kit. That has absolutely nothing to do with the Monaco Grand Prix this weekend, but I wanted £30 and let's be honest, I'm going to be padding a lot of time in this one anyway. So hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the Comedy Review, the series that gives Logan Sargent more screen time than the Grand Prix. Formula 1 headed to the Jewel and its crown this weekend, the crown being one you'd find in a McDonald's Happy Meal, while the Jewel is being choked on by a spoilt brat who thought it was a clever idea to shove it in their hole. Why did we get rid of stuff like that, by the way? I thought it was just good natural selection. I slag Monaco off to appease the masses, but if you're in the 1/3 of my viewer base that actually subscribes, you'll know that this is one of my favourite tracks on the calendar, and last year it delivered, even if that was down to some of God's piss and Sergio Perez being Sergio Perez. Are we likely to get lucky with 2 in a row? Probably not, so let's head into the title card regardless. It's the Comedy Review for the 2024 Monaco Grand Prix. The F1 circus would head to Monaco with plenty of news in the air, and the driver market was undoubtedly the hottest talking point, except it appeared the sports press had spent a little bit too long drinking in one of the country's casinos. Firstly, Carlos Sainz was rumoured to have had a brain aneurysm and got into advanced talks with Williams, and then Alpine were considering replacing one of its baguettes with a gone-off German sausage. Mick Schumacher hasn't raced in Formula 1 since Gunther showed him the door at the end of 2022. The son of the 7-time champ has been racing for Alpine in the World Endurance Championship since then, whilst also taking up a part-time role in contributing to the downfall of Mercedes. While he's been doing a pretty good job with both of those so far, is a return to the grid really on the cards? I just don't think so. That said, ironically, he probably now has better odds than his old teammate Kevin Magnussen. The Dane seems set on returning to the Haas fold for 2025, except no one seems to have told him that the American outfit looked more likely to sign Ayrton Senna, and he's been dead for 30 years. Speaking of the Brazilian, McLaren would once again announce a special Monaco livery, which once again required many F1 fans to grab a spare pair of trousers. While a few drivers stole the 3-time champion's head last weekend, the Woking squad have plastered Ayrton all over their car this time around, and it looks bloody gorgeous. Senna, I'm sure, would approve, especially given both parties like to appeal to the 15-year-old fans. In cost cap news, this weekend saw all the teams meet with Formula 1 to discuss adjustments to the scheme for the 2025 season and beyond. On the agenda was bringing aspects like staff parties inside the cap, which went down about as well as you might expect. Yet again, the sport is putting the well-being of its staff in pole position. Sorry guys, we can't have the Christmas party this year. Logan's just binned it in the wall again. I'm still writing this one on Friday, so let's see if that joke foreshadows anything as we dive into free practice for the Monaco Grand Prix weekend. Now, have you ever looked at something and wondered how the hell it got there? Well, that was my feeling when I saw Lewis Hamilton top the opening session in his Mercedes. The W15 was looking strong out of the box, which going off recent history means this will be the fastest it gets all weekend. Oscar Piastri Leclerc was second, and no, I didn't get that wrong. Still, that's probably the closest Charles will get to the top of the table in Monaco ever. Nico Hülkenberg was one of the first to overstep the limits as he went off at the first corner, with Zhou Guanyu achieving a similar feat as he went off looking for a 2025 race drive. The Chinese driver then managed to take an even worse line through Saint-Devote as he handed some downforce down to the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, with a brief red flag required to collect up the debris. And since it was so brief, we'll just have a short version of the meme this time. Just like last week, Moaning Max had returned in FP1, and this time the Dutchman's racism towards advertising boards was on full display. He'll still probably take pole on Saturday though. 2023 Checo appeared to have also returned in Imola, and the Mexican was clearly handling the pressure well, as he clouted the fake wall while entering the pit lane. It's at least better than he did last year. Friday's afternoon session saw the real Charles Leclerc storm to the top of the timings, his Scarlet Ferrari doing its best to avoid the Monaco curse and end up in the sea. It's of course the home race for the Monegasque, who seemingly tried to retire to his apartment early, only to find his usual route home blocked by the tyre barriers. When he finally hooked a lap together though, it was dominant, and left the rest of the field only able to get close when they straight-lined the Nouvelle chicane. The Red Bulls meanwhile were continuing to struggle on the streets, Max Verstappen claiming he was bouncing like a kangaroo in the final sector. Someone clearly needs to tell Kelly Piquet to get out of the pedal box then. The Williams cars also looked to be in trouble. That said, Logan Sargent always looks a bit rubbish, doesn't he? The Ferrari of Sainz almost scared the American into the wall, and while we're on the subject of the Grove-based outfit, what the f*** is that on their airbox? The swimming pool section is arguably one of the iconic Monaco shots these days, and several drivers were right on the edge. Others were less successful, and I'm sure it won't surprise you to hear that Lance Stroll was among these. When FP3 rolled around, however, Valtteri Bottas took it too far, his front right suspension going on strike and ending his quali preparation early. Leclerc would top the session again, while the Red Bulls, just like in Imola, began to show signs of spoiling the neutral fans' party. At least they were looking like a one-man band for qualifying, as while Max ended up in P2, Sergio Perez spent the majority of his final practice hour on a playdate with the Saubers at the rear of the field. With the FP sessions done and dusted, it was time to get to the only part of the Monaco Grand Prix weekend we seem to actually care about: qualifying. And straight away, the curse appeared to have raised its ugly head for Charles Leclerc. The Ferrari driver stuck behind his teammate, and more embarrassingly, the Mercedes, as Q1 came to an end. It was appearing to also have an effect on Fernando Alonso, who now appears to have terminal Stroll syndrome as his Saturday ended early in P16. Sergio Perez did a good job at getting out of the way of faster runners, though he wasn't doing such a good job at anything else, the Mexican going out in Q1 for a second year in a row. Lando Norris almost joined him in the drop zone, having taken half of the Monaco circuit home as a souvenir on his initial run. Luckily for the 15-year-olds, the Briton was able to get back out and into Q2 just in time. His old teammate Daniel Ricciardo had managed to get ahead of his own teammate for the first time all weekend in Q1. Unfortunately for me, that excitement was short-lived as he returned to being mid in the second part of qualifying. Someone who wasn't being so mid was Pierre Gasly. The Frenchman somehow hauled his carbon fibre trash can into the top 10 shootout, knocking out the other baguette of Ocon, which appeared to drive him one step closer to insanity and accepting a Haas seat for 2025. As Q3 rolled around, Charles Leclerc had clearly found his pace again at the back of the garage, as the Ferrari driver returned to the top of the table after the initial runs. Oscar Piastri was right on his tail, however, and the Aussie narrowly missed out on a provisional pole by just 0.03 of a second. What about Max Verstappen though? And well, isn't that a familiar sight? But it wasn't to be. The Dutchman unable to pull the final sector out of his arsehole like he did last year, and only slotting into third. It wasn't over, however, as we still had the final sets of runs, and Verstappen was pushing right to the limit, and maybe a bit beyond. Going into turn 1, the reigning champions RB spat him out like an American first introduced to a vegetable, and that slight touch was his qualifying over. It was down to the Ferraris and McLarens then to decide who would come out on top and thus win the race on Sunday. And while it may have looked in doubt at the start of the qualifying hour, Charles Leclerc would put a lap together when he needed, sticking his car on pole for the third time in the Principality, and without the need to throw it into the swimming pool this time, so congratulations on that. Piastri and Sainz would complete the top 3, which takes us into race day and many questions. Could Charles finally overcome his Monaco struggles to win his home race? What could Verstappen do from P6? Why am I getting Love Honey adverts in the middle of videos? Just me? Well, let's throw in a mid-roll ad here and find out. You still here? Get rid of your ad blocker and pay me, you little fuck. Race day would begin with everyone realising that the Haas cars had been disqualified for some reason and made to start from the pit lane. In reality, this had happened just a few hours after qualifying, but the team was so irrelevant hardly anyone seemed to notice. This clearly angered Kevin Magnussen, who then tried to cause a terror attack in the harbour. That was in the back of everyone's minds though, as the lights went out and the Monaco Grand Prix got underway. Leclerc got away safely from pole as Sainz looked to get the jump on the McLaren of Piastri ahead. Clearly, the Monaco curse mistook the Ferrari for his teammate though, as a few corners later he was straight lining it into the casino square. Still, could be worse. You could be Sergio Perez, who had a very Perez start, then paid for his quali performance by going up the hill alongside Kevin Magnussen. He took inspiration from that boat crash earlier as he caused a 3-car pileup in Sector 1. With Massenet now cosplaying as Hiroshima and Ocon deciding that he wanted to try and put his Alpine in the harbour, we needed another red flag. And you know what? You can have the whole thing this time round. With Netflix rubbing their hands, it was time to go and try this all again. And since not all the cars had made it through Sector 1 before Osama bin Magnussen could do his thing, the field would reset to the qualifying order, which meant Sainz could start second again and Checo could line up 16th. Though I've got a pretty good feeling that could be a challenge. The getaway was much cleaner second time round, with only one car losing positions, and of course that's Daniel Ricciardo. It looked initially that George Russell might have the pace to challenge Norris for 4th, but then he remembered this is Sunday, and so the W15 transforms into a feckless piece of shit. Further down the road, Esteban Ocon received a 10-second penalty for his antics on lap 1. It appeared that the stewards had forgotten that this had taken him out of the Grand Prix though. At the front, Leclerc was leading Piastri and Sainz, as we waited for some pit stops to actually make things rather interesting. Only there was a bit of a problem. As exciting as the opening chaos was, the resulting red flag... No, we've had that already. The resulting red flag allowed everyone to make their mandatory stop. With track position so vital here, that gave everyone the opportunity to just trundle around on this new set of rubber, and by lap 30 even Sky Sports were admitting that they were desperate. Come on Logan, this is practically the only reason you're here, give us a safety car already. Norris gave us a striptease as he wandered towards the wall at Saint-Devote, then Lance Stroll woke us all up when he picked up a puncture in the final sector. Would we finally get that beloved safety car? No, because he's kept his debris within the pit lane and clearly no one's using that today. Lance, this is why everyone f***ing hates you. It took 54 laps before we saw our first ever overtake. Valtteri Bottas slipping a move down the inside at Mirabeau. I don't need to tell you that was on Logan though, do I? Also getting past Sargent was Lance Stroll, and I never thought I'd be cheering him on. I never thought I'd be celebrating a Verstappen overtake either, but the Dutchman was right on the tail of George Russell, and it looked like he might just throw one down the inside, only for his brakes to pull on Australia and force him to drop back. Good luck to the poor soul who has to find highlights for this one, Jesus. The last few laps saw Oscar Piastri's tyres do their best Ayrton Senna impression as the Ferrari of Sainz closed in towards P2. Nothing could be done though, and after a Monaco Grand Prix that was somehow more boring than usual, it at least got a happy ending. Charles Leclerc's brakes have stopped him winning, Charles Leclerc's gearbox has stopped him winning, Charles Leclerc's brain has stopped him winning. But this time the Monaco curse was lifted, and the Monegasque crossed the line to take his first race win since Austria 2022. Damn, has it really been that long? I do my best to defend this place, I really do, but I can't this year, and the only thing this Grand Prix delivered was an alternate method of euthanasia. Death by boredom. I don't know how to fix it, besides putting maybe Kevin Magnussen in every car. Still, at least we have the Indy 500 to look forward to. Oh wait, never mind, the yard of bricks more resembles a lake of bricks right now. So we've had 2 weeks to complain about how mind-numbingly boring the Monaco Grand Prix was, and next, the circus that is Formula 1 heads to Canada, which is arguably not much better. That being said, there is a certain charm that comes with the Gilles Villeneuve circuit, and that's probably the only time I'll use the words charm and Villeneuve in the same sentence today. Hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the Comedy Review, the series that can't stop digging its own hole. Damn, that comment is 2 months old, and yet it's probably the only thing besides my #blessslander video that has aged well this year. If you haven't noticed, I've been on a bit of a mission in these last couple of weeks, that being to take whatever is left of my credibility as a content creator, scrunching it up into a paper ball and throwing it into a model of the World Trade Center while screaming things that I definitely can't get away with on YouTube. We'll get into all of my poor predictions soon enough, but for now, it's the Canadian Grand Prix Comedy Review, and so roll that intro. The circuit Gilles Villeneuve would greet Formula 1 with a sprinkling of God's frozen piss for Friday practice, and with bugger all happening on track, that gives us plenty of time to discuss the news. And maybe that's a relief, as we have a hell of a lot to go over. We kick off with the first of my poor takes. Straight after Monaco, I reported on rumours that Esteban Ocon would be benched for the Canadian Grand Prix. I said at the end of that video that was categorically not going to happen, and in fairness, Ocon is driving this weekend, but he is getting the sack at the end of the season. Esteban's leaving present was getting to step out of the baguette for FP1 and allowing reserve driver Jack Doohan to suffer instead. The other person to benefit from Esty Bestie getting fiery wired was his best friend Pierre Gasly, who seemed deeply upset by the news.
A couple of words on Esteban. What kind of a teammate has he been for you at Alpine?
Yeah.
The like by Pierre Gasly memes made a return for this one as well. Moving away from the French, Red Bull announced that Sergio Perez has been retained for the next 2 years, which almost a week on, I'm still trying to wrap my head around. Oh, and guess who made a video on this too? Red Bull appear to have faith in the Mexican, which will probably last until Q1 when they see the 11 car in the drop zone. Pretty confident on that prediction, you know. We'll return to the driver market later. Before that, we've got some new regulations to discuss. The FIA forgot to do their homework and realised that they still needed to present the 2026 rules. Conveniently, they had a UGE Day crash compilation on in the background, and so just copied a 2006 car, slapped on some active aero, and bish bash bosh. While this might be the first FIA decision since they threw Michael Massey in front of a bus that made fans happy, the teams are less than impressed with this new rule set. If reports are to be believed, the active aero currently can't be turned off manually by the driver, and only when they press the brake pedal. Given it took 6 races for Sauber to make a working wheel gun, and I'm not convinced Lance Stroll knows what brakes are, this is a recipe for disaster. On a serious note, if this is true, all we'll get come 2026 are a bunch of Senna-like accidents, and I get F1 are trying to commemorate his death at every single opportunity right now, but this is a particularly way of going about it. On the subject of let's talk about Daniel Ricciardo. Actually, hang on, let me just brace myself for more pain. Sky Sports has a new pundit this weekend. The directors over there must have thought, I wonder what happens if we get a microphone and hand it to a walking YouTube thumbnail. 1997 world champion Jack Villeneuve is a controversial figure in the paddock, it has to be said. Picture rocket-powered Mohawk, take out the terrorist jokes and replace that with a music career, and we've got our guy. Paired with Danica Patrick, we got to spend the Grand Prix build-up playing Hunt the Brain Cell, and Jack's comments on Daniel Ricciardo have got people particularly riled up. The bald bellend tried to claim that the Honey Badger has never been good and never beaten a teammate in their prime. Clearly Jack has never heard of Narain Carthagena then. Oh wait, he beat him too. Now I'm aware that I'm literally radiating salt right now, but while I'll admit that the last too many years haven't been great, trying to say that Daniel's been a fraud for his entire career just makes me wonder if Villeneuve got access to a TV while he chilled on Epstein's island. Anyway, the FP1 reign appears to have subsided enough now for the 20 drivers to stop being pussies and get out on track. Oh, never mind, that's lasted 5 minutes because Slow's made out with a wall. After this, the drivers went back to being pussies again, meaning poor old Jack Doohan's only session of the weekend was spent participating in an F1 version of Gogglebox in the garage. The closing moments of the session saw a dry track and thus the field re-emerge from the pit lane. With everyone now eager to get some running in, drivers were maybe pushing the boundaries a little bit too far. Daniel Ricciardo being literally washed as he was followed by about half of the grid. These drivers were all out on the soft tyres, so this was kinda to be expected. Sauber, having got one repair job already, thought it was safer just to place the other car of Bottas onto the Inters, though he still managed to cosplay as a ballet dancer at turn 8. Lando Norris was fastest from the 2 Ferraris, which given the limited running meant slightly less than all. Maybe FP2 would be a little bit more representative then. And with more rain on the way, everyone was eager to finally get some track time before Canada's new track surface saw the water turn it into an expensive ice rink. Ferrari wanted to be cautious though, and in the damp conditions opted to place Charles Leclerc on the green-walled intermediates. The FIA decided this was illegal now, and despite pretty much no one realising it was a rule to begin with, haha, let's laugh at Ferrari's strategy like that joke is still funny. Now hang on, why is that Ferrari engineer having sex with Leclerc's car? If you haven't noticed, there really wasn't much going on as far as action was concerned, perhaps best highlighted by the F1 TV crew, who began naming the suicidal groundhogs that also call this circuit home. Now, this is cute and all, but it won't be so cute when Lance Stroll splats Mrs. Hogg across a Heineken advert banner. By this stage, the rain had begun to come down, and our entertainment for the afternoon became one of those dry tyres on a wet track challenges from before TRL Limitless got called a nonce. Everyone was failing at this rather spectacularly, though it still has nothing on W Series attempt from a few years ago. Alex Albon attempted to steal Logan's car for a second time this season, though still entered the session within the top 10. At the very top of the timing sheets though was Fernando Alonso, so thank God I never uploaded an opinion piece on him earlier in the... Oh wait, I did, didn't I? Saturday would open with sunny skies, though rain was looming nearby and would reach the track in a matter of minutes. So FP3 was a flurry of action as the cars benefited from the first proper bit of dry running all weekend. This would be an important session for Slow here, having missed a lot of Friday after hitting the wall. Hang on, that's a different wall, he's done it again, hasn't he? In a weekend where so much is being confirmed on the driver market, this is a great advertisement for a rookie to steal your seat. Like the writing wasn't already on the wall for the new Ronald McDonald here. Meanwhile, there was another weekend where Red Bull had an issue in practice, which appears to never impact them ever again. Max Verstappen had decided that issue lied with the steering this time round, but was still quick enough to navigate his RB20 to P2. The Dutchman wasn't the only one struggling to navigate the chicane, Oscar Piastri taking to the runoff, whilst Albon said "F*** it" and threw his car into the wall properly this time. There were a few more off-track excursions, and McLaren tried to kill Sargent, and Ricciardo almost splat Mrs. Hogg. On the subject of the Honey Badger, actually, he has a new helmet for this weekend, which looks like someone's thrown up on it. Lewis Hamilton would top the session, however, by a fairly decent margin, it has to be said. So, with the British media filling up all of Canada's sperm banks, we got ready to see if this pace was genuine, or if we'd be treated to another sublime performance to P7. Well, I would get to quali and find out, except F1 decided it was time for more driver market news. First up, Yuki Tsunoda signed a new one-year deal with RB, which I said probably wouldn't happen earlier this week, so that's another one for the fraud counter. And Ollie Behrman has apparently signed a deal with Haas for 2025. That one is from the Daily Mail though, and these are the same people who tell you you're more likely to get cancer if you work on a Sunday and if your middle name is Richard. Yeah, maybe let's take that with a pinch of salt then. The Tsunoda news was likely more pressure piled onto Daniel Ricciardo. However, the Aussie had appeared to be the faster of the two RBs going off of practice, and as I clung onto that for dear life, we got ready to set the grid for Sunday. Q1 would open with sunny skies, though rain was looming nearby and would reach the track in a matter of minutes, so every lap in this session had to count. Mercedes set down a marker early on, while the likes of Piastri and the Ferrari struggled to compete. Sergio Perez, meanwhile, backed up his team's faith in him by hanging around in the drop zone, then failing to get out of it by the session's end. This team radio carries more meaning than one, doesn't it? As he played a drum solo on his Halo, the Red Bull driver marked himself out as one of the two big shocks of the session. The other one being that Logan Sargent somehow made it through. Q2 would open with sunny skies, though the rain was looming nearby and would reach the track in a matter of minutes. And now the other Red Bull driver of Max Verstappen was struggling to get into the top 10 shootout. The reigning world champion would make it in the end, but at the expense of the two Ferraris, who had struggled for pace all day and had been sent out on old tyres because maybe this guy was shagging the new ones, who knows at this point. With so many big names out then, that allowed for some surprises in the top 10. Alex Albon and Daniel Ricciardo had made it, but Russell and Hamilton were still leading the way at the top. Lewis, of course, was angry last time out because Russell had the upgrades in Monaco that he had turned down to begin with. He had an equal car this time though, so had nothing to cry about as we got into the last bit of Saturday action. Q3 then would open with sunny skies, though rain was looming nearby and would reach the track in a matter of this rain is f***ing make-believe, isn't it? We wouldn't need any of it for an exciting shootout, however. When Russell led the initial runs from Hamilton and Verstappen, it looked as if the Silver Arrow's pace really was genuine. Only then, the McLaren split the pair, followed by Ricciardo, and that's our indicator for #wash being back, isn't it? Verstappen had been pretty quiet thus far, though looked to be on a very good lap in the closing stages. When he crossed the line, his time was identical to that of Russell's. However, as it turned out, George's sloppy seconds wasn't quite as beneficial as Danny Kvyat's, and the Dutchman was confined to P2 as George had crossed the line first. That meant, by the very slimmest of margins, Crikey Man was on pole for the race on Sunday, with the Briton embracing the meme as Lewis struggled for grip under his own tears and qualified 7th. Hey look, I managed to predict something right in this video at least. Also, hats off to Daniel Ricciardo, who was back, again, qualifying in P5. Let's check in on Jacques Villeneuve, shall we?
Yeah, but sometimes you are wrong.
Yeah, I am often wrong.
Sorry.
How'd you like that, you bold cunt? Race day would open with sunny skies. Nah, I'm kidding, it was pissing it down. The whole field would start on intermediate tyres then, besides the Haas cars who were on wets, but that feels like a typical Haas strategy, so they'll probably be in the wall by turn 2. It would be a fairly even start for everyone off the line, besides Ricciardo of course, who fell back as usual. While the cars tiptoed around the first lap, Leclerc had already encountered an engine issue, and Gasly saw a slow car going for the kill thinking it was Ocon. In reality though, this was Sergio Perez, and that gave him his excuse to be for the next 70 laps. At the other end of the grid, Kevin Magnussen was making his wet tyre strategy actually work, and was soon up into the top 4. Well, I guess that's another one for the counter then. As Logan Sargent ruined his best race start for about a millennia, Fernando Alonso went wide at the final corner and almost gave up 6th to Lewis Hamilton. When the Briton couldn't get by, he found an alternate route around the Aston Martin. With more overtakes in the first handful of laps than there have been in the last 10 Monaco Grand Prix, Magnussen was about to undo his good work when he boxed to find no one ready with fresh intermediate tyres. For everyone else, the dry line was forming, and Daniel Ricciardo continued to repetitively f*** himself as he got a 5-second penalty for a false start. That just makes the fact that he still lost places even more impressive. At the front, George Russell was under pressure from Verstappen in second. The Red Bull was all over the back of the Mercedes, but Max thought he'd give himself a bit more of a challenge by using his immense skill to cock up turn 1. This brought Lando Norris into the equation, who used DRS to get into second, and a lap later to get into the lead. This caused Russell to straight line the chicane, allowing Max through, and I'm hearing breaking news that Toto Wolff has now killed himself. Logan Sargent, meanwhile, had caught up to the back of the pack, which meant it was time for him to hit the wall again. The resultant safety car saw everyone come into the pits, besides Lando Norris, who had done too good of a job in the lead and didn't get in time. When he finally stopped 1 lap later, he emerged in third, meaning we can add the Papaya fan base to the suicide list. Now, they say things come in threes, and that appears to include Ferrari strategies, as there was more rain falling onto the circuit, and Leclerc was now on slick tyres for some reason. A few laps after he'd resumed racing, he was over a minute behind the next car of Hulkenberg. But at least his engine issues were fixed, so I bet he's thrilled. Let's get a Daniel Ricciardo update, and the Aussie was now out of the points, having got unlucky on the strategy. Oh, we love to see it. That said, he's still ahead of Perez though. The track was drying at this stage, and Pierre Gasly was the first car to head onto the slick tyres. It looked like Leclerc was coming in to do the same, but Ferrari just decided enough was enough and ended the Monegasque pain early by retiring the car. Pitting at the right time was crucial here, so you can bet that #wash was about to cock it all up. Lando Norris would gamble by going 2 laps later and almost got ahead, though having tyres colder than a corpse in a morgue wasn't a great plan to stay in the lead. Max kept hold of P1 then, which meant it was time for him to retain the TV viewing figures and make up problems only to go and set the fastest lap of the race. If he did have issues, he could just be catchable then, provided the trio behind don't sit and fight each other. Except that's exactly what they were doing. Further back, the other Red Bull was having real problems. Sergio Perez was in the driving seat for one, and he'd backed it into a wall somewhere. At least his contract is up at the end of the year though. Oh wait, Red Bull wanted Checo to get back to the pits in order to avoid a safety car. Only Carlos Sainz saw this as an opportunity to get back at the people who got him into Formula 1 by wiping out Albon and wiping his name off the Williams 2025 wish list in the process. With Bernd Maylander now earning his paycheck in the safety car, the two Mercedes came in for fresh rubber. We'd go green with 12 laps left to run, Verstappen quickly scampering 2 seconds up the road and attempting to cruise home to the checker. Someone who couldn't cruise home was Oscar Piastri, who was under pressure in third from Crikey Man, who caused a major bother when they went side by side into the final chicane. Russell dropped back behind Hamilton, who I have a feeling won't be giving that spot back for some reason. The Mercs were flying though, for perhaps the first time all year. Both made it past Piastri and were now squabbling together for that final spot on the podium. Yuki Tsunoda was also in the battle at the fringes of the top 10, though lost the rear and fell to the back of the pack with a spin at turn 8. At least he followed the race director's instructions by going the right side of the bollard though. There were no calamities up front however. It may have looked in doubt at points, but Max Verstappen came across the line to take win number 50 of his career, with Norris in second and Crikey Man denying #washed his first non-sprint podium of the season. You know what, I said at the start of this video that Canada wasn't much better than Monaco. Yeah, enough said. That was a hell of a race, and by far the best of the season in 2024. It really was a Grand Prix of what could have been for about half the field. What if Norris hadn't lost out during the first safety car? What if Russell hadn't bottled it as usual? What if Red Bull hadn't re-signed Perez? Maybe they'd not have given up more constructors' points to McLaren and Mercedes. Let me know what you thought of the race in the comments below and in the poll over on my community page. And if you enjoyed the comedy review, be sure to drop it a like and get subscribed for more until someone decides to take my videos to X and get me cancelled like Baldy here this weekend. Well, guess who's sick again? Looks like Team LH weren't joking with their death threats this time. I can barely read the words on this script and feel like I've been run over by an F1 car. Thankfully though, it was only Sergio Perez, as he wasn't going fast enough to cause any long-term damage. You probably couldn't give a damn about that however, neither does the F1 circus, which moved from Canada to Spain for the start of the triple header full of, well, maybe not Max Verstappen domination. The field really seems to have closed up recently, and coming into round 10 of the season, the Ferraris, McLarens, Mercedes and Max Verstappen were all in the mix. That sets us up for an exciting one in Barcelona, so here's your reminder to drop the channel a sub if you end up enjoying the content, and with that, let's get into the comedy review. It's the 2024 Spanish Grand Prix. The 2-week break between Canada and Spain leaves us with plenty to discuss on the news front, but our first story takes us to neither of those places.
let's talk about Silverstone. The British GP venue has clearly borrowed Lewis Hamilton's victim card this week, struggling to secure a sellout crowd for the July event and blaming this on Max Verstappen domination, and not the fact that you need to remortgage your kidney to even use one of their portable toilets. I'll be honest, it has been nice watching the F1 world unite to call out Stuart Pringle's verbal diarrhea, though will it change much? Probably not. Now I'm off to pack my bags for Hungary, which, even including flights and accommodation, is cheaper than me popping down the road. Also in the news, we have an imposter on our hands, as an anorexic Lewis Hamilton was spotted in the fan zone ahead of the weekend. Fair play to this guy though, who managed to fool quite the fan, if this video is anything to go by, even if that did mean sacrificing his hairline. The FIA have pissed people off this week, adjusting their own rules on super licenses to seemingly allow Kimi Antonelli to end Logan Sargent's suffering as early as the summer break. I made a whole video on this last weekend if you're interested, but one thing I forgot to mention was the fact that while Red Bull fans are part of the group crying their salty eyes out over this one, it actually benefits the Milton Keynes-based team, given the amount of young talent bolstering their junior ranks. No, actually, my bad, I forgot the team doesn't use their junior program anymore. They're far too invested in Sergio Perez's palliative care. As we geared up for Friday practice, we were all expecting the news that homeboy Carlos Sainz had given up on a competitive F1 future and signed with Williams for 2025. It appears that announcement has since been delayed, perhaps partly due to Alpine stealing the Spaniards' thunder by whipping out their action replay and signing Flavio Briatore. If you didn't get that reference, turn your attention away from your mother's breast milk so I can spell it out for you. Briatore once ran the Alpine outfit in its Renault guise, until he was booted from the squad and F1 on a whole after allegedly fixing the 2008 Singapore Grand Prix. I'm not sure why I used allegedly there, it was pretty bloody obvious the man was practicing his crash on the formation lap. Anyway, after having his permanent ban lifted many years ago, no team has even risked touching the Italian since. That was until Alpine's desperation hit a new low, and so here we are. At least he appeared to scare their two drivers into actually doing their jobs come Friday, as Gasly secured 4th in FP2, and if you're wondering what happened to first practice, well, all happened, that's what. Okay, that's not strictly true, but it was no different to what we're now used to seeing on a Friday morning. Some issues with traffic, Ricciardo showing off his only bit of pace of the weekend, and the Red Bull drivers complaining about having no pace, except only one of them was telling the truth. Lando Norris would top the session from Verstappen and Carlos Sainz, while FP2 would see Mercedes show their hand as #Bless topped the second hour in his W15. Elsewhere, Valtteri Bottas made a mistake at turn 10, which is apparently due to being blocked by a figment of the Finn's imagination. In fairness to Porridge Man, 2024 sees a new addition to that corner, in the form of a bridge crossing the track just ahead of the braking zone. This should provide some fantastic shots of the cars as they enter the final sector, whilst also acting as a suicide hotspot for Lewis Hamilton fans. Getting back to the action, and Lando Norris would be another to have a scare in the runoff, though it didn't prevent him having another strong session. P3 for his efforts, the papaya outfit really cooking this weekend. That line became rather literal on Saturday morning, as the outfit's motorhome burst into flames ahead of FP3, and on the same weekend as Flavio Briatore's return. Surely that's too convenient to be a coincidence. The strangest thing about this blaze is that while the fire engine was on the scene within minutes, once the final practice session got underway, the emergency services appeared to just stop, returning to tackle the situation once they'd watched FP3. They also turned the Alpine motorhome into a whiteboard, which is probably the most useful they've been all season. The final practice session was a tad more entertaining than Friday's installments, as the 20 best drivers on the planet proceeded to utterly embarrass themselves. Carlos Sainz would please the Spanish crowd by topping the session, but it was his teammate Charles Leclerc who came away with the headlines, feeling blocked by Lando Norris and therefore proceeding to drive into him because that's the normal human response. That came just moments after a similar incident involving Lance Stroll and Lewis Hamilton, though I'm struggling to tell if this is down to stupidity on the Canadian's part or if this is just him performing to the best of his ability. Lance would come out after the incident and practically admit that the clash was on purpose, only for the stewards to award him with a reprimand because he's not Lewis Hamilton. That's what Twitter is saying anyway. With the officials on crack then, we geared up for qualifying, and RB were hoping to build on their strong pace in Canada last time out, bringing a whole host of new upgrades to their car for the weekend. When Daniel Ricciardo's Q1 effort only put him 15th, that wasn't a promising sign, especially as several cars behind still needed to finish their laps. One of those was Yuki Tsunoda, though he'd been trailing his teammate all weekend long. I therefore thought it would be a clever idea to tweet this, which aged about as well as the McLaren motorhome. With no real surprises in the first part of qualifying, besides Sergio Perez actually making it through, Let's get on with Q2. Here it would be the Aston Martins failing to make the cut. Disappointment for Fernando Alonso on his 21st home Grand Prix start, but elation for Alpine, who got both cars through in what for me is the shock of the season so far. As attention turned to the fight for pole though, Max Verstappen appeared to be the man with the advantage. He would lead after the initial runs, though the McLarens and Mercedes were in hot pursuit. When I say McLarens, in reality that was just Norris. Oscar Piastri was busy abusing track limits on his first lap, then went hunting for pace in the gravel on his final attempt. Lando was looking like a major threat though, so much so that Red Bull opted to remind Perez of his contract situation, leading to the Mexican giving a tow to Verstappen. But it wouldn't be enough, as the McLaren was able to hook together the perfect lap and snatch pole from the Dutchman's fingertips, meaning it's time to remind you all how much you slacked me off for this video a few months ago. It was game on then for Sunday, Verstappen getting the better start and going into turn 1 alongside Lando Norris. As they picked their braking points, George Russell appeared to forget what a braking point was, swooping around the outside to take the race lead. Max allowed the Mercedes wet dream to last a handful of laps before he made it past Russell himself, before the Dutch Messiah tootled away into the distance. By lap 7, we'd now had no further overtakes, which meant Sky Sports were busy spotting invisible rain on the horizon. Meanwhile, it appeared there was a problem with the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso. There was nothing visibly wrong with the car, it's just that he was being overtaken by Valtteri Bottas. So with quite literally nothing going on, let's do our weekly Daniel Ricciardo watch. He was running in the points and 9 spots ahead of Tsunoda. We'll just ignore the fact that only one of them had pitted though. Lap 16 would see the first of the leaders pit. George Russell attempted to trigger a series of stops from the cars behind. When Mercedes proceeded to utterly butcher that pit stop, no one paid much notice however. Verstappen would pit a few laps later, with the future of this race now resting on Red Bull cocking this up. Unfortunately, they delivered a 1.9 second stop, and I think that's this one in the bag. Alpine delivered something slightly different when Pierre Gasly's right rear decided it wanted a few extra laps around the circuit to Catalunya. Gotta feel sorry for the mechanic on that one. Reports are already coming in that Briatore's just murdered his entire family. At third race distance, something rather odd happened. We got an overtake. Hamilton barging his way past Sainz, whose subsequent tears forced teams to consider switching to the intermediates. Up at the front though, Lando Norris was finally pitting, losing massive track position around a circuit where it's about as easy to overtake as it is for Justin Timberlake to drive sober. He wasn't going down without a fight though, making it past Sainz, then quickly catching up to the pair of Mercs up the road. Sky made the comment that if the Silver Arrows showed some teamwork, they could hold the McLaren up a bit. A concept I think is funnier than anything I've said in this comedy review. Sure enough, Lando was soon up to second, following a phenomenal battle with Russell, and fair play, this actually woke me up. The gap to leader Verstappen continued to fall over the next 10 laps, until the Dutchman pitted with 20 tours still to go. A handful later and Norris was in, just coming out ahead of George Russell, and now hunting down Verstappen for the win. As all this was going on, we had a change for the final spot on the podium, Hamilton getting one on the outside of his teammate, in a move that was particularly impressive when you remember just how much the team were apparently sabotaging his car this season. Meanwhile, it was looking like we were set for a second year of the Spanish Grand Prix, giving us no retirements and not even a single yellow flag. It appeared this was just down to the track firing all of its marshals, when no yellows were presented for Albon's interesting line through turn 4 here. What about that scrap for the lead though? Well, given we're cutting to the final lap, that pretty much gives you your answer, doesn't it? Verstappen took the victory with a comfortable margin to Norris and Hamilton behind, and shout out to Sergio Perez by the way, who just about beat off the Alpines on the final lap. You truly are f***ing aren't you? I can't tell whether I enjoyed this race or not in the end. I think the best way to gauge how interesting a Max victory is to look at how many times Sky mentioned the non-existent weather about to hit the circuit. I've been documenting that over on my Twitter, my counter getting up to 5, meaning we had a mention on average every 13 laps or so. Yeah, we've had far better Grand Prix this season, but on the bright side, it does set us up for an exciting second half of the year. McLaren look just as quick as Red Bull now, and with Austria coming up next week, I think we're in for an absolute thriller. Let me know what you thought of the race down in the comments and in the poll over on my community page. And if you enjoyed the comedy review, be sure to drop it a like and get subscribed, as I'll be covering every race this season right here on the channel. Now, I don't know about you, but there's something about Austria that's just iconic. Be it the landscapes, the schnitzels, the artists, and then there's the Austrian Grand Prix. The 4.3km Red Bull Ring is one of just a handful of circuits F1 can host a sprint weekend at, without F1 Twitter picking up their Lando Norris-shaped dildos in protest.
And according to them, the real thing is on the verge of mounting a title challenge against Max Verstappen. So we were set up for a thriller here. Hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the Comedy Review, the show that tries to figure out why Sky Sports F1 called Lance Stroll's extension breaking news. The 11th round of the 2024 championship takes the series to the Styrian Hills in Austria. And as usual, we've got a ton of stuff to cover here. So don't forget to drop us a sub to help the channel grow, and let's get into the Comedy Review. It's the 2024 Austrian Grand Prix. So we kick off the news with the return of Red Bull's Titan-esque implosion, because we're not bored out of our f***ing skulls enough with that yet, are we? There's a classic F1 parade going on at the Austrian Grand Prix this weekend, and former F1 driver Jos Verstappen was scheduled to drive the 2012 Red Bull RB8 at the event. Not on Christian Horner's watch though. Jos claimed that several sources had told him that Christian would stop at nothing to prevent Verstappen even sitting in that race car. Those several sources now appearing to be verified as Jos Verstappen's arsehole. Christian would defend himself, claiming he had nothing to do with the allegations, and as of time of recording, no WhatsApp messages have been leaked to prove otherwise. It has, however, created a huge amount of distraction behind what should be the team's home race, with senior advisor and chief pirate Helmut Marko claiming the team needed to shift its focus and concentrate more on the sporting side of things. Just to put into context how ridiculously childish this whole situation has got, Helmut Marko is now the most grown-up person in the room. The world has gone f***ing mental. Also in the news, we've had a few more jigsaw pieces locked into place in the 2025 driver market, after Lewis Hamilton table-flipped said jigsaw at the start of the season. Pierre Gasly may have wanted out of Alpine, but the sad truth is, a bit like Christian Horner, no one else wants him. He's therefore signed a multi-year deal with Team Baguette and in turn taken out life insurance for when they inevitably send him into a drug-fueled depression and suicide. The other big shock landed at Aston Martin, where Lance Stroll is keeping his seat, in the joke that wasn't even funny in 2021 and now just makes me want to ram my head into an oven. Anyway, while I go and do that, FP1 at Austria was getting underway, and it appeared Max Verstappen's RB20 didn't get that memo, as it trundled to a halt on the pit straight in the move that, according to his father Jos Verstappen, is Christian Horner's fault. The stoppage and subsequent red flag wouldn't deter the Dutchman, however, as he was allowed to be wheeled back into the pits and returned a short time later to top the session in the closing moments. If this glitch could return the race, however, that would do my watch time several favours. Cheers. Verstappen's championship rival Lando Norris was feeling a little under weather coming into this one, while this McLaren had also been diagnosed with syndrome as it understeered off into the turn 4 gravel. Mercedes' opening session wasn't going much better, both cars making friends with their fellow backmarkers as they entered the sole practice hour in 5th and 8th for Hamilton and Russell respectively. Given this point in the weekend is usually the fastest the team ever gets, I'll just remind myself to check out Twitter the moment they failed to make it through Q2. We'd have to suffer through sprint quali first though, and I'd rather spend as little time as possible covering this, with Yuki Tsunoda entering the final corner backwards after no one told him about the FIA's new deterrent for exceeding track limits, and despite all that, the Japanese midget was still faster than Daniel Ricciardo. The Aussie was confined to 16th on the grid then, with the other shock being down in the Williams pit. They had the dilemma of having to pay Logan Sargent's engineers for overtime after the American made it out of SQ1 and beat off his teammate Alex Albon. No, I meant beat out there, didn't I? That charming image aside, let's get on with SQ2, which saw Logan return to form and ending up last, being joined by both Aston Martins, who continued their trend of being absolutely f***ing shit. On a brighter note, both Alpines are in the top 10, meaning the boys at Enstone might actually see their children tonight. All besides maybe Esteban Ocon, of course, partly because the mini Esty besties are still held up in his loins, and partly because his selective hearing kicked in during SQ3. That disrupted several drivers on their final laps, but it could always be worse. You could be Charles Leclerc, whose Ferrari would overdose and grind to a halt in the pit lane. The car would refire just in time for him to miss out on starting his final lap by just a couple of seconds, though at least the team appeared to have a handle on things. Nah, who am I kidding? Leclerc showed better knowledge of their car than they did. Up at the front though, the McLarens were leading the way, before Verstappen hit on the afterburners and edged Lando Norris by a tenth of a second. Also, I love how the F1 TV guys aren't even cutting to Perez in these anymore. He was 7th and 1.3 seconds off the pace. Max may have edged the field on Friday, but Saturday could be a completely different story. With the drivers on the DRS for what feels like 99% of the lap, the McLarens behind had a really good shot at taking the fight to Red Bull. provided they didn't squabble with one another, of course. I really hope they don't squabble with one another. Please don't squabble with one another. For f***'s sake. Long before that, the cars were ready for lights out, except that didn't happen straight away. Some suicidal photographers lined up in a spot at turn 1 where they shouldn't be, and thus forcing an aborted start to the sprint. While they were taken away to be court-martialed and shot, Verstappen made a great getaway while everyone made it through the opening corners unscathed, and Daniel Ricciardo dropped like the f***ing Hindenburg. Verstappen looked like he'd built a gap out front, but Lando Norris wasn't going down without a fight, even forcing the Dutchman to remember what a defensive line was. Come lap 5, Lando radioed into his team to ask what a braking zone was, as he made a frankly ridiculous dive and snagged the lead into turn 3. This lasted about as long as his first wank, however, as Verstappen latched onto the Brit slipstream and took advantage of the 4-car celebrations to in turn catch him off guard and regain P1. That left Norris in the clutches of his own teammates, who swooped around the outside, demoting Lando to second and making all the 10-year-olds very upset indeed. The McLaren squabbling was music to the ears of Max Verstappen, who left them on their playdate as he sailed off up the road, never to be seen again. That was pretty much it for the sprint in the end, besides the rare sights of a Mercedes making an overtake and a Haas being a menace to society, yet not being Kevin Magnussen. Nico Hülkenberg was eventually penalised for attempting to put Fernando Alonso out of his misery, and while I think it was a bit harsh, Danny Ric gained 2 spots out of it, so thank you FIA stewards. But with one half of the weekend secured for Verstappen then, we all got ready to do it again. Several teams making adjustments to their setups in preparation for Grand Prix qualifying on Saturday afternoon. RB perhaps made the most drastic change, swapping out the fun-loving Yuki Tsunoda with an ableist Bellend, who started his Q1 by calling Guan Yu Zhou how do I get away with this? Hey Google, how do I say late in French? Yeah, that's it. Look, I know I've been referring to him as slow all season long, but that wasn't quite the angle I had in mind. Anyway, Yuki's newfound love for the French language would land him in hot water with the FIA, and it also wouldn't help his pace as he was later embarrassed by Ricciardo in Q2. The rest of qualifying would go pretty much as you'd usually expect. Stroll and Sargent returned home, and Verstappen blitzed the field by nearly 0.4 of a second. As if that wasn't bad enough, we were talking about track limits again, the FIA deciding to remove this lap time from Pierre Gasly, though it didn't really look like they needed to, whilst this was enough to send Piastri from 3rd to 7th. At least Charles Leclerc would be free of the technical gremlins that played his sprint quali earlier in the weekend. Unfortunately, his brain was also free, and he went and did this. That takes us into Sunday, and as the lights went out, it was a clean and even start from the top 2. The same couldn't be said for poor old Charles Leclerc, who was promptly assassinated by Piastri and forced into the pits at the end of lap 1. Sergio Perez had gotten an assist in that incident, but soon turned on his papaya friend by the time the cars reached turn 4. The stewards deemed this to be absolutely fine, but Perez did end up with side pod damage, providing him with his excuse to be shit for the afternoon. Up at the front though, Verstappen was streaming away, which must have been prophesied by the Sky commentary box, as they'd mentioned the apparent 10% risk of invisible rain as early as the formation lap. Over in Leclerc lands, the Ferrari man was being passed by the Williams of Alex Albon. He then boxed for a second time after just 15 laps on the hards, and I've not checked Twitter, but I'm assuming CF Racing has just killed himself. Slow's day wasn't going much better. He'd started from the pit lane and then got a punt from Fernando Alonso, who appeared to have switched to Stroll tactics in an attempt to re-find his form this season. Dementia was also kicking in for Sergio Perez, who continued to contribute to McLaren's constructors' tally by speeding in the pit lane and picking up a penalty. That risked putting him in and around the 2 Alpines, which is not where any driver wants to be. Esteban Ocon trundling around and driving like a drunk at F1 Arcade. I think this tweet sums it up best. Watching Gasly Ocon is like watching Senna Prost, except their ass. You're probably wondering what was going on at the front of the field. Well, I think I can sum it up in just 2 words. F*** all. That was the case before Verstappen's final stop on lap 52. He'd pulled out a 7-second lead up to this point, which was maybe a good thing, as according to Jos Verstappen, Red Bull stuck Christian Horner on his rear left wheel. That stuck Lando right on Verstappen's arsehole and gave us the final third of the race full of 2 fully grown men crying as soon as the other one breathed funny. Matters got desperate when Norris gave himself the objective of sending Max to meet his fans in the grandstands at turn 3. This was probably the first time we've seen Verstappen under pressure since 2021, but the Dutchman clearly hadn't forgotten how to be a as he took the approach of if I can't win, then no one can. When Norris dived round the outside, Verstappen drifted wide, expecting the McLaren to just disappear. When Norris didn't disappear, the two made contact, Verstappen suffering a puncture on the spot, and Norris getting a few more corners before his rear tyre gave up being alive as well. This race had just been blown wide open. With Lando out and Verstappen down in 5th with a pointless 10-second penalty he still felt the need to complain about, George Russell was now sat happy in the lead, and he'd stay there, crossing the line after 71 laps to take his second career win, with Piastri and Sainz rounding out the podium. Shout out as well to Daniel Ricciardo, who actually had a strong race in P9, and Sergio Perez, who continued to prove why he's the man for that Red Bull seat by finishing behind the Haas of Hulkenberg. What did I think of this one then? Well, we certainly weren't short of action, that's for sure. And like many Austrian Grand Prix in the past, it was a bit of a slow burner as far as the battle for the lead was concerned. When it kicked off though, it really did, and fair play to Mercedes, who were there to pick up the pieces when Verstappen turned terrorist. It remains to be seen how the previous bromance between Max and Lando will fare after that. Norris has said it depends on Max taking responsibility for his actions, but if I'm honest, I don't think responsibility lies in the Dutchman's vocabulary. Maybe him and his dad will find a way to pin it all on Horner, who knows. Let me know what you thought of this one down in the comments below and over in the poll on my community page. And if you enjoyed the comedy review, be sure to get subscribed as I'll be covering every single race here in 2024 and beyond. Silverstone is next, and the home of British bias is sure to bring excitement as well. So stay tuned for the comedy review on that next weekend. So I need to start this video with a bit of an apology. In last week's comedy review, I made a comment that accidentally set off people's Google Home devices and made them read out the ableist slur I was trying to avoid in the first place. Now, this was obviously a complete accident and was never my intention. So with that said, I'm sorry. Now, hey Google, what's 2 goals, 1 cup? Last weekend in Austria saw a huge turning point in the 2024 championship, where, much to the disappointment of #Blessed fans, Max Verstappen isn't in fact racist. He just doesn't like being overtaken. McLaren have literally tweeted Sky Sports' analysis of the incident, whilst fans have been breaking new boundaries on the xenophobia in the days since. So I guess it's quite fitting that the sport now heads to Great Britain, who I think do that best. Hey there guys, I'm Will, welcome to FP1 and the Comedy Review, the show that has more chance of being here in 2025 than Daniel Ricciardo. Yeah, f*** you. F1 heads back home this weekend for the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, where 19 world-class drivers and Lance Stroll do battle around some of the most famous corners in motorsports, surrounded by the most passionate fans and spectators. Now, who am I kidding? We were priced out ages ago. This bumbling bell end aside, after the chaos of Austria, Lando Norris was looking to bounce back at his home event, and with McLaren going strong here in 2023, it would be game on for Sunday. We have a lot to dive into then, so don't forget to drop the channel a sub if you end up enjoying the video, and with that out of the way, let's get into the comedy review. It's the 2024 British Grand Prix. First up in the news, we have to go back to Austria, where there was outcry after Lando Norris received Driver of the Day, despite ending his Grand Prix by shitting half of his McLaren out over the Red Bull ring. Not to generalise, but I've seen the majority of the backlash come from Verstappen fans, which I find rather ironic as you gave your guy the award in Qatar 2016, even though his gearbox went nuclear on lap 28. There are far bigger fish to fry anyway, as Haas announced it was taking on an F2 rookie for the first time since... oh boy, Ollie Behrman's signing came as no surprise whatsoever, though while he impressed for Ferrari back in Jeddah, his performances in Formula 2 this season have been about as exciting as Lance Stroll talking dirty. Behrman wasn't the only one making waves in the driver market, as there were rumours circulating around Red Bull as well, and for once, they had nothing to do with Sergio Perez. Nah, I'm joking, of course they did. I always thought the Mexican Day of the Dead lasted for exactly that, a day. But when it comes to Checo's career, the celebrations have been going on for many months now. Despite the Mexican signing a new contract earlier this season, it now appears that his spot in the team is far from guaranteed. It appears Red Bull are so desperate they're willing to throw Daniel Ricciardo in the car, because Yuki Tsunoda's f***ing invisible apparently. Newer murmurings have suggested that Liam Lawson will now get a test in the RB20 following this weekend's action in Silverstone, painting a stark similarity to the saga last year with Daniel and... do we even remember this guy's name anymore? Checo needs to pull out all the stops this weekend then, and that would start in first practice. Actually, no, it wouldn't, as he's been benched for a French person. F2 Red Bull Jr. Isaac Hadjar did a good job filling in for the Mexican, however, trying to kill Norris, then setting the 19th fastest lap time. The Frenchman would be one of a host of rookies filling in during FP1. Behrman was in the Haas, Doohan at Alpine, and Argentine Franco Colapinto made his debut for Williams, hilariously being forced to drive around with a massive f***off Union Jack behind him. That was one of 2 special liveries for the British Grand Prix, Red Bull deciding just not to clean its car after they shot dead the mechanic who slowed up Verstappen's stop in Austria. Back to the on-track action, and Tsunoda would bring out a brief red flag when he fell out of his booster seat on the exit of Brooklands, while Norris would survive the Red Bulls this time and top the opening hour. He'd stay there when FP2 rolled around a few hours later, and the drivers started to push the limits. Ferrari were also looking quick, after they began straight-lining corners, and Pierre Gasly was also flirting with the boundaries on his qualifying runs, which were ultimately pointless as he'd been given a 50-place grid penalty for the race on Sunday. And no, that's not an over-exaggeration. All else happened in the afternoon session, so let's jump to FP3. And Daniel Ricciardo attempting to mow down his critics in the pit lane. Why exactly he did this when the track was wet and those tyres were about to be put in the blankets anyway, I really have no idea. As a Danny Rick simp, it's my duty to find an excuse though. Maybe he'd picked up some of Checo's leftover career and was just trying to shake it off a bit. Speaking of Perez, he went for a spin in the treacherous conditions. Sorry, wait, that's Verstappen, force of habit. The Dutchman's ex-teammate, Pierre Gasly, would do one better, however, losing the rear into Vale and beaching his car in the gravel trap, giving us our second red flag of the weekend. As we got into the last 20 minutes of FP3, the weather took a turn for the worse, or in the words of Sky Sports' David Croft, the rain was getting a bit more plinky-plonky, because we're all 5 f***ing years old apparently. The plinky-plonky rain meant we saw no more meaningful action, leaving us with a British top 3 of Russell, Hamilton and Norris, and the track getting even more slippery thanks to the ejaculate of the home crowd. With that spur on Woody here in qualifying though, on what was already a challenging weekend for the Briton, having watched the Conservatives' majority join Jay Slater on the police's missing persons records. Well, a further dash of plinky-plonky rain at the start of Q1 threatened to throw the whole grid into disarray. Sergio Perez continued to show why he should be kept on by Red Bull when he tried emulating his teammate Max Verstappen's racing lines. The 2021 Cops approach probably isn't one of the Dutchman's best, however. This saw the Mexican beached, Christian Horner dig out the shredder, and Logan Sargent out-qualify the 11 car for the 3rd time out of 12 this season. Let that put it into context for you. With rain now falling, laps were crucial. A message that clearly didn't get to Max Verstappen, who went to go pick up his teammates, ripping his floor to bits in the process. The shocks would continue to come in Q2, as Charles Leclerc failed to make the cut, and Mercedes began to properly show their hand. With Max Verstappen now out of the equation with damage, the battle for pole seemed to be between the pair of Silver Arrows and Lando Norris. It was George Russell that narrowly edged the field off the initial runs in Q3, only for his time to be eclipsed by teammate Lewis Hamilton. Since Mercedes are apparently racist, however, this wasn't allowed to happen, and Russell came by to demote his Ferrari-bound teammate to second, snatching his second pole position of the season. With Lando slotting ahead of Verstappen and into P3, this marked the first time Britain locked out the top 3 in qualifying since 1968. That race marked Jim Clark's final Grand Prix before his date with a tree, so with that rather concerning omen now looming over the paddock, we got ready for an enticing Grand Prix on Sunday. Race day would open with a teaser for the new F1 film starring Brad Pitt, titled F1. Top marks for imagination on that one. In the film's defense, what we've seen so far is pretty class, so if you want influencers for the premiere, my contact details is on the screen now. Let's get to the actual race then, and it would be an even start from the top 2, Russell holding the lead from Hamilton while Verstappen snuck past Norris for 3rd. Further back, there was contact between Alonso and Albon, the latter reporting a loss of pressure in his rear tyres, though still being quick enough to pass Sargent, whose car was stripping for some reason. With it being a fairly quiet beginning to affairs, it wasn't long before the R word was on the lips of Sky commentary. For clarity, I'm talking about rain, not Yuki Tsunoda's word for slow here. Team radio was rife with weather predictions, some claiming it was 25 minutes away, others that it would arrive on lap 16, and McLaren saying it was already here. Clearly they're f***ing blind then, aren't they? God's piss would actually arrive on lap 15, just as Norris was closing in on the back of Verstappen, which bodes well. The McLaren would actually make it past in one piece this time, slotting down the inside into Stowe. 2 laps later and the other McLaren of Piastri would make it by, which was making the British population rather happy. One message I received from a friend read, "I hope Verstappen gets run through like a German hooker." The race at the very front was coming alive as well, Hamilton using the DRS to move past his teammate and into the lead, but the rain was coming down hard, and soon enough the Mercs were taking part in synchronised cocking up, both running wide and allowing the pair of McLarens to catch up. It wasn't long before Norris moved into the lead, with Piastri making it Papaya 1-2, while a few cars further back were now taking a gamble on intermediates. This turned out to be the completely wrong decision, so it won't surprise you that Charles Leclerc and Ferrari were at the heart of it. Perez was also on this strategy, but he was a lost cause and getting lapped anyway. This was only compounded when the rain dried up and the DRS was re-enabled on lap 24. We weren't out of the woods yet, however, with a far bigger patch of weather on the way. Picking the right time to pit was crucial, the Mercedes opting to double stack their cars, while McLaren left Piastri out for one more lap. This took the Australian from 2nd to 6th, while Verstappen took advantage of the chaos to slip onto the rostrum places as well. Norris still led the way though, with Hamilton in hot pursuit. Pole sitter Russell wasn't too far behind, that was until his silver arrow started running out of water. And this weekend continues to write my material for me. For the remaining drivers, the sun was now coming out, Hamilton announcing this to the team over the radio, as if it wasn't obvious just by using your eyes. Guess we'll just put that down to preparation for the Ferrari strategy team. It was soon time for the slicks then, and Lewis's initiative might just have paid off, boxing a lap early onto the softs whilst Norris was left on the wrong tyre, compounding his bottle job by putting his front jackman into a wheelchair. With a slow stop for the McLaren, Hamilton made the undercut work, retaking the race lead with 12 laps left on the clock. That looked to be it then, though this race had one more twist in the tail, as Max Verstappen had remembered how to be Max Verstappen again. The Dutchman had strapped on the medium tyre, which for the DTS fans out there would be slower but last longer than the softs bolted onto the pair of Brits in front, and as those soft tyres began to write their suicide notes, the Red Bull was on the charge, soon catching up to and passing Norris for second on the road. Hamilton was still 3 seconds clear and had 4 laps left remaining, but it was game on. The Dutchman would get closer and closer, but it wouldn't be enough. Lewis Hamilton, at the age of 39, crossed the line to take a 9th win at the British Grand Prix. Great, now Team LH won't shut the up, will they? Further back, let's give a shout out to Hulkenberg, who took his second 6th place in a row, and in turn has scored more points in the last 2 races than Sergio Perez has in the last 6. Since we're on the subject, where did he end up? Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Checo. This then was a cracker of a race, and you can scream British bias into the void all you like. We had everything here. Changeable conditions, a 5-car battle for the win, and the Logan Sargent P11. If this is what we have to look forward to for the remainder of the season, then bring it on. Logan's still probably going to end up in IndyCar by the summer break though. Regular viewers of the channel will know that despite my heritage, I'm not the biggest Lewis Hamilton fan out there, but it is nice to see the Briton claim one more win, especially at his home circuit. Because let's be honest, Ferrari are about to butt him into hell, aren't they? Monaco without the walls. That's the name that's been attached to the Hungarian Grand Prix for as long as I can remember, and I feel it's a little bit unfair nowadays given the race has actually been rather interesting as of late. With the sport coming off the hopium of back-to-back Mercedes victories, delusion was rife as the sport headed to Budapest and the 13th round of the 2024 season. Despite the circuit looking like it was preparing for powerboat racing on Wednesday afternoon, temperatures were expected to soar for the Grand Prix weekend, throwing tyre strategy and Haas's hopes for 3rd consecutive points finish well and truly out of the window. With the heat expected to reach peaks of 35 degrees, guess it's a good thing I, as the world's whitest man, hadn't picked this to be my only live round of the season. Oh wait. This week's driver news kicks off at Haas, who announced they'd be dropping Kevin Magnussen at the end of the season, an announcement that maybe surprised about 3 people. Rumours were also swirling around Red Bull, with Sergio Perez, despite signing a 2-year deal ahead of the Canadian Grand Prix, realising that said 2-year deal was copied from McLaren's IndyCar HR office. The biggest news of the week, though, had to be that future Ferrari teammates Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton allowed their dogs to meet each other for the first time in the paddock. Apparently Christian Horner wanted to join the party as well, but Daniel Ricciardo didn't qualify. While all this was going on, I was on a mission not to get touched up by Heathrow security, and upon achieving that, got to the departure lounge just in time to realise my flight was delayed due to the power of God or some In hindsight, given this was just a day before the CrowdStrike chaos, I actually got pretty lucky. Anyway, I would touch down an hour and a half behind schedule and hop in a cab ride to my accommodation for the weekend. Also on the subject of said cab ride, I'm starting to realise that the speed limits over here are apparently more like suggestions. This guy was literally doing double while ironically on the phone to a guy whose contact claimed he was the police. With it now being 2 in the morning, it was just a short sleep before we hopped into another kamikaze cab, walked up a hill and arrived at the circuit. just in time for FP1 to get underway. I'm not too sure how much we can really take away from this one, given some teams spent it with the blue screen of death, Sainz topped the session for Ferrari, and Slow was something like 5th. The Saubers were sporting a raft of new upgrades, and I think raft is quite an appropriate word given that the future Audis handle like that boat that blocked the Suez Canal. They weren't the only team sporting new parts in the Budapest heat, Red Bull giving only Verstappen a new engine cover, as it seemed far more sensible just to wait until Perez breaks his current one. Aston Martin also brought improvements to its AMR24, running them on Alonso's car during opening practice, which made the Spaniard want to kill himself. We'd hope for a more representative session during FP2, as Lando Norris gave the 5-year-old some false hope by topping the session in his McLaren. The Briton has a new helmet design for this weekend, modelled after the Hungarian Grand Prix trophy he vandalised last year, as perhaps a reminder not to lose his head at any point over the weekend. Let's hope that doesn't age poorly later on. As the Papaya cars look set to challenge at the front, things were going less well for Charles Leclerc, taking aim at the marshals on the exit of Turn 4, who were spared thanks to Qatar Airways, who are the proud sponsors of this video. No, I'm joking, that would have been quite a cool segue though, wouldn't it? That crash served as inspiration for Slow, who almost did the same thing and put Sergio Perez out of his misery. Also, I love how, according to the Chinese driver, this was apparently Checo's fault. That ended Friday's action and took us forward into a much cooler and therefore much needed Saturday. Norris continued to show form by topping FP3, Oscar Piastri coming in close behind in P2. With nothing really happening here, I took the opportunity to venture out of my grandstand and join the peasants, general admission in the hills surrounding the Hungaroring circuit. Apologies, I'd let my inner Liberty media get out a bit there. That gave me some stunning new angles to watch Lewis Hamilton stack it in the final sector, and this seems like the perfect time to plug my photography Instagram, which I've resurrected for the time being and is down in the description below. Drop it a follow please so it looks less like an embarrassment. Getting back to the action, and Charles Leclerc's Ferrari had been rebuilt following his Friday excursion into the wall, the Monegasque proceeding to almost do it again in his first flying lap of the session. While the Italians had seemingly returned to looking like feckless morons, their compatriots over at RB were having a much better morning. Yuki Tsunoda flying into P9 and Danny Rick ending up even higher up the board in P6. At least, according to Checo, he's back on form, and this won't put his seat at risk. Oh, never mind, the Mexican Minister of Delusion is 13th. Things really had to improve come qualifying, which looked set to have an extra element when talk of oncoming rain began to spread around the paddock. But this was a beautiful summer's day. It was 30 degrees, and David Croft had probably just been spiked again. But I hadn't brought a waterproof, so of course it f***ing rained, at what seemed to be just the final corner where I was sitting. On the bright side, that was going to make Q1 a lot more interesting, particularly so when Logan Sargent got out of the drop zone and the rest of the field found themselves under a lot more pressure. Daniel Ricciardo appeared to be the big name at risk, and with rumours rife that the Australian could replace Sergio Perez from the Dutch Grand Prix in a month's time, Checo had to ensure the Honey Badger remained in that drop zone. That's the only explanation I could find for the Mexican driving like a pisshead, rear-ending it into the wall and bringing out the red flag at a point where rain began to intensify. Either that, or this guy's even more of a f***ing clown than we originally thought. Oh, and if you're wondering where the meme's gone, let's be real, it was f***ing annoying, and no one really likes it anyway. Happy now? Let's move on. The session would resume, but now parts of the track were significantly damper than they were before. Somehow that didn't stop drivers finding more time in the closing moments, Ricciardo saving himself by topping the session, while Sergio fell down to P16. Not that he'd be able to continue anyway, given his RB20 now resembles the back of John F. Kennedy's head. Alpine also found themselves in the drop zone as the team forgot that drying tracks tended to improve lap time, the French team's performance being almost as embarrassing as whatever the f*** Mercedes were playing at. They opted to underfuel George Russell, then acted shocked when he ran out of fuel. That left the Austrian Grand Prix winner down in 17th for Sunday, and left another Austrian rather unhappy on the pit wall. That's okay at least, the tote bag here loves to go on about his no blame policy. Oh, I don't remember much about Q2, partially due to me suffering with suspected heat stroke, and partially because f*** all happened. Hamilton was almost knocked out by the Hulk, but the German opted to instead line up 11th on the grid, next to the man he's sent to the job centre for next year. That takes us on to Q3 then, and in a session that was so often dominated by Red Bull and Max Verstappen, here's the crowd's reaction when the Dutchman entered this run behind the McLarens in P3.
Yellow sector 2. Oh! Yuki!
So remember when I said Tsunoda was flying earlier? Well, now he was, just not quite so figuratively. Great marketing for F1 though, good job Yuki. Japanese pilots have a bit of a history when it comes to crashing, but this latest incident left the red flag out for a second time, and oh boy, here we go again. The chaos was only just beginning, however, as despite the session not being officially over, the Aston Martins were pulled into Parc Ferme. The warning signs really kicking off when Brad Pitt emerged from the car in front. Alonso here had actually stumbled upon a film set, who had somehow mistaken his green Aston Martin for one of the black Apex GP cars, maybe because it's so f***ing slow. Since Alonso was now in the process of getting out of his car, he was eliminated from taking part in the last minutes of qualifying, causing the Spaniard to strip in frustration. Back on the track, everyone was attempting to get one more run out of these now slightly suicidal soft tyres. The only car to improve was Ricciardo, who jumped ahead of the two-wheeled Tsunoda and into P9. That left pole to the man who had topped the session prior to Yuki's crash. That man being Lando Norris, meaning we had all night to theorise just how he'd throw a surefire win away this time. As the lights went out on Sunday, we got our answer relatively quickly. A poor start, dropping the Briton behind teammate Piastri and making him go side by side with Verstappen, which ended about as well as you might think. Max went off the road, then used his 3 AM Assetto Corsa lines to rejoin the track ahead of Lando. This created a bit of back and forth on the Dutchman's radio, race engineer GP suggesting the Dutchman hand the place back, receiving just a series of beeps in reply. Verstappen would eventually relent P2, but as you'll soon find out, this was far from over. Lap 17 saw Lewis Hamilton make his first stop for Mercedes, in doing so triggering an undercut which Red Bull either missed or ignored, as when they boxed 5 laps later, Hamilton was clear into a provisional P3. That Mercedes is still a distant relative to the spine-breaking W13 to the past though, and Verstappen was soon enough on the Silver Arrow's tail again. We were back in 2021 then, Hamilton v Verstappen and Max acting like a whiny little bitch. That can happen though when you game till 3 in the morning. How many Dutch fans are still here, do we reckon? Max's chance appeared to come on lap 35 when Lewis locked up into the first corner. The Red Bull pounced around the outside of turn 2, only for Verstappen's wheel to disconnect, and his race radio appearing to sound even more like Morse code. Red Bull could have saved the situation by triggering an undercut once again when it came round to their second round of pit stops, except they didn't do that and just allowed Mercedes to box Lewis first again. Is it just me or does Hannah Schmidt's name sound a little bit too German to you? With the Orange Army now confuzzled with that conspiracy theory, let's turn our attention to the pair of McLarens out front. Oscar Piastri doing a storming job out in the lead and not looking like he's shitting himself whatsoever. That tiny incident aside, it appeared as if the Aussie's first proper F1 win was his to lose, or the McLaren strategy teams as it turned out. Lap 46 saw them make the rather peculiar choice of boxing Norris first, in a move described as covering off Lewis Hamilton, who was 8 seconds behind. With Lando now having a supreme advantage, the team needed to pit Piastri ASAP in order to avoid things getting rather awkward. Except they didn't do that and left him out for 2 further laps, and now this is going to get interesting, isn't it? So now McLaren were on a mission to themselves. Let's return to Max Verstappen, who was back on the tail of Hamilton and driving like 2021 Valtteri Bottas. The Dutchman appeared to forget turn 1 existed, lock up and drive straight into Hamilton, removing him from podium contention and making the reigning world champion rather angry. With GP now signed off on mental health leave, let's turn to the other radio drama happening down at McLaren. Will Joseph promising Lando as many special favours as he wanted if he'd let Piastri through and re-establish the original order. Funnily enough, Lando didn't want to do that, claiming he was in the championship battle, which will probably end up as the funniest joke in this comedy review. Admittedly, Piastri wasn't necessarily doing himself any favours either, needing to catch up to Norris, but instead going on a grand expedition into the Budapest gravel traps in the final sector. With matters getting desperate, Lando was told that the team would confiscate his Xbox for a week if he didn't let his teammate through. And that was enough to convince the Briton to give up his second F1 win to allow Oscar to take his first. Hamilton rounding out the podium in a race that was so enthralling from start to finish. When exactly did Gasly retire? Let's start with the Lewis-Max incident, the stewards eventually ruling that while Hamilton could have done more to avoid the Red Bull missile streaming down the inside, the crash was still just a racing incident, leaving Twitter to do their thing and argue till the end of time. What's far more interesting to me about all this was Max's response in the interview pen post-race. He claimed that Hamilton moved under braking and how that wasn't allowed. Comments which went down about as well as if I made a video titled Top 10 Fatal F1 Crashes. Though seriously, I've genuinely lost so many brain cells listening to this, I now know what it must feel like to be Charles Leclerc. The McLaren chaos, on the other hand, is even more embarrassing, as quite frankly, it shouldn't have even happened in the first place. Norris acted like a man-child afterwards, throwing his hat on the floor in the cool-down room and triggering Lewis Hamilton's post-Rosberg stress disorder. After the podium ceremony, he appeared to have cooled off, claiming that he would have always made that move and that sometimes you've just got to put yourself in the other guy's shoes. I'm not sure he realises that team radios are played out on the public feed. It's a huge shame, really, that this all ends up taking away from a superb first victory for Oscar Piastri. I do wonder what would have happened if both these guys were gunning for their first win, though. But this video is already too long for that kind of speculation, and quite frankly, I'm f***ing tired. What I will say, though, is if you haven't visited the Grand Prix before, bloody well do it. I'm not even being sponsored this year to say that. This was a particularly mental weekend, so as I head home and begin to dream about you all liking and subscribing, I can do so in the peace that this chaos is finally over. Oh, f***.
Pronto, FP1 Will, sbinalla.
God, that brings me back to the end of the world. We're but a week on from the hissy fits of Budapest, and now F1 finds itself in the home of God's piss as it heads to Spa-Francorchamps, the summer break, and for me, a f***ing holiday at last. We've got a lot to get into this weekend, so if you end up enjoying the video, be sure to drop it a like and get subscribed. Also, before we begin, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who went and followed the photography Insta over the last few days. Okay, it wasn't really a thank you, just another reason to plug it again, but with that out of the way, let's get into the comedy review. It's the 2024 Belgian Grand Prix. We'll start off with the news with the breaking story that no one saw coming whatsoever. Esteban Ocon has signed for Haas in 2025. Honestly, I don't know about you, but I was certain they were handing that seat to the vegetable here. Completely caught me off guard. In reality, a bit like the second plane, we all saw this one coming. I even made a video about it, so go look at that after this one. Also in the news, we've got to cover the fallout from Max Verstappen's latest meltdown after he stayed up past his bedtime in Budapest and subsequently dipped offline as he piled into the side of Lewis Hamilton. Max claims the team haven't banned him from his 3 AM gaming sessions, threatening to go to the tote bag instead and leaving them with this lump of dead skin. The Dutchman spent the Hungarian Grand Prix weekends rather angry over the team radio, and the FIA have now attempted the crackdown on swearing, which, yeah, good luck with that one, you bunch of Finally, let's get to what the hell Audi are playing at. After a reported power struggle between their bosses, or the German manufacturer resolved the issue by just sacking both of them. As a replacement, the team have drafted in Mushroom Man, giving him both roles, which sounds a little bit similar to what he had at Ferrari, just before he turned them into a glorified meme. The move also appears to confirm that the team are no longer pursuing Carlos Sainz for 2025, as the Spaniard has surely suffered enough under the rule of Super Mario here. So hopefully that's offended enough people by now, and if you're still here, well done. Now let's get on to first practice. That would kick off with Max Verstappen and Yuki Tsunoda finding out they get new power units, and thus grid penalties since they're now over their allocation. But hats off to Tsunoda for remembering the FIA swear jar rule this weekend.
In total, I think it's 60 places grid drop for you this weekend.
Oh, Jesus.
That penalty now means Sergio Perez will have to take the fight to the front runners this weekend. That's not happening, is it? It's now heavily rumoured that Daniel Ricciardo could take up that second Red Bull seat from the Dutch Grand Prix onwards, but if you ask me, the Honey Badger isn't giving that away whatsoever. Danny's grin was in fact so big it obscured his vision when he had a clumsy spin early into FP1. He thankfully kept his RB out of the wall, and I guess it could always be worse. You could be driving an Alpine. The French team continued their now yearly tradition of sacking its team principal at the Belgian Grand Prix, and also rolled out a Deadpool-inspired livery. It's quite fitting, actually, a cinematic universe we haven't given a shit about since 2020, sponsoring an F1 team we haven't given a shit about since 2020. Esteban Ocon was allowed to show this off for a grand total of 1 lap in FP1 before his car pissed itself and confined into the garage for the rest of the session. On the other side of things, Verstappen would top the timesheets, with a big shock being Alex Albon slotting his Williams into third. And since we now know that session means f*** all, let's see what second practice has in store. Not much, as it turned out. McLaren would top the timesheets, Norris ahead of Piastri, the Aussie needing to check the floor and what's left of his entrails after this moment on his quick lap. Sergio Perez was even slower in second practice, showing his team he had other uses, such as observing the characteristics of the other cars when they came flying past him. At least Alpine were able to punish Ocon again, sending him out in what turned out to be a much better session. P7 come the flag at the end of Friday. Speaking of Le Sacré Bleu, overnight we got to witness the opening of the Olympic Games in France, which, if I'm honest, looked more like an extended trailer for the new Assassin's Creed game. and proves why we shouldn't trust the French with f***ing anything. FP3 on Saturday morning wouldn't end up a whole lot better, with rain streaming down upon the Ardennes forest, making their spectators about as wet as Kelly Piquet when she hears... Daniel Ricciardo was complaining of heavy steering, and I wonder how that came about. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin drivers were warned pre-session not to take any risks, as they've been running tight to their crash damage budgets, and never mind, Stroll's gone into the wall. The Canadian lost the rear into Eau Rouge, only to 360 no-scope the barrier on the inside of Raidillon. That brought out the red flag, and... And after that, the remaining 19 drivers were too scared to grace the track again. The FIA later threw out a second red flag. If that's quite enough, and it looked as if that would be it for our Saturday morning action. Not quite, however, as the circuit would go back to green with a grand total of 2 minutes remaining on the clock, enough time for the drivers to learn valuable lessons about the track conditions. For example, if you brake there, Carlos, you're heading straight for the wall. With the Kita Mazepin being spotted during the stoppage period, we got set up for qualifying, which was set to be in equally damp conditions. Q1 looked to see the track dry up, for everyone apart from McLaren apparently, whose spotter outside of the circuit must have placed himself under a f***ing waterfall or something. Despite that, there were no big shocks in the first session, unless you want to count Sergio Perez not wedging his Red Bull halfway into a wall. Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton did put themselves at risk by being particularly mid, though ended up surviving into Q2. That started in the same way as the first, McLaren predicting more invisible rain, except this time they weren't lying. That caught out a few, Albon, Ricciardo and Stroll all ending up in the bottom 5, though for a few of them that could be a pace issue, who knows. King of having no pace, Sergio Perez almost slipped out himself, but squeezed through in 10th. Unfortunately for him, he'd now ran out of fresh intermediate tyres for Q3, which I guess happens when you haven't been there in a while. Or maybe Red Bull were just expecting him to stack it at some point. Now, it's been a while since we've seen Ferrari wheel out its strategists who were dropped on the floor as a child, but they decided that leaving their fresh set of intermediates till the track got worse was a good idea. That left the battle between Red Bull, McLaren and Mercedes, Sergio Perez doing a surprisingly good job to put his car on provisional pole when you factor in Verstappen's penalty. With no one else improving, it looked as if it might just stay that way, until Charles Leclerc came out of the literal shadow realm and stuck his Ferrari on pole. Do I feel bad about slacking off their strategist a few seconds ago? Well, not really, but fair play to the Monegasque. Sunny skies would greet the drivers for Sunday as Sergio Perez lined up and prepared to get past Charles Leclerc into turn 1. Since this was Sergio Perez, however, he ended up losing a spot to Hamilton and defending from Piastri in the opening stages. Meanwhile, in the land of fairy tale strategies at RB, Daniel Ricciardo was on soft tyres and still lost places off the start. Bear with me, I'm just off to kill myself. Leclerc had held the lead, but the Mercs were showing great race pace. Lap 3 saw the Ferrari driver lose the lead to his teammate for 2025. The comment section of this video loved that one. While the Briton was rapid, Slow was living up to his name, trundling around the circuit, though instead of bringing out a much-needed safety car, fixed the issue and carried on his way. That's just fucking boring, isn't it? Not for Lewis Hamilton, however. He seemed quite excited at the prospect of leading a Grand Prix. Maybe a little bit too excited. Lap 12 saw the leaders pit, Verstappen doing so in tandem but ending up stuck behind Yuki Tsunoda, who showed Red Bull just how great his defending was. Probably the wrong car to do it against though. Oscar Piastri was the big winner of those early stops, flying back past Russell then overtaking Perez, who looks more and more with every lap like he's celebrating his retirement party. Carlos Sainz meanwhile opted to stay out and try something different on strategy, which went well. Checo's day wasn't getting much better. He had now been passed by George Russell and his teammate in his rearview mirrors. Red Bull decided trying to tell the Mexican to move aside was too dangerous, instead felt it safer just to pit him away from the Dutchman. Checo then started to complain about being slow on the straights, but I'm pretty sure that's just a him problem. At this stage, Hamilton and Leclerc had made their final pit stops, Ferrari's last hopes of victory lying with Carlos Sainz driving a Ferrari wider than Kelly Piquet's. Oscar Piastri also looked competitive, showing that he'd attended the Lance Stroll school of pit stop f***ups. It didn't hold him back, however, and soon enough, the Aussie was past Leclerc at the chicane. George Russell had decided to stick this one out on a one-stop but had now inherited the lead. That left us with a straight fight between the pair of Mercedes, with Oscar Piastri waiting in the wings if the Silver Arrows decided to go all 2014 again. It looked as if Hamilton had the tyres to take George by ease, but the 63 car had gently caressed his Pirellis all race long, and despite some heavy pressure in the final laps, George Russell came across the line to take his third Grand Prix win. That was not what we expected coming into this one. If you ask me, this was one of those races which we label as, quote, strategic in order to avoid the fact it was just a bit Except in this instance, everything worked out and we actually got a stunning Grand Prix. Sergio Perez ended up finishing in P8, so it was nice knowing you, Checo, and at least my video from earlier today looks like it might just age well. If you enjoyed this one, go and give that a watch as well. We are gathered here today to bid farewell to the comedy review. He had a good life, an adventurous life, dodging Team LH and Russian nerve agents, accidentally calling terminally ill children inbred that one time, but the bite of Formula One's definition of fair use was just too strong. He was only 5 years old, meaning we at least beat Madeleine McCann. But all good things must eventually come to an end. Yeah, you didn't think I was really gone, did you?
Man, I am fucking shitting myself.
It's been a long summer break, and nice to be involved in YouTube drama for once. Nah, I'm kidding, it was fucking shit. But the comedy review is back, without any race footage. Still not quite sure how I'm going to go about that, but I'm sure I've thought of something by the edit. I know I've said this already, but before we begin, I just want to say a huge shout out to everyone who messaged, everyone who got in touch with advice, everyone who has supported the channel either through membership, super chats or Patreon. It really did mean a lot in what's been a rather stressful few weeks. And to all the haters on Reddit, I hope you get hit by a truck. The Dutch Grand Prix is next, so let's get into the comedy review. It's the Oh, I've already said that bit. Shit. We've had several weeks off, so let's begin by covering the news. And where better to start than the big story of the weekend, an FP1 video aged well for once. Alpine announced that after 2 years, it was finally able to sign an Australian reserve driver. As Jack Doohan was confirmed in the lineup from 2025, the reveal made at 5 PM in Kangaroo Land, so likelihood is their new signing was awake this time. We also finally got to know where Carlos Sainz is going next year. James Vowles' sex dungeon. His last visit apparently didn't go very well. The Spaniard has put pen to paper with Williams for 2025, which means Logan Sargent is now out of Formula One. News so obvious the team didn't even bother to officially announce it. That leaves just 3 seats open on the grid for next year, though Lewis Hamilton's spot at Mercedes is likely to be confirmed in a week's time. Kimi Antonelli getting an FP1 outing at his home Grand Prix in Italy, and also pretty much confirming the news to journalists already. He said, quote, "Replacing an 8-time champion won't be easy, but I'm ready for the challenge." Very bold thing to say in the Netherlands, let's just wait and see if he survives this weekend. I should probably cover the news in the wake of the Belgian Grand Prix as well. George Russell crossed the line in P1 following a rather audacious one-stop strategy, before having this to say in the post-race press conference.
But I was still questioning why nobody else did it. I thought I must be missing something here because...
Yes, George, you were missing 1.5 kilograms. Russell was disqualified, promoting Lewis Hamilton to the top step of the podium. And I also hear Toto Wolff has written Kimi Antonelli's contract using the entrails of the Mercedes engineer who made the error. Finally, in a rather packed news segment this week, Helmut Marko has been allowed to talk to the media again. The once key decision maker at Red Bull still thinking he can influence their driver decision if he sits outside Milton Keynes with a megaphone. Mark has told Austrian media that reserve driver Liam Lawson will be sat in a Red Bull car in 2025. Whether that means this, or this, or this, we're yet to confirm. This decision would have been made far easier if you just euthanized Perez after Belgium, wouldn't it? The Mexican was permitted to keep his drive for now and proceeded to show the team just how thankful he was during FP1. He finished 12th. The FIA have officially banned asymmetric braking systems from this race onwards, despite clarifying that they didn't believe any team were currently using it, which is pretty much code for "we found someone using it." It would of course be an opportunity then for the technically minded people of Twitter to blame this then when Verstappen went for a spin in the opening half of the session. If you ask me, he was just saying hello to the home fans at the chicane. God's piss would very much be in the air as the drivers hit the circuit, or the gravel traps if your name is Nico Hulkenberg. And with that, I think it's time for a house watch. You have dry lines, wet lines, and German lines, which at least aren't as bad as they were in 1939. The Hulk show was struggling in the opening minutes of the session, but quite frankly that was the least of Haas's worries. as this guy was back, and this isn't clickbait this time. Uralkali, the Russian sponsor who backed the team in the Mazepin year, had been fighting for the return of funds from the 2022 season, which, if you remember, saw their partnership scrapped after Putin's little Ukrainian holiday got a little bit out of hand. The Mazepins, therefore, attempted to seize the team's assets in Zandvoort, with Dutch police and bailiffs allowing the team to race, though banning them from leaving the country until a payment's been made. Being trapped in and amongst the Orange Army sure is a frightening prospect, probably more scary than the Mazepins actually. Maybe Hulk's actions in FP1 were simply an attempt to remind Uralkali how the team are. Let's get back to that FP1 session then, and it would be Lando Norris who ended it at the top of the timing screens, Verstappen and Hamilton making up the top 3, and we won't speak about Ricciardo's performance. On to FP2. Sergio Perez would start the session hoping to improve on his off in FP1. That could be easily blamed on the wet conditions in that session, but the Mexican was quick to show us he could do it in the dry as well. Hulkenberg, meanwhile, was still on a mission to destroy as many of Haas's assets as possible, rear-ending into the barrier at turn 1 and bringing out one of these. When the session resumed, it would be Mercedes and George Russell on top 4, while Verstappen's true pace continued to be a mystery, the Dutchman down in P5 come the end of the hour. It was also revealed that he'd held summer talks with the Silver Arrows during the break, where he told Toto Wolff definitively that he wouldn't be driving for the team in 2025, and that he'd put out a restraining order on it. Traffic was also becoming a problem in the second half of the session, both on track and in the pit lane. Ricciardo had a close call with Slow, whilst Albon almost did us all a favour, nearly wiping Stroll out of the equation. Carlos Sainz wouldn't get to enjoy any of that, however, his gearbox giving up all remaining hope early on, probably still depressed at the news Bono wouldn't be coming to Ferrari next season. That would bring an end to Friday's affairs and take us on to a similarly soaked Saturday morning. Logan Sargent came out firing in FP3, setting a lap time good enough for 5th in the opening stages. Now, if a driver wanted to keep hold of that, he might say, keep setting decent lap times as the circuit dries and improves. Not Captain America here, however. Sargent transformed the run out of turn 3 into a life-size pinball machine, wrecking what was once his Williams, which soon put the cherry on top by identifying as a Spanish McLaren motorhome. It also means we need another one of these. With Zandvoort resembling a torched Hamas hideout more than it did a racetrack, the red flag was out for a considerable length of time, the circuit only going green again with enough time left on the clock for a single lap at the end of the session. That brought its own set of controversies, as Max Verstappen clearly wanted to get close to his friend Lewis, even if that meant breaking the rules to do so, and the session ending with a victory for the French. Pierre Gasly was on top then as we moved on to qualifying, a session I have to admit I missed because I paid a visit to the F1 exhibition in London on Saturday afternoon. And before you ask, F1 didn't give me a press pass, and I'll be honest, I can't think at all why. In all seriousness though, the exhibition was absolutely phenomenal. I particularly enjoyed the part at the end where they trigger #TeamLH by playing the live telemetry from Abu Dhabi 2021. As for qualifying, Q1 would see Daniel Ricciardo eliminated as he was struggling with car balance, and that's going to be the copium for me today. On the bright side, unlike me, he still has 2 functional wrists. I did this in the gym, but for some reason no one believes that. Ricciardo would join Sargent on the sidelines after the Williams team were unable to repair his car for the afternoon session. Not sure if that was due to the time constraints, or they just didn't want to risk putting the Avenger back out there again. Sergio Perez appeared to be another name at risk, blaming his need to use another set of tyres on Lewis Hamilton. The Briton was later given a 3-place grid penalty for blocking the Mexican, though I'm not quite sure where you expect him to get out of the way here. Sorry Lewis, we think Checo's on a fast lap. Well, he might be, it's hard to tell these days. Anyway, do you mind gracefully clipping into the wall so we can go by, please? Cheers. Hamilton would have his own set of problems come Q2, when the Mexican Minister of Mids surprised by transferring to the top 10 shootout, leaving #washed in the drop zone, and Carlos Sainz also preparing for his switch to Williams by failing to make the cut as well. I say that, though Alex Albon had managed to progress. Oh, never mind, I'll go f*** myself then. Q3 would therefore see all eyes on Max Verstappen, the Dutchman aiming to make it 4 poles in a row at his home Grand Prix. The pair of McLarens weren't going to back down, however, and Lando Norris comfortably usurped his streaming buddy to take top spot for Sunday's Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri would attempt to make it a McLaren 1-2, though had to settle for 3rd, and Perez improved only to be half a second off his teammate as he lined up in 5th. Now on to Sunday. The Dutch Grand Prix features one of the shortest runs down to turn 1. Yet despite that, Lando Norris was still able to lose places on the start. Verstappen sailing on by, while Piastri also fell back into 4th. As usual with Zandvoort, we spent the early stages of the race playing Hunt the Overtake, Carlos Sainz making a particularly daring move on Pierre Gasly, while Hamilton took advantage of the fact Hülkenberg is still scared of his own brakes to slip by into 11th. As the Silver Arrow continued to cut its way through the field, Lando Norris had finally remembered how to drive again. Plus, Verstappen was entering that stage of an F1 race where he begins to make up problems to with us. McLaren did have pace though, and Norris was able to slot one down the inside of Verstappen on lap 18. Hats off to these two for making an overtake without creating a terror incident in the process. After this, Verstappen's pace pulled a Jay Slater. It vanished and jumped off a cliff, triggering the Dutchman to pit, though any hopes of an undercut were now well and truly out of the picture. Pierre Gasly was also in a hurry, which makes little sense given he was 12th, in doing so sending one of his engineers to join me in the lack of a functioning wrist club. Over at Aston Martin, Lance Stroll was quick in the pit lane, and that was a 5-second penalty. If you haven't been able to gather yet, there was more going on inside Charles Leclerc's head than there was out at the front. That said, Piastri was now on the move, getting past Russell as the McLaren man aimed for a 1-2 to top off the weekend. Just down the road in Perez land, the Mexican was about to drop down into 7th place. The fact this is still a good race for his standards shows just how smart a move it was to retain him for the second half of the season. How about a bit of actual racing then? Here's 5 cars going at it and somehow not coming to contact. If you want to know why that's really impressive, just remember that both Kevin Magnussen and Lance Stroll exist in this field. At the very front though, there was no catching Lando Norris. His start may have been slower than a Haas sponsorship payment, but he's redeemed himself and came across the line on lap 72 to take his second Grand Prix win. Gasly and Bottas rounding out the podium after the timing screen had some acid at the end there. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, there's contemporary art more interesting than this Grand Prix. Finding material out of this was like getting blood out of a stone, and at several points I felt rather tempted to use said stone to beat myself to death with. That is what happens when you have Daniel Ricciardo's onboard on your second monitor, however. Verstappen's Dutch streak has been broken, and Norris edges that little bit closer in the championship, though realistically we're looking at the constructors here, and McLaren have taken another chunk out of Red Bull's tally. We're at least set up for a fantastic final 9 rounds of the season, and the comedy review will cover as many of those as possible before FOM decide I can't even use pictures anymore. You probably noticed I'm in the process of re-editing and re-uploading all of the older comedy reviews from this season, so a big thank you for all the support on that, and in the meantime, if you want some coverage on a race that was actually interesting, you can watch this video on the first and only 2-seater Grand Prix, where Alonso mounts Nigel Mansell, and if you want to find out how that porn film ends, then you can click on the card on screen or the link in the description below. There's just something special about coming back to Monza. It's the Temple of Speed, and apparently an assortment of other drugs when you take one look at the Tifosi every year. The circuit has been resurfaced this year, giving the owners an opportunity to open up some of the corners to better aid side-by-side racing, and giving the drivers an opportunity to claim the circuit's been ruined and now has all the character of someone from the Acolyte. McLaren entered this one on a high, having utterly dominated Max Verstappen in his home turf at the Dutch Grand Prix, then proceeding to rattle 90% of his fan base on Twitter. Would Red Bull be able to mount a fight back in Italy though? Well, here's your reminder to like and subscribe if you enjoy, and with that, let's get into the comedy review. It's the Italian Grand Prix. You know, for just a week off, we have a hell of a lot of news to cover for this one. My own content comes first, as my video on Logan Sargent earlier in the week aged well for a grand total of 4 hours before the American was demoted to Logan cannon fodder. Sargent was dropped, not in favour of Liam Lawson, not in favour of Captain Crashalot, not even Sebastian Vettel, which Sky Sports brought up for some reason. No, they've gone with Franco Colapinto. This has been both a strange and rather divisive move between the fans and the 15-year-old girls who think Mick will shag them if they creep out over him on social media. I'm all for Williams giving a junior a chance for once, but as I explained in my video/rant on Tuesday night, I worry this could go very, very wrong very quickly. I mean, they say there's no pressure, and yet someone's already compared this guy to Lionel Messi of all people. Moving on, and Ferrari have entered their second home race of the year, deciding that they're going to celebrate carbon fibre. Sure. Even sending its 2 drivers to its factory to have a go at laying up some F1 parts for themselves. Given how little of this video involved the actual process, I'm just going to assume that it didn't go very well. But did anyone else spot Nikita Mazepin hiding out in the background, or am I just a huge racist against bald people? They of course teased a special merch drop and livery once again, prompting so many cool designs only to paint the numbers black and overall put in so little effort it makes Red Bull's livery updates look scandalous. I mean, our expectations were low, but holy Last but not least, Alpine were in the news, which once again is rarely a good sign. Having decided to scrap its underperforming engine program, its facility, and I can't lie, I can't do a French accent, so Viry Châtillon, have gone on strike. Workers displayed banners adorned with slogans such as "Save 50 years of French Formula One," which ironically they could have done if they'd stopped striking and just worked a little bit harder. I would get to FP1 around now. Unfortunately, someone's given Logan Sargent a new job as driver of the f***ing safety car. The Aston Martin was on its standard reconnaissance mission on Thursday when it lost the rear and piled into the barriers at Parabolica. I'll be honest, that wasn't on my bingo card for 2024, though neither was McLaren catching fire or Sargent out-qualifying Perez 4 times in the opening 15 races. Actually, I can't lie, I thought it would be more than that. First practice would be an important session then, not only for the debuting Colapinto, but also for young Kimi Antonelli. The Italian was sat in George Russell's car for his first opportunity on an F1 race weekend, and he really made an impression. Into the barriers after about 12 minutes of running. It looked as if Kimi went out there all guns blazing, maybe a little too soon, setting some pretty decent pace before he decided to practice following the safety car, much to the delight of George Russell, who now wouldn't have a car for half of FP2. It appeared as if the Parabolica gravel was some sort of rite of passage when Colapinto went for a trip at the end of the opening practice hour. Probably not a good idea when team boss James Vowles has been busy violating half of the paddock in the media pen over the last few days. Seriously, so far he said he chose Franco because Mick Schumacher isn't special, and also claimed it would be, quote, almost unfair to keep on Sargent, and that he had, quote, reached the limit of what he was able to achieve. That even makes me want to throw myself off a bridge. I kind of feel bad for Logan now. Getting back to business, and it would be Max Verstappen on top come the end of opening practice, though that didn't mean everything was plain sailing for the Dutchman. Struggling for pace at times, especially after he realised that while straight lining the first chicane can save you a lot of lap time, it isn't actually allowed. Red Bull's issues appeared to amplify in the afternoon, when both cars were unable to get themselves into the top 10. Though in fairness, this was a bit of a disrupted session after Haas forgot to tell Kevin Magnussen they didn't have to damage the team's assets anymore. Haas ended up escaping the Netherlands after all, having paid $9 million to that sponsor which apparently can never be named, though at least Hülkenberg was able to give the outfit some hope by ending the quali run 7th on the timing sheets. Elsewhere, Franco Colapinto motored his first tyre, while George Russell complained of finding a nut in his Mercedes cockpit. And I know Antonelli is technically 18 now, but I still don't feel comfortable making that joke. Teammate Lewis Hamilton at least appeared to re-find the form he'd left in one of the refugee camps he'd visited on holiday as he returned to the top of the times in FP2. Verstappen fans, meanwhile, were left hoping that FP1 was a genuine reflection of the field's pace, but given there was a Sauber in the top 5, I wouldn't get your hopes up going into Saturday. The lead up to qualifying brought the news that we were all expecting. Kimi Antonelli will be a Formula 1 driver with Mercedes in 2025. This was literally so obvious, headlines were using words such as "finally here." Toto Wolff has now said that his mind was made up 5 minutes after Lewis Hamilton told him about his move to Ferrari, which calls into question the actual reason behind his summer dates with Max Verstappen. I wonder if Max was caught walking like this at any point in Zandvoort last weekend. Attention soon shifted onto FP3, however, Hamilton topping the session again, thanking the team by handing them his floor to repair after he murdered it on one of the curbs. Verstappen, meanwhile, was still struggling and failed to even make the top 5. God, I hope Perez is using these tracks he's supposedly good at to find form again. Nope, never mind, he's driven the unstoppable RB20 to 18th. The session would be the first to avoid a stoppage, Kevin Magnussen kindly waiting until after the checkered flag to pull over after Lesbian 2. Let me know in the comments if you get that reference. Anyway, Lesbian 2 was catching a few drivers out, as Franco Colapinto tried out his qualifying lines to little avail. Meanwhile, Piastri was caught out trying to avoid Charles Leclerc. I'm sure the Aussie just missed the Ferrari. All of that new carbon fibre must have meant it blended in with the circuit. Honestly, this is the shittest special livery of all time and I'm still not over it. Without further ado, on to qualifying then. And Monza's been seeing a lot of track improvement all weekend. That said, Magnussen and Colapinto were on a mission to negate this by decorating the circuit with whatever they could find in the gravel traps. Franco failed to make the cut in the end, qualifying P18, though credit where credit's due. We all know Logan would have turned this off into another album cover, don't we? Daniel Ricciardo just squeezed himself into the drop zone at the expense of his teammate Tsunoda. Over the radio, he complained of there being, quote, shit everywhere. Not sure if he was referring to the gravel or what's left of Magnussen's F1 career. Q2 saw no real surprises. Lewis Hamilton had the pace throughout and could have saved himself a set of tyres by staying in the garage at the end of the session. Mercedes, however, pulled out their Bonotto-signed strategy handbook and sent him out anyway. We might as well move on to Q3 in that case, and Max Verstappen's first lap was so bad he couldn't even beat Sergio Perez. McLaren meanwhile were flying, Norris leading Piastri ahead of the two Silver Arrows. Checo's turn-up of pace was rewarded by getting the privilege of being Verstappen's toe slave for the remainder of the session. For newer fans, Max hasn't got a foot fetish, at least as far as we're aware of. Instead, he'd have Perez giving him a slipstream for his final run, giving him enough of a pace advantage to usurp his teammate, and that was about it. The Ferraris had a last bit of pace to get ahead of Hamilton, but up front there was no stopping Lando Norris, who came across for pole and still moaned over the team radio anyway. Statistically, the pole man at Monza has converted the win more often than at Monaco. That said, Lando Norris is shit at start, so let's get to Sunday and see what happens. Well, Sky Sports didn't look very confident of a good race. We've just had one Grand Prix of this McLaren domination era, and they're already talking about rain, even though it was clear skies and 33 degrees out there. The lights would go out, and Lando Norris would get a good start. George Russell might have done too, except he bottled it into turn 1, making his low-drag Mercedes even more low-drag by tearing half of his front wing off. As for the McLarens, for the first time potentially ever, Lando Norris has kept his lead going into the first corner. Turn 4 was clearly too much of an ask, however, as Piastri decided to utterly send it into the second chicane, pushing Norris back to third. Further back, Daniel Ricciardo had made up a spot on the opening lap, only it took sending the Hulk to the multiverse to achieve that. Nico was clearly angered by the incident, running straight into the RB a few laps later at turn 1, only he got the wrong one and took out poor Yuki instead. That said, the midget didn't like his new upgrade package this weekend, so maybe Haas were just doing him a favour by destroying them. George Russell's day was getting worse. He'd just been passed by Sergio Perez and was now in the pits to finally replace that front wing. Further up the road, Lando Norris was looking to undercut Leclerc, crashing into the pit lane speed limit board, hoping that the stewards might just forget what it was. On the subject of forgetting, after Ferrari delivered a sublime strategy in Zandvoort, their return to Monza revealed they'd lost the plot again. Leclerc was pitted onto an impossible run plan while also losing P2 to Norris. Still, could be worse. You could be a Daniel Ricciardo fan. The Honey Badger had already got a 5-second penalty for his role in the Hulkenberg drama on lap 1. When he went to serve said penalty, he got another one after his front mechanic fondled his car for some reason. George Russell's day then got even worse when he was overtaken by Perez yet again, the Mexican expressing his bemusement about being raced for position. In his defense, the idea of an overtake has been pretty alien to him recently. Meanwhile, Lando Norris's 4-pack of bottle jobs continued after a mistake at turn 4 and a slow pit stop. I haven't checked Twitter, but I'm assuming it's full of Verstappen fans quoting things like "simply lovely" and "what a f***ing." By now, both McLarens were going to the end. Only problem was Ferrari were as well, and they'd forgotten about that second pit stop. Yeah, remember that run plan I called impossible earlier? Well, Charles Leclerc was now leading the Italian Grand Prix with it. Sainz was in second and soon dispatched by Piastri at Ascari. He was the easy target though. Leclerc was 12 seconds up the road, and there were only 7 laps left in the Grand Prix. Norris was by a few laps later, and then all eyes were on the timing screens. Max Verstappen, meanwhile, had to check if the factory were awake or if they'd got their calendar wrong when it came to the timings of the summer break. At the front, Piastri was gaining, but it wouldn't be enough, and by some godforsaken miracle, Charles Leclerc came across the line on lap 53 to take the win for Ferrari, who proceeded to utterly lose their shit. Well, that period of McLaren dominance sure has lasted a while. Fair play to the Scuderia on this one. I think we all thought that strategy was a callback to their 2020 season, but really, it was just a ruse. And with that, Ferrari also put themselves in touching distance of Red Bull and the constructors. Yeah, this battle is far from over. You know, I just want to start this video by saying I'm incredibly proud of myself. I uploaded the video on the 11th of September about one of the most prolific crashes in Formula 1 history, and not once did I swing on that low-hanging fruit. Oscar Piastri, on the other hand, thought he'd have a go in the simulator. This level of chaos sets us up perfectly for the next race on the calendar, the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, a place known for its lack of forgiveness of driver mistakes and its lack of human rights, meaning if Sergio Perez can't find form here, what exactly is the point of him anymore? We have a hell of a lot to break into this weekend, so if you end up enjoying the video, drop it a like and a sub to help the channel grow, and with that, let's get to the comedy review. There's plenty on the news front coming into this one, kicking things off with a big story leaving Monza. The FIA were concerned that Kevin Magnussen might make his own 9/11 tribute at Baku, and so gifted the day with a weekend's holiday in the form of a one-race ban. In his place would be Saudi super sub Ollie Behrman, making an early debut for the team he'll drive for next year. As with any piece of news in this sport, people weren't very happy about it, claiming the ban is now too harsh, like they weren't hating on this guy just a few months ago. If you ask me, I think people are pissed for all of the wrong reasons. This is meant to be one of the FIA's harshest sanctions, and yet everybody seems to win. Ollie gets another early shot in F1, Haas are able to get him acclimatised to the team ahead of his full debut in 2025, and Kevin Magnussen is probably sat having a wank on a beach somewhere. Maybe the FIA should just castrate F1 drivers who get too many penalty points. Yeah, that should probably keep them in line. The other, frankly even bigger story lied at Aston Martin, who finally announced the signing of Adrian Newey like the news hadn't been broken by Jeremy Clarkson of all people back in July. Despite this being the worst kept F1 secret since Sergio Perez's affair in the Monaco harbour, Red Bull were rather surprised to see Adrian Newey take a day's leave, only to pop up at a rival team's headquarters and suck off Lawrence Stroll for an hour on live television. There's not a whole lot Red Bull can really do about that. They can't exactly fire him, and quite frankly, that RB20 needs all the airbending it can get before this guy joins this channel in going green for the 2025 season. Finally in the news, Sergio Perez was given a Red Bull show run in Baku. The team clearly trying to find alternate means of getting the Mexican out of its cockpit before the end of the year. Oh, and if you haven't realised this video is fake yet, go see a doctor because you're probably brain dead. Let's get into a rather eventful FP1 then, and all eyes would be on Charles Leclerc. The Monegasque is always rapid around the streets of Azerbaijan and loves everything about this track, including the walls apparently. Carlos Sainz is less of a fan of this place, spending the majority of Friday practice desperately searching for a way to escape the confines of the circuit, be that in the runoff or the sweet release of death by Sergio Perez. The Mexican was one of the surprises of the session, in that he actually seemed to have some pace. P3 behind Verstappen and Hamilton come the end of FP1. It wasn't sunshine and rainbows for everyone, however, as Colapinto arrived in Azerbaijan to find the venue didn't even know he existed, and then went looking for the keys to the Falklands at turn 4 and brought the session to a halt yet again. Fine, have another one. Ocon was at least able to save us yet another instalment of that monstrosity as his Alpine reverted to Bahrain spec, though with just enough life to allow the Frenchman to trundle his way back to the garage. Little did we know that at this stage Esti Besti was just doing Alpine's run plan for the entire weekend. Lando Norris was keen to try out his Q1 racing lines, and I wasn't going to mention the slow Alpine originally, but history does like to repeat itself, doesn't it? He wasn't the only one struggling. His championship rival, Max Verstappen, also found out why brakes are rather important. The Dutchman struggling so much, Sergio Perez was beginning to look more than just competent. Charles Leclerc had got his annual Baku butt f***ing out of the way, but the Ferrari driver almost piled his newly repaired car into the exact same barrier come second practice, then spent the majority of the hour complaining his car was bent. And just because it's no longer Pride Month doesn't mean you can resort to that type of language, Charles. Shame on you. Once Ferrari had put its SF24 through gay conversion therapy, it managed to go to the top of the timings, narrowly ahead of Sergio Perez, who was revelling in his return to Azerbaijan, claiming his Red Bull finally felt more together again. Together isn't quite the word I'd use to describe Ollie Behrman's car when the Briton realised, as all young people eventually do, that you can't always pull out and get away with it. Just like the comment section won't let me get away with it if I don't give you another one of these. With any luck, that'll be the last of those, as drivers began to push to the limits ahead of qualifying. Williams were looking incredibly quick, as Albon and Colapinto both made it into the top 10. It would be a third different team ending the session in P1, however, as George Russell and Mercedes took home FP3 bragging rights. Now, I don't think much else happened in that session, so... When this dies, I'm going to have a f***ing party. It was now time for qualifying, but McLaren and Lando Norris were thinking much further ahead than that. The British driver has received a fair bit of stick in recent races for being the only man in the 2024 field not to have made up a place on lap 1. Part of this, though, is down to Lando's incredible consistency on a Saturday, usually starting way up the grid, or at least that's what I've been told by his fans on Twitter. Norris therefore decided it would be much easier to make up spots if he started, say, down in 17th. The McLaren driver might have been hampered by a yellow flag caused by Esteban Ocon three-wheeling it at the end of Q1. I say might have been hampered as it appeared to have gone away by the time the 4-car approached, and Woki have been conveniently quiet on the whole matter. I wonder what Papaya rules have to say when their star driver commits a multiverse collapsing up. Joining Norris in the drop zone would be Daniel Ricciardo. I'd love to say he was screwed by yellows as well, but instead he was just hopeless. Q2 would be less about surprises going out and more about surprises getting in. Fernando Alonso trying to prove to Aston Martin that he deserves to be there long into Adrian Newey's tenure at the team, and Franco Colapinto putting together a, let's be real, stunning lap to comfortably get himself a place in the final part of qualifying. The Argentinian was in fact so excited, he was caught climaxing over the radio. Williams were on cloud 9 then, but still had a lot of work to do in the final part of qualifying. Given this is a team who has fielded the likes of Logan Sargent and Nicholas Latifi in the last few years, this was going to be a relatively new adventure for a lot of the team. This inexperience shining through when Albon left the pits for his final run, taking with him one of the cooling fans and almost the man whose job it was to remove it. Alex's yoga sessions came in handy as he was able to remove his unwanted passenger, but the time spent doing so cost him an opportunity for a final run. We were far more interested in the leading 7 cars anyway. Ferrari led the way up to this point, but Piastri managed to split the pair by going P2 in the dying moments. The Aussie was fractions away from provisional pole sitter Leclerc, who chuckled at this false hope as he went 3/10 faster and secured yet another pole position around the streets of Baku. Perez outqualified Verstappen for the first time this century as Colapinto benefited from his teammates' misfortune to snag a best start of 9th in his fledgling Formula 1 career. All that was left to do then was disqualify Pierre Gasly and then get to Sunday. That morning would bring more changes to the qualifying order. Lewis Hamilton and Esteban Ocon watched what happened in F2 and decided it might be best to start this one from the pit lane. For everyone else, the lights went out and the Azerbaijan Grand Prix got underway. Leclerc held the lead from Piastri as Verstappen slipped past Russell for 5th, importantly without the unconsensual penetration from the sprint last year. That wasn't the case with Tsunoda and Stroll, who made contact going into turn 4, giving the Canadian a puncture and Yuki a giant gaping hole on the side of his RB, which the commentators were apparently blind to. I also love that despite this, Yuki was still faster than the pair of Saubers. We settled into a bit of a rhythm for the next 20 laps, even going through the first round of pit stops with nothing much of note besides Max Verstappen moaning about something. I'll be honest, his radio is more like white noise to me these days. All the talk pre-race had been about how Piastri would help teammate Lando Norris take the championship fight to Verstappen, but since Lando was busy pissing about with the back markers, the Papaya rules were now on the other foot. The Briton was told to show Sergio Perez his best Sergio Perez impression to help Oscar retain P2 up ahead. Leclerc looked pretty comfortable out front though, until he wasn't. Piastri firing one down the inside and snatching away the race lead. This Grand Prix was now on, with Sergio Perez closing the pair down to make it a 3-way fight for victory. And that's a sentence I really didn't think I'd be saying in 2024. This raged on for pretty much the remainder of the Grand Prix, and was incredibly exciting, despite the fact not much was really going on. While we wait for the leaders to actually do something then, let's talk tyre strategy. It was pretty clear at this stage that the one-stop was the way to go. Lando Norris starting on the hards and having boxed onto the mediums, hoped to catch and pass the still complaining Verstappen by the end. Over at RB, meanwhile, they'd forgotten about Daniel Ricciardo, who was on lap 40 and still had his starting tyres bolted to his car. To the strategy up that much is particularly impressive when you remember the other car isn't even running anymore. Anyway, back to the battle for the lead, and Leclerc was still piling on the pressure onto Piastri as we got into the final 10 laps. Perez, meanwhile, was still sort of in this fight, the Mexican phasing lap to lap between the driver we saw taking his string of podiums at the start of the season and the driver who couldn't get the most dominant car in F1 history out of the first part of qualifying. Carlos Sainz was now looking to get involved, and for a second it looked as if we could have a 4-way fight for victory. And it was quite literally a second as on lap 48, Leclerc's rear tyres jumped off a bridge and allowed Piastri to escape into the distance. Now it was the Ferrari on the defensive, as just a little further back, Norris was able to fly past Verstappen into turn 1 and keep this championship vaguely interesting. The new battle for P2, meanwhile, saw Perez make a move on the outside of Leclerc, the Monegasque forcing the Mexican wide, massively helping Sainz, who made his way onto the podium. Ferrari were now set to take huge points in the constructors' race, until it became clear that Charles had used up his supply of brain cells, and he pulled the exact same move on his teammate, making the Spaniard vulnerable to the Red Bull behind, who proceeded to assassinate him. Okay, this crash was more 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but the yellow neutralised the end of the Grand Prix, allowing Oscar Piastri to cruise home for his second race win, Leclerc and Russell making up the podium. It was a mega job from the Australian, and while we're on the subject of shout-outs, well done to the Williams pair for a double points finish, Ollie Behrman for slipping into the top 10 at the end, and the RB strategy team for being a bunch of f***ing While this mostly clean race is a rare sign in Baku, we still got a pretty exciting one here, and I'll more than take that. McLaren now lead the way in the Constructors' Championship, and while a few weeks ago I might have said it was done and dusted, with Ferrari on a resurgence, we could be looking at a completely different title fight on our hands. As for the drivers, Lando does edge closer to Max at the top, and if that Red Bull still drives like a hospital bed and Norris stops acting like an F3 driver, maybe we do have something on here. So Sergio Perez's dad was found unresponsive following the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Many are speculating that this was following Checo's late race crash with Carlos Sainz, though frankly I'd be more shocked at the fact that he was running third. He's okay, I think. We'll find out if I get cancelled for that intro or not, but he wouldn't have to wait long before the Mexican was back to going out in Q2, as the Singapore Grand Prix was right around the corner. Despite the double-header nature of the last 2 weekends, we still have a hell of a lot of news to cover, from Ben Sulayem opening his mouth to Max Verstappen shutting his, and then there's the story that makes you want to pull a Max Mosley. It's the comedy review for the Singapore Grand Prix. So then, news time, and where better to start than Mohammed Ben Sulayem, the FIA president having the fantastic notion that he needed to speak. Big Ben claimed that F1 had to crack down on swearing in order to differentiate between our beloved sport and rap music. I mean, I'm confused as to why this was greenlit as well, but I don't think swearing's the problem here. Oh, and f*** you, by the way. This is kind of the typical response you might expect. Twitter wanting to visit one of Trump's golf courses, Lewis Hamilton has pulled out the race card, and Max Verstappen immediately swore in the Thursday press conference. His actions being rewarded with community service, and yeah, he's not doing that, is he? Sky Sports had their own mini protest on this when they accidentally aired a fluff take of Ted's notebook, ending in my now new favourite piece of Ted Kravitz analysis, quote, "Oh f***ing hell, sorry, let's do that again." The other big story was circulating around Daniel Ricciardo. Just a few months ago, the Honey Badger looked set to be driving Sergio Perez's Red Bull, and now his career has the longevity of Max Mosley's head after he pulled the trigger. I already made a video on how RB looks set to announce Liam Lawson for 2025 following this weekend's Grand Prix, but now rumours are circulating that the Kiwi could be promoted even earlier, and this could be Daniel Ricciardo's last race in Formula 1. You probably know how I feel about this already, and what a time for one of my videos to finally age well, but hey, maybe Daniel can put in a performance to convince the higher-ups he's worthy of staying out for the season this weekend. Or maybe he can go out in Q1 and I can go f*** myself. Looks like that's more community service for me. For the final big story, you know what, let's play a game. What's the same about McLaren's rear wing and Kelly Piquet? Any ideas yet? Well, following a confrontation with Max Verstappen, neither of their flaps are what they were before. Rear footage, no rear T-cam footage, we've moved on, appeared to show Oscar Piastri's DRS not behaving quite as it should, flexing on the main straight and making a ton of Dutch keyboard warriors turned Adrian Newey clones very unhappy indeed. Red Bull hounded the FIA until they eventually turned around and said, if we ban it, will you finally shut the f*** up? So yeah, McLaren aren't allowed to use Kelly Piquet anymore. Zach Brown obviously wasn't happy with this news, saying, quote, "McLaren won't eat the poison biscuit." I'll be honest, I haven't got a clue what that means, but trust Zach Brown to go with the food analogy. It's about time we got to FP1 then, and as usual at Singapore, there was quite a lot going on. Working out who was a bit harder than usual, with everyone and their paedophilic uncle choosing to run special liveries this weekend. Not Red Bull though, as paint is too heavy apparently. RB drew some early intrigue when they replaced their Twitter header with some guy's flies. They then unveiled a denim livery, which I'm just convinced is only there to make Daniel Ricciardo want to retire. Doing a much better job with McLaren, who finally honoured the MP44 era with this beauty. These liveries were driven by names such as Senna, Lauda and Hunt. They're all dead, a bit like Oscar Piastri's rear corner in FP1, which ruled him out for most of the session. Finally, Mercedes decided that if they could blend in with the Aston Martins, they could hide how they currently are. The real Aston Martins weren't looking great on Friday, Alonso skirting over the curbs, pushing every button he could to stay out of the wall. I think the guys over there are just doing to their car what I did at university with my faulty radiator. Give it a hard kick once a day, and eventually they'll have to buy out Adrian Newey to get me a new one. Except someone's not got the memo and has just taken to punching Lance Stroll instead. Elsewhere, it was nice to see that Sergio Perez had returned, as he went straight on in the final sector, Pierre Gasly was also going straight, which isn't advisable when you're coming out of the pits. It would be Ferrari on fine form in the morning, however. Charles Leclerc leading Norris and Sainz come the end of the hour. That form would continue into FP2, but this time the prancing horses would be pipped by the McLaren as night descended around the Marina Bay street circuit, and Franco Colapinto was kind enough to show Alpine what a good F1 car looks like. George Russell was also struggling. The Mercedes driver had almost hit the wall in FP1, and having learnt his lesson, proceeded to drive right into it come the conclusion of the second session. With George's new low downforce package making Toto Wolff look like he'd himself, the paddock was now bustling with some teams that were rather chuffed with their Friday efforts, and others who, well, weren't. And then Sauber, who we all knew would be crap anyway. Saturday's FP3 session was a bit of an odd one then, as it was announced that the new F1 movie starring Brad Pitt would actually be part of the Godzilla franchise. This is Lawrence the Lizard, of no relation to this Lawrence, I think, and gay best friend of Larry the Lizard, who disappeared after being drop-kicked by Fernando Alonso at the 2023 Singapore Grand Prix. Lawrence was therefore out investigating the site of his buddy's disappearance, even coming face-to-face with his killer, before F1 brought out the red flag and Lawrence ran away to resume his running of the Aston Martin Formula 1 team. Seriously, find a photo of these two guys together. Overnight rain had washed the track dry of all of the rubber and Daniel Ricciardo's leftover talent apparently. The Honey Badger and RB, to be fair, looked to be Q3 contenders on Friday. But come FP3, the Australian's Formula 1 car had all the front-end grip of Paul Walker's Porsche. Norris remained on top of the timing sheets, though I'm sure he'll find a way to sound depressed about it. All the while, George Russell continued his great expedition of Marina Bay's back alleys. Things weren't looking so hot in Maranello. The Ferraris looked in contention on Friday, so rather than continuing to find pace overnight, put Charles Leclerc's taxidermised dog in the car. That's actually quite fitting, as come Saturday morning, they were dog shit. 5th and 6th, both a second off the pace, wasn't particularly encouraging coming into qualifying, but at least they kept it out of the wall, unlike Alex Albon here, who turned his Williams into a sparkler. That takes us nicely into qualifying, and a lot of pain, as Danny Rick's potential last Saturday as an F1 driver ended in the Q1 drop zone. The Aussie was bemused at his recent contraction of Logan Sargent syndrome and told the media they'd find him drowned in his ice bath and that he needed Nelson Piquet back for race day. Petition to get Daniel Ricciardo in as the new host of the Comedy Review. With all the attention on RB, it's easy to forget that Sergio Perez's future will be decided after the Singapore round as well. The Mexican had clearly forgotten this too, as he was eliminated from the second session, and his latest excuse was, well, an interesting one.
And it was all about the rear tires. I couldn't get them in the...
Come again, Jacko?
The rear tires.
Sorry, one more time?
The rear tires.
Yeah, look, I know they've banned swearing, but you really can't say that in 2024. And I don't know what this has to do with Lance Stroll either. There were surprises getting through this session as well. Fernando Alonso's thirst for more lizard blood allowed him to get into Q3, as Yuki Tsunoda also made it in, slitting Danny Rick's wrists in the process. As we entered the top 10 shootout, it appeared that Ferrari had regained some of their Friday form. However, upon realising that he'd likely end up 10th anyway, Sainz felt he'd rather reshape his gearbox into an F1 Authentic side table. Yeah, cue the meme. That left 8 minutes on the clock, enough time for a one-lap shootout in the hunt for pole. Oscar Piastri showed up first with a competitive benchmark before his teammate did him by half a second. The lone Ferrari of Leclerc was next and couldn't even beat the Haas of Hulkenberg. The FIA then rubbed salt in the wounds by exposing that Leclerc had exceeded track limits to achieve this. Verstappen and Hamilton would set lap times good enough for second and third respectively, but no one was touching Lando's attempt out front. He took yet another pole in 2024, which means I'm off to place a bet on Max having the lead by turn 1. Speaking of Verstappen, he wasn't speaking, taking the post-quali press conference as an opportunity to try out his Kimi Raikkonen impression and to protest F1's new no-swearing rule. If only he'd taken this approach a few years ago when he was busy defending racists. Daniel Ricciardo's last day as an F1 driver would open with the team taking his criticisms of the soft tyre on board before fitting them to his car for the start of the race. Up at the front, meanwhile, Lando Norris would retain his lead as Franco Colapinto took the open lobbies line into turn 1, scaring teammate Albon off the road. With British-Argentine relations already at boiling point, Alex wasn't particularly pleased with Franco's actions. In his defence, he has been used to racing Latifi and Sargent over the last few years, so this concept of competition is probably a new one for him. Albon's day was about to get worse when he was overtaken by Daniel Ricciardo. It soon became clear that this was due to an issue on the Williams side, and the 23 car was euthanised early on. Lando Norris was storming clear by this point. However, the temptation of the bottle was never too far away. The McLaren man clipped the wall on lap 29, almost ending his Grand Prix and making Max Verstappen fans come a little. On the subject of the Dutchman, he came out of the pits thinking he'd just been undercut by the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. In reality, he was merely confusing this with yet another Ferrari strategy. Charles really did find himself in a battle with Lewis Hamilton in this one, not on the track, more to do with whose pit wall could act the most like... You know what, take it away, Checo.
The rear tires are...
Oscar Piastri's strategy was another interesting one. He found himself being the only front runner capable of making an overtake, swooping around the outside of Hamilton on lap 40 and then Russell the exact same way 5 tours later. Daniel Ricciardo's send-off was going well meanwhile. The team had strapped on some medium tyres to his RB back in 1836, and now the Honey Badger was waving the field by with little to no hope of finishing even in the top 15. He'd make the final overtake of his F1 career, passing Kevin Magnussen, whose triumphant return to the Haas cockpit saw him collide with the wall and send his rear tyre to the gulag. With the laps ticking down, there was nothing Daniel could do to have any wider impact on this race. Or was there? Norris was still doing his best to ruin his third ever Grand Prix win, but in the closing laps, it looked as if the McLaren driver could mark up his first ever Grand Slam. That being when you take pole, lead every lap, which was going to be the hard bit, and taking the fastest lap of the race. With Danny Ric having boxed about 15 times by this stage, the RB team sat back and thought, why not have one more and snag the fastest lap off his old teammate? Ricciardo was flying. It was as if the 2014 Honey Badger was back in that cockpit, and he had tyres 20 laps younger than everyone else. As Lando Norris crossed the finish line to take his third win of the season, DR3 took the fastest lap of the race, which could have been a point if he wasn't down in 18th. F1 were a bit slow to get the highlights package out this week, probably because it was a bit of a challenge to find highlights throughout this one. I do like the Singapore circuit, but its action typically involves the use of a safety car. Since that's still wedged in the Monza barrier somewhere, this isn't one I'll be jumping back to rewatch anytime soon. The championship lead is down to 52 points with 6 races left to go. Ricciardo's fastest lap, meaning all Verstappen now has to do is finish second in every remaining event to seal his 4th title. That would be easy if Norris had Checo alongside him, but Piastri's drive to 3rd is probably the most underrated of the weekend. Meanwhile, Perez couldn't even pass Hülkenberg for 9th. If we have to speculate about Daniel Ricciardo's future after this, then what about Sergio Perez? He's now out of mathematical contention for the title, which, I'll be honest, I thought happened back in Bahrain, is the sole reason McLaren now have a 42-point lead in the constructors, and his sheer presence is sending people to the fucking hospital. Like, come on, Red Bull. Your PR cock-up has cost Daniel Ricciardo the ending he deserved. Throw the Aussie in the Red Bull for the final 6 races like you've got nothing to lose anymore. Right, now I'm off to have a cry. So it's been a few weeks, Daniel Ricciardo is gone, Ben Sulayem has removed his FIA-branded ball gag, and F1 Twitter have, well, they've completely lost the plot. But at least F1's back. And we're in America, y'all. Sorry, that was shit. The sport would return with plenty of controversy in the air, which gives me quite a lot to talk about. I can't say I particularly want to, but it is kind of my job now. So if you end up enjoying this deep dive into my depressive episode, be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below. And now let's get into the comedy review. It's the US Grand Prix. The news is official then. Daniel Ricciardo has been sacked mid-season, and an FP1 video didn't age like Chris Tyson's sperm. And while we could debate for hours which one was more likely at the beginning of the season, the bigger question is, did he even know? Christian Horner claims he was told on the Sunday of the Singapore Grand Prix, Laurent Mekies claims it was a few days before that, and Glass Eye here says the news was delivered several weeks ago. Or maybe that's his dementia confusing it with when he told Liam Lawson. Yet the Kiwi came out following his not quite so shocking signing and proceeded to piss on the situation that was already so soaked in piss Bear Grylls was having an orgasm. The news that Ricciardo's fate was actually sealed merely a weekend after he was officially confirmed to be staying out the rest of the season did little to please the apoplectic committee of fans rallying for the Honey Badger's cock, me well and truly amongst them. Unfortunately, that meant hate being thrown Liam's way, which is totally unacceptable when our site should be solely trained on Mad Eye Moody here. Despite everything, Marco had the gall of asking Daniel to come back to the Red Bull fold, so he could be the team's very own Elephant Man and replace David Coulthard as their showrun driver when the Scotsman eventually decides to rejoin the world of Minecraft. Anyway, as we approached the US Grand Prix, the venue had laid out a book of remembrance for fans as if he'd f***ing died, and Liam Lawson opted to pay tribute to the fallen Honey Badger in the selection of his own race number, including the Aussie's iconic 3, followed by his chances of remaining in Formula 1. As we got closer to Sunday, Formula 1 would reveal a selection of rather controversial trophies for the upcoming Grand Prix. In Daft Punk meets Lego meets that birthday toy your aunt got you that you never wanted in the first place. I get these things are supposedly meant to be cheering, but to me it looks more like they're just crying, almost as if they want Lando Norris to put them out of their misery or to be decapitated and thrown mercilessly off the edge of the podium into the hands of the winning team. Max Verstappen is probably sat there glad he's not winning anymore. If he wanted a toy like this, he only needs to pop down to his local McDonald's. It didn't take long for social media to get a hold of Pudsey Bear here and tear him a new one. Even a real Lego man was forced into self-harm, and really, that all acts as a perfect segue into a new section for the comedy review. It's Ex-Bell End of the Week. Lando Norris stands, and this avid user of the platform thought they would break the ice by bringing up a clip of Oscar Piastri getting pissed after losing out due to the safety car in Miami. Surely this quadrant lot should be able to empathise best with the prospect of losing a Grand Prix. Only difference is this one wasn't self-inflicted. This post appeared to act as a magnet for McLaren fans' singular brain cells, making it all the more impressive that even collectively they were unable to form a remotely plausible argument. Didn't even thank him for Hungary. We should have seen he was a prick earlier on. His ego isn't something that's tangible in the long term for McLaren. Clearly, this commenter Bellen's recollection of the Hungarian Grand Prix conveniently omits any time this popped up on the screen. A rare example of sense popped up to ask what the whole point of this was. The poster admitting that they just wanted to start the race weekend with an argument they've clearly won as they felt the need to wipe the post from the internet. Sadly for them, I too have learned how to screenshot examples of bullshit I find online. If you brave this strange world yourself and want to submit your findings for Ex-Bell End of the Week, tag me on Twitter or post it on our Discord server. Now, back to the action. This is where I was about to start talking about FP1, except on Thursday, some bigger news would take the paddock by storm. Actually, that's a bad word to use in the US given recent events. In what we now know as Bibgate, stories were circling about an undisclosed Formula 1 team using hidden controls to alter the ride height between qualifying and the race. This has been banned since the introduction of Parc Fermé regulations in some year I can't be asked to look up. Speculation was rife over who this cheating team was, with the people of Twitter basing their theories on which driver they deemed to be most racist. In actuality, it wasn't long before Red Bull admitted to having such a component on their car, though were keen to make it clear they had never used it. That clears it up then. Guess it must just have been there to look cool. Marco was then back in the headlines and doing his best to toe the party line into a f***ing gas chamber. He claimed the FIA knew about the design all along and that it wasn't illegal whatsoever. The FIA clearly knew so much about the existence of this component that in farcical scenes they forced Red Bull's chief mechanic to put on a show and tell session for all of the world's media following opening practice. And speaking of, we should probably get to that on-track action, shouldn't we? Since it was a sprint weekend, this would be the only preparation the teams would get. Ferrari taking full advantage with Carlos Sainz ending the session at the top of the timing screens. The Scuderia believe this weekend will be the big teller in whether they'll be able to compete with McLaren for the constructors in the final 6 races of the season. A question I can quite clearly answer. No. The Papaya team were one of several to showcase one-off liveries for the Austin event, in what is a stunning chrome look despite the fact it was designed with a colour swap tool in about 15 seconds. The Alpines looked a little different this weekend, the team believing if they paint their cars like a McLaren, they might actually have an ounce of pace. In reality, this was to promote the new Indiana Jones game, titled Indiana Jones and the Lost French Performance, a violent shoot-them-up where you blast through the Viry factory mutilating the bodies of striking engine workers. Gasly went looking for some of this form in the Turn 1 runoff, otherwise P12 and 17 is kind of what we expect from these guys now. Aston Martin also showed off a new livery, only this one was so embarrassing it wouldn't be used for the race weekend. Instead, the team put their car amongst normal people, as that's the only way to make it look quick, in a promotional video which also showed they like kids. The final team with a new paint job were Haas, though the bigger news surrounding the American outfit was that they'd partnered up with Toyota in a comeback that apparently isn't a comeback after all. All we actually learned in all this is that Haas had been operating for the last 8 years without even access to a simulator, which besides explaining quite a lot, is almost as tragic as when we found out the Williams cars used to be designed in Excel. Throughout first practice, the new track surface was clearly catching drivers out. Either that, or Hamilton was so disgusted at the sight of a Haas he almost had to throw his car in the wall. Mercedes have brought new upgrades to this one, proud of the fact that they have produced enough for both of its drivers, though this just meant that we got to watch both of them struggle to adapt as the Silver Arrow spent the majority of the hour pointing the wrong way. With technical director James Allison looking like each member of his family were about to be repeatedly shot in the head, SQ1 got underway and we were being amazed by the fact that Sergio Perez was slightly less than usual, only putting a lap that was a tenth slower than teammate Verstappen. Order was quickly restored, however, when this lap was deleted for track limits. He would at least make it through the session, the same not able to be said about Oscar Piastri, who delved back into McLaren's history in chrome only to find this.
Hey, dude, I feel so confident speaking like an American.
Me too. Can't wait to eat a hot dog. I'm totally psyched, American bro. Woo! Yeehaw!
Yeah!
Yeehaw!
The Australian found his last lap time deleted, sending the session down in 16th. At least Alex Albon made his exit in a slightly more spectacular fashion, spinning at the end of his lap, making us wonder if Sargent had been given a farewell show run at his home event. Of course, this was a ridiculous theory, one proved false when the Williams machine managed to avoid the wall. SQ2 would see Checo return to form, being outqualified by a junior team car and ending up knocked out of the top 10 shootout. Also ahead of the Mexican was Franco Colapinto, who had his own run-in with Pierre Gasly at the end of the session. The Frenchman just wanted to wave to the Williams rookie, but instead found himself castrated by the RGs on social media. The Aston Martins were also out, and with his job done for the day, Lance Stroll evaporated. That takes us into the final part of sprint qualifying, the pair of Mercs going out early, and George Russell setting the pace. Lewis Hamilton was next across the line, but only produced a scrappy showing, which somehow was the team's fault. Colapinto's efforts would then mimic that of the Belgrano, and on the subject of being deep, that aptly described Carlos Sainz's final corner in the Ferrari. That wiped the Spaniard out of contention, with teammate Leclerc taking Ferrari's mega car to only third. That left Russell looking like Saturday's pole sitter, only everyone had forgotten Max Verstappen was still on a lap, and he was about to go fastest, recording his first official pole since Imola. Also hats off to Hulkenberg, who was 3/10 off the Dutchman somehow. Sprint Saturday started with Zach Brown locked in the car with Danica Patrick, in what has to be the strangest fake taxi episode I've ever seen in my life. Anyway, it was lights out and away we go, and since Lando Norris wasn't on pole, he actually made a decent start, slotting his way into second on the exit of turn 1 and gunning after supposed title rival Verstappen for the lead. That placed the pair of Ferraris on track together, Carlos Sainz throwing caution to the wind in the early stages, all while Charles Leclerc cried over the radio for the Spaniard to stop. The Monegasque would win out in that battle for now. Meanwhile, a long way further back, Sergio Perez was on his own adventure, experimenting with new ways to prevent the RB drivers from snagging his seat. Oscar Piastri's charge through the field wasn't going that much better, as he found out that just because Gasly is driving an Alpine, it doesn't give you the right to forget they exist. As we moved into the second half of the race, all the talk was how much Lando Norris was closing in on Max Verstappen at the front, which quietly fizzled out when the gap started to grow instead. Attention quickly turned to third place man Russell then. Prior to lights out, the Silver Arrows were being touted as contenders for the win. Instead, GR's tyres had joined James Ellison's family in the morgue, and the 63 car was easy pickings to the pair of prancing horses behind. Sainz had got ahead by this stage and had set his sights even higher at the now struggling Norris in second. As we got to the final lap, the Briton realised he had to use up his weekly bottle and threw away a championship point down at turn 1. Cue a nail-biting finish where the Chrome McLaren had to fend off Leclerc's advances, even surviving a late Charlism in the final sector to remain on the podium. Max Verstappen and Red Bull were back, however, and the Dutchman crossed the line to take a dominant win in the sprint, meaning it was time for Parc Fermé to reopen and for them to adjust their car legally for once. Coming into Grand Prix qualifying, it was revealed that Fernando Alonso hadn't been best pleased with newcomer Liam Lawson. The Spaniard threatened to screw the Kiwi, and here he is demonstrating how he would suck the RB/AlphaTauri driver off afterwards. Lewis Hamilton was once again being touted for pole, the Briton living up to the hype by going out in Q1. And if you think things can't get any worse, he's just been beaten by a Sauber.
Last word to you, Kenzo. Who's going to win the race this weekend?
Lewis.
Exactly.
You know what, somehow I don't think he will be. The second part of qualifying was about as interesting as your mum. Nico Hulkenberg so distraught at overshooting turn 1, he appeared to burst into tears over team radio. Lance Stroll was another one out, and as he evaporated again, Q3 would see a major upset, as Lando Norris was told to use the force and moved into provisional pole, Verstappen not able to usurp the McLaren on his run. Far worse was Sergio Perez, who was an entire second off the pace in a lap that was deleted for track limits anyway. By the final runs, Norris had done everything he could, but Verstappen was able to go a tenth faster in the first sector. The McLaren could do nothing to stop him. Russell having a big crikey moment, however. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
George Russell was entering Sunday with a problem. While Mercedes had been so proud of the fact they got upgrades ready for both cars in Austin, it did mean their number of spares was the same as Daniel Ricciardo's chances of staying in Formula 1. From the outside looking in though, it appeared the drivers liked these new parts about as much as one liked shoving a cactus up their prostate. Lewis Hamilton was uncharacteristically happy to give up his upgrades to help out his teammate, who claimed he'd rather start from the pit lane than spend another minute with his new bit. With that then, it was lights out and away we go again, and with Norris on pole this time, that meant he was about to cock it all up. Sure enough, the McLaren's defence into turn 1 was about as limp as Ayrton Senna's penis around people of age, Verstappen bullying his way by, while Charles Leclerc took one look at the squabbling children and moved up into the lead. Further back, Alex Albon was about to make the Alpine of Ocon into Indiana Jones DLC, an add-on where you have to hunt for what's left of the Frenchman's motivation at the apex of turn 1. It wasn't all Temple of Doom though. Lawson had made a mega start and was now back on the rear end of best buddy Alonso, and Lewis Hamilton had also risen to 12th. Oh, never mind, I guess I'll just go f myself then. Having failed to rid himself of Mercedes' new upgrade package, Hamilton looked to emulate his teammate at the penultimate corner. That incident disrupted Bernd Maylander's afternoon wank as the safety car was called into action. When racing resumed a handful of laps later, Leclerc would hold a narrow lead from Verstappen and Sainz. Trouble was about to hit the top 3, however, as Carlos began to report the smell of fuel in the cockpit. Ferrari realised they'd accidentally turned on the Romain Grosjean 4D experience and were able to quickly resolve the problem. Red Bull, meanwhile, were concerned Max Verstappen hadn't reported his weekly issue yet, and so began to make some up for him to keep the Dutchman stimulated. If you thought Mercedes' day couldn't get any worse, Russell was now fighting with the Saubers, and when the 63 car made his way past, Bottas decided to just drive off the circuit, which means George gets a penalty because of reasons. Slow attempted something similar down at turn 1, but just ended up making himself look like a bit of a tit. Life was going a bit better for Sainz. His engineer might have been having a bit of a stroke over the radio, but the Ferrari strategy team were at least firing on all cylinders. They'd pitted the Spaniard early, and now he'd gotten the undercut on Verstappen. You could only dream of having a similar rear gunner. Checo was busy fondling with himself and battling with the Haas cars. Both Ferraris had boxed, but the McLarens were trying something a little bit different, staying out in what was described to Lando Norris as the German situation. Whether that means to lose on penalties or to wait until an evil Austrian shoots himself in the head, I don't know. But my sources tell me Helmut Marko was unfortunately alive when Norris finally made his way to the pits on lap 32. That gave him much fresher tyres than title rival Verstappen, setting things up for a thrilling end to the race where the world's highest paid bitches get to cry over team radio. Before we get to that, let's look down the field at RB. Liam Lawson had mimicked the McLaren strategy, completing a fantastic opening stint to jump ahead of teammate Tsunoda, who was so infuriated at the situation he forgot what way the track went down at turn 1. Back to the battle for third then, and Lando had now closed right onto the tail of Verstappen, giving us a thrilling 10-lap battle where Norris fought against the bottle and attempted to keep his championship hopes alive. We really were treated to the perfect example of how to battle on track, right up until the actual overtake itself, where Verstappen drove the McLaren into the bordering state at turn 12. Opinions on this were obviously divided. The debate came down to which car was ahead at the apex, then down to what exactly an apex was, which is far too complicated a question for the incels of Twitter to fathom. If you happen to care about my view, I believe Norris was ahead, but then overtook Max off track, or while Max was also off the circuit as well. I'm not even sure the FIA have a rule for that. In the end, Lando decided that he would just keep the position and blame any penalty on the team later, attempting to build a 5-second gap up the road to negate such an action. All the while, Ferrari had driven an absolute masterclass, Charles Leclerc coming across the line to take the victory, and Carlos Sainz making it a Scuderia 1-2. Norris would cross the line in third, only to be knocked behind Verstappen due to that expected penalty. Guess we at least know what was meant by the German situation now. Further back, let's not forget to congratulate Liam Lawson and George Russell for coming back into the points, and to Sergio Perez for somehow being even more underwhelming than we all expected him to be. This guy really thinks he's going to win in Mexico next week. Ferrari though? Well, who saw that coming? Their 1-2 places them just 4 points behind Red Bull and the Constructors, and I'm kind of doubting that assessment I made earlier in this one. I also can't be bothered to re-edit it, so have fun laughing at me down in the comments. Well, remember those Lego trophies from last week? Turns out they were melted down into glue due to potential copyright infringement. I can't believe I, of all people, am about to say that's a good thing, but when F1 replaced them with some Pirelli keychains from the Kota gift shop, Sainz still managed to drop one on the podium. Also, in a completely unrelated note, this video shows that being too much of a Charles Leclerc fan will literally kill you. Austin may have brought the end of a 3-week break, but now Formula 1 have 3 races back-to-back, which is great for us and the marriage counsellors of team personnel. Not Christian Horner's though, that relationship's more dead than that Leclerc fan from a second ago. Mexico and the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez played host around 20 of the season, the high-altitude nature of its surroundings providing an exemplary backdrop for Lando Norris's championship comeback, and for Lando Norris's fans to jump from when they realise David Cameron f***ing a Homo sapien is a far more likely possibility. I appreciate that joke is almost a decade old, but at this point in the year I'm running out of material. If you end up enjoying what I have left in the tank, then help me out by clicking that subscribe button down below. Apparently 57% of you aren't subscribed, or some shit, do you really even care? Anyway, now I'm done begging, we've got a lot to cover this week, so let's get into the comedy review. It's the Mexican Grand Prix. News, and following Lando Norris's penalty at the end of the US Grand Prix, McLaren have filed a right to review request to the FIA, the organisation taking a few days to pretend to look it over before promptly telling Team Papaya to shove it where the sun don't shine. Bit like what they said with my copyright appeals in the summer. Come to think of it, I can't remember a time when a right to review case has actually been upheld. I'm starting to think it's more of a psychological construct to make teams at least think they have an ounce of control. Bit like those unsubscribed links and the hot milfs in your area emails. Or democracy. In other news, there was scandal as national treasure and Hamilton fleshlight Martin Brundle was ignored by new Williams seat warmer Franco Colapinto. Cue a special feature by Sky Sports where the pair battled it out to see who could make the most grovelling apology, though how much this has won over fans I'm not 100% sure of. Satisfaction, as one of the features in last week's Expel End of the Week, didn't take the news particularly well. After threatening to break me in half and referring to me as something he's never seen in his life, X themselves stepped in to provide poetic justice on the entire situation. For the record, I had nothing to do with this, I think anyway. Allegedly, he was also dense enough to suggest the London riots were justified. On to this week's submission, and for the first time, it comes from a team. Sort of. Apex GP, the fictional outfit behind Brad Pitt's latest wet dream, have been tweeting for months like they've been actually competing in the sport. Coming into this weekend, however, the fake team were forced to make a very real apology when one of their social media managers thought telling AI to make Pitt look Mexican and like he had a rare genetic disorder was a remotely good idea. As with any good apology, the users of this wonderful platform would show up in their halls to hurl their pent-up anger. I'm starting to work out that these statements are simply the modern-day equivalent of being put in the stocks, except the rotten food being held at your face is just replaced by people being offended on the behalf of others and violent sexual imagery against your mum. Didn't even think F1 teams could have mums. Remember, you can send your own submissions in for Expel End of the Week by tagging me on the platform, using the hashtag on screen, or heading over to the dedicated channel in our Discord server. Anyway, let's move on. Oh look, a thread about people dying on camera. Charles Leclerc would also be identifying as a Mexican this weekend in an attempt to blend in and avoid the cartel from assassinating him over what happened at Turn 1 12 months ago. Along with a special helmet, he'd picked up some maracas in a photo shoot that will probably see him cancelled in the next 10 years and thrown out to the dogs alongside Brad Pitt and whatever's left of Checo's credibility. Also, the video that goes along with this somehow becomes even more tragic and offensive than that Apex tweet. The Ferrari drivers were also seen playing a light-hearted game of Jenga in the paddock, a feature likely safe for this weekend as towers falling down in the States are still a rather touchy subject over there. At this point, FP1 was about to get underway, which means it's time to showcase the new liveries gracing the grid this weekend. Williams will be the only team to run an alternate look in Mexico, as Logan Sargent's impact on the outfit began to show as they ran out of money for blue paint and had to dip into their heritage closet. The team will be rocking a yellow engine cover for the next two races, in a deal with Argentinian bank Mercado Libre, paired alongside an advert which sees Franco Colapinto lose his seat to a guy with black hair, then is forced to drive a delivery van for the remainder of the year. A painful reminder of what will actually happen in about 5 races' time. Franco was another of the stars of last week, as he came from a Q1 exit in qualifying to end up inside the points come the end of the Grand Prix. His reward being a media event where James Vowles publicly sucked him off, whilst poor old Alex Albon was relegated to the resident cuck as he sits there pleading for a member of the audience to have brought a shotgun. Life wouldn't get much better for Alex in practice as he got scared by a Ferrari at turn 10 and continued to prove that Williams can't seem to field two competent drivers at the same time. That Ferrari would be driven by 2025 Haas victim Ollie Bearman, Albon blaming the Brit for seemingly existing, later managing to be even more delusional by retracting that statement, only to hold the Scuderia accountable instead. Bearman will be one of 5 rookies filling in for the usual suspects in opening practice, being joined by Pato O'Ward, Felipe Drogovic, Kimi Antonelli, and Robert Schwartzman. who's apparently an Israeli now. Schwartzman's inexperience would shine through as he sped under the yellow flags caused by fraud Bond, granting the Sauber stand-in a 5-place grid penalty, which will loom over his head till the end of time as he's never getting an F1 seat, and why is he here anyway? I mean, I know what happened last time we trusted the French with an F1 car, but surely it's time to give Teo a shot. As mentioned, Antonelli was also back, and lasting a little longer out on circuit in his last foray with the team at Monza. That didn't stop him bringing out his own red flag, however, the Italian making some setup changes by tearing #blessflaw a bit. Though, given how much Lewis seemed to like his new upgrades last week, maybe his replacements just done him a favour. George Russell and the other Merc would end up topping the session, though FP2 would in fact unveil that Crikey Man enjoys Pirelli tyre tests about as much as Liam Payne does a flight of stairs. I won't get any hate for that joke down in the comments. Conveniently down is the one direction most fans don't want to talk about at the moment. As I was saying, FP2 would end up being an extended session because part of it was used to test Pirelli's new rubber for 2025. Or if you read social media, because Max Verstappen hit reliability woes in FP1. The Dutchman wasn't faring much better in the afternoon, however, as we got to play a game of bingo over the 90 minutes with potential problems with his car. He thus spent the majority of the session stuck in the garage alongside Alex Albon, who was still sat in the naughty corner following his Sargent impression in FP1. Charles Leclerc would also miss out on the early running, as his car also required repairs, but did get out in time to go fourth quickest, in a session topped by his Ferrari teammate Carlos Sainz. Tsunoda was a surprise third in a session that in reality gave us little idea of what the true running order looked like. It was over to FP3 then, Ferrari still looking up, quite literally for this mechanic. I wonder if he sounded a little like this guy. Red Bull, meanwhile, continued to be plagued by problems. Verstappen was forced to revert to an old-spec power unit and still complained to the point where his Brazilian upgrades might start looking a little like this. Still, could always be worse. Sergio Perez was 14th. On the other end of the times, McLaren had appeared to refine their form on Saturday morning, Piastri taking the spoils in final practice, with Norris in hot pursuit. As his lack of simulator work was apparent when both drivers appeared to forget what way they were going, but a positive session overall for the American outfit left spirits high for qualifying. While as the session drew to a close, Liam Lawson attempted a new strategy of keeping cars behind. That takes us to Saturday afternoon and qualifying, and you know what, these Sergio Perez jokes are getting a bit old, aren't they? A bit like him going out in Q1. That won't stop it from happening, or me from making them, the useless sack of shit. Checo wouldn't be the only big name to fall early. Oscar Piastri was being courted by Glass Eye earlier in the weekend, the Australian doing his best to shake off the Austrian's advances by showing off his best Perez impression to go out in the first part of qualifying. Colapinto, Ocon and Slow would make up the rest of the drivers eliminated, all five having to now live with the sad reality of being out-qualified by Lance Stroll. With the field shuffled then, that provided an opportunity for some unlikely candidates to progress into Q3. RB and Haas looked to be vying for those positions, the American squad getting both cars through just in time for Yuki to be f***ing useless and gift the squad P6 in the constructors. The Japanese driver's crash brought an early end to Q2, disrupting a lot of run plans and setting us up for a thrilling top 10 shootout. Norris, Verstappen and the Ferraris all looked to be in pole contention, while Mercedes' pace appeared to drop off a cliff again. Max Verstappen would draw first blood in Q3 though, as he took provisional pole with a lap time so quick it made you wonder if he'd cut half of it out. As it turned out, that is exactly what he'd done, and that was his lap time deleted. Sainz would inherit provisional P1 then, before improving on his second lap, Ferrari's pace coming good at the perfect moment. Verstappen would recover to second, with Norris close behind in third, while the man replacing the pole sitter bottled his attempt and will line up sixth. On to Sunday then, and Verstappen would get a tremendous launch, getting ahead of Carlos Sainz heading down into turn 1. Speaking of heading down into turn 1, Yuki Tsunoda would do so backwards, resulting in the first corner looking more like an opening scene from Casualty. The RB man was Alex Albon's second victim of the week, wiping both out of the equation as the safety car took over the race lead for lap 2. In brighter news, Sergio Perez made a fantastic getaway and had made up 5 positions. A great start, in his own words. Probably because he jumped it. With the Mexican still somehow in denial, the safety car was coming in and Verstappen leading the field to green. There'd be no calamities this time, but Sainz was on hot pursuit of the Dutchman ahead. One lap later and the Spaniard was back in the lead, setting Norris up for an overtake on Verstappen. The McLaren man dived around the outside, seemingly forgetting how well that went in Austin last time out. As it happened, Lando found himself in the lead, only after Max repurposed his McLaren for a lawnmower at turn 5, thanking Norris for handing the position back by giving him an extended tour of the circuit's infield. Verstappen's Mexican GP safari was not viewed so fondly by the FIA stewards, who confused Twitter by awarding the Dutchman with 20 seconds worth of time penalties. I don't know what's more shocking, that or the fact that if he served said penalty, he'd still be ahead of Sergio Perez. Speaking of the home hero, he found himself battling his unannounced replacement for next season. Checo had been driving this weekend like no steward can touch him, and any driver ahead should gracefully move out the way because it's his home race. Well, Liam Lawson clearly hadn't got that memo, punishing Checo with a hole in his side pod and a meet and greet with Aston Martin's Lance Stroll. Checo's 2023 Mexican GP was at least a simple bullet in the brain. This year, he's been kneecapped and left to bleed out while getting pissed on by his fellow backmarkers. Lawson, on the other hand, had no intention of making amends as he taught the Mexicans some Kiwi culture. Meanwhile, it was Fernando Alonso's 400th Grand Prix this weekend, and as a reward, Aston Martin allowed him to only compete 17 laps before retiring for the day. What had been a thrilling Grand Prix was now settling down a bit, meaning it was about time for Sky Sports to start trimming up impossible rain and the Mercedes drivers to give Toto Wolff a heart attack. #Bless was struggling to get past Crikey Man, who, let's not forget, had the old spare Caro package after repeatedly fisting his new one into the Tech Pro barriers. George, though, held the position, meaning either Merck's engineers are monumentally dense or Ferrari have just themselves for 2025. The man they handed the P45 to at the beginning of the season had now made his pit stop and held a comfortable 5-second lead from Italy's Jesus reincarnate, and Ferrari's first back-to-back 1-2 since 2008 was by no means a done deal. Lando Norris was now closing back in and had discovered the ability to manifest his bottle onto others, Leclerc spraying diarrhea all over the runoff as he gifted the McLaren P2. Norris would then set off to Carlos for the win, but he'd run out of laps, the Spaniard coming across the line to take a popular win and potentially one of the last of his career. It was bad news for Checo fans as Red Bull went for the dreaded Daniel Ricciardo fastest lap glory run strategy, except he couldn't even manage to get that right. Lando and Charles would round out the podium then in a big result for both the Drivers' and Constructors' Championship. With Verstappen 6th on the road, his lead has taken a big hit, and Ferrari have continued to close down McLaren as well. We're in for a cracky end to the season, and if this continues in 2025, we've got some fun times ahead. It's just so easy to lose yourself in Sao Paulo, and half of your belongings when you're inevitably mugged at gunpoint just outside the airport. I'll be honest, at this stage of the season, I have no idea how to start these videos anymore, so I let ChatGPT do it for me. Here's what it came up with. Oi oi oi, what's up Brazil? It's your boy FP1 Will, back at it again with another banger. Welcome to the 2024 Brazilian Grand Prix comedy review, the race that's hotter than the engine, spicier than the bowl of whatever the that is, and as chaotic as a Ferrari strategy department on a Monday morning. That was fucking shit, wasn't it? Taking back control from our AI overlords, and despite my begging from last week, 53% of you still aren't subscribed, which is quite frankly unacceptable. It's almost as if these bits don't work. Anyway, if you end up enjoying this one, maybe you could consider pleasuring that red button down below. But with our ground rules established, let's get into the comedy review. It's the 2024 Brazilian Grand Prix. Dead people, and Ayrton Senna's decapitated head was rolled out to Turn 2 on Thursday for a post-mortem photo shoot. The event was to mark for about the 60th time this season, 30 years since the Brazilian's death at Imola, with drivers posing for photos before getting under the visor, making them the oldest things to be inside Ayrton possibly ever. Getting all 20 drivers into Senna's head looked pretty difficult on paper, but in reality it was really easy, because it was massive, and got hollowed out by a suspension arm in 1994. Journalists, and in an extended version of ex-Bell End of the Week, Twitter charlatan Hazel Southwell set the platform alight following last week's race in Mexico, with this 1000 IQ take. Going to say something wildly outrageous than that, but has Charles Leclerc in any way proven he should have an assured seat at a top F1 team? Honestly, every post is quote wildly outrageous, mainly because it's so offensively brain-achingly stupid that even the bots refuse to interact with it. I mean, do we have to mention the strategy masterclass at Monza, or finally getting enough brain cells in the line to win the Monaco Grand Prix, or the utter domination at Qatar, which might I add was literally a week before this take was f***ing written. She then doubles down on this, listing drivers she thinks are better, in a list that includes names like Esteban Ocon and Fraudbot. At this rate, she probably thinks this guy's right on Leclerc's level. Rightfully, X's fellow Bellends rushed to the scene to lay Hazel a new one. Now, the minority telling her to kill herself is probably overdoing it a tiny bit, but here are some of my personal favourites that are actually funny. Why yes, Hazel? Like for example, if you watch the races with your eyes, you know this question is like asking if the earth is flat. No one cares what you think. Stick to Formula E. Genuine question. Are you watching races with the TV off? Someone call the nurse. And finally, You're f***ing brain dead. One bellend simply responded with this beauty of a quote from Yuki Tsunoda, triggering Hazel to go full-blown victim mode and open herself up to even less of the fans' sympathy. After replying to individual bellends with about as much success as Oscar Pistorius' Tinder account these days, we eventually got this blanket response to us all. This is the sort of Twitter backpedaling you'd expect from someone who just realised they'd stepped off a cliff and is now desperately flapping their arms in the hope they might start flying. But no, Hazel's here, doubling down, convinced her insight is simply too raw or edgy for the average F1 fan to handle. Like she's unlocked some next level understanding of motorsport that the rest of us mere mortals can't comprehend because we're all drooling over Charles's cock like we're a Catholic priest at a christening. Remember, you can submit your findings to X-Bellend of the Week either through our Discord channel, using the hashtag on screen now, or tagging my account. Back to Hazel, and maybe next time she could try something even more, quote, outrageous, like reading the stats, watching a race, or just opening her fucking eyes. So anyway, back to the news, and headlines were once again surrounding Argentine Franco Colapinto, the Williams racer being linked to a move to RB for next season, or even Red Bull, if you're stupid. The crows have been circulating Sergio Perez since his home race was so embarrassing his own father attempted to announce the Mexican's retirement early on Instagram. Colapinto, meanwhile, has been going from strength to strength, signing another new deal this week with Uber, just so he has a backup plan if his 2025 prospects fall through. He would no longer be the least experienced driver on the grid once FP1 rolled around, however. As Haas announced, Conservative Party leader hopeful Ollie Behrman would be returning to Kevin Magnussen's cockpit after the Dane mysteriously fell ill prior to the weekend. Fernando Alonso would also attempt to pull this same trick, as Aston Martin revealed their upgrades had gone so well this year, they decided to revert their car to its spec from the beginning of the season. Big Daddy Stroll would see through the Spaniard's cunning plan, though in fairness, the team would start the weekend strong. Alonso floating around the top 10 over the course of free practice. We'll just ignore the fact that this time last year they were competing for podiums, and with every passing week, Lance Stroll's acid trip looks to be getting worse. On the other end of the timing screens, Behrman would shock us all by finishing third, while it would be McLaren and Lando Norris topping the opening session. The Brit finding Sergio Perez too slow even in the pit lane. Checo has a new chassis for this weekend, the latest in a long line of silver bullets in an attempt to cure his Daniel Ricciardo syndrome. In reality, as we've all found out this year, what we actually need is an actual bullet, straight to the head.
And I get the Tinder wrap.
The Mexican would wrap up practice only 4 spots behind his teammates, which would have been seen as a huge improvement if his teammate wasn't 15th and likely focusing less on lap time and more on investigating where best to push drivers off track this week. Following the session, WhatsApp's CEO was seen trying the Williams Hospitality's coffee, if you believe what comes out of James Vowles' mouth these days. Conveniently, Williams have a new coffee sponsor following the success of Franco Colapinto. Rumours of the Argentine becoming the next Nick de Vries were now louder than ever. But here's an alternate theory for you, because my takes always age so f***ing well, don't they? What if Horner was actually trying to buy out Carlos Sainz's services? Williams gets to keep hold of their money magnet, and Vowles gets a younger victim in his hotel bedroom. It's a scenario that actually makes a hell of a lot of sense, which means it probably won't happen, but I'm just saying it here just in case. Returning to the on-track action, and it's bad news for fans of FP2, as this was our penultimate sprint weekend of the year. Over to sprint qualifying then, and Behrman continued to impress as he comfortably sailed to SQ2 with ease. It was easy to miss this feat, after all, something far more unheard of had just happened up the road. With both Red Bulls through then, we were in for some shock eliminations from Q1. Yuki Tsunoda being the biggest name, joining slow, someone better than Charles Leclerc, and the pair of launch-spec Aston Martins, who had somehow managed to become even more tragic. The end of SQ2 would see Perez hit another new low. The Mexican was so slow he couldn't even make his outlap in time to get a proper shot at the top 10 shootout. That was probably because he spent it trying to f*** over Lawson, who went on to beat him anyway. Behrman would once again make it through at the expense of his teammates, and joining Hulk in the drop zone would be Senna reincarnate, wannabe Senna reincarnate, and Valtteri Bottas, who's apparently a coffee bag this weekend. At the top so far, it had been the McLaren show, Lando Norris setting the timing screens purple at every opportunity, all the while Piastri's being a good little number 2 driver, a sentence that's probably given his manager Mark Webber a brain aneurysm. With the 4-car taking provisional pole after the initial runs in SQ3, that didn't look like it was going to change, except Oscar bucked the trend by going 200ths faster on his final run. Team Papayas' hopes being if Lando doesn't start from pole, he won't find a way to cock it up by the time it takes him to get to turn 3. Title rival Verstappen could only muster 4th for now, as eyes turned to see if he could be further beaten by George Russell and Mercedes. Eyes then quickly dipped away once they remembered this was George Russell and Mercedes. So as Piastri was gifted an Etsy track map by the blue Power Ranger and Ollie Behrman in a wig, It was over to Saturday to see how this all played out in the sprint. All sources pointed to McLaren performing an early swap between its drivers to maximise Norris's push for the championship. Piastri was even quoted as being ready to hand the sprint win to his teammate, so when the lights went out, he naturally cut across the Brit, feeding him to Verstappen behind. The Dutchman so shocked at this display of fair racing, he nearly punted Norris into the stratosphere. The other Red Bull of Perez was spending his morning documenting the adventures of the Haas cars, Behrman fighting back through the field after losing out in the opening stages, and being gifted the position by Hülkenberg in what looked like a planned overtake. What I doubt was planned was the German also losing out to Perez, though in the American team's defence, when was the last time you actually saw him attempt an overtake? Sure enough, the next car was Lawson, which meant it was time for the RB20 to be repurposed into a battling ram. Returning to the front of the field, and Max Verstappen was locked in the tight battle over third with the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. With the Monegasque defence remaining firm, we were left with Verstappen's engineer GP feeding the Dutchman motivational quotes, peppering him with phrases that sound like they were scraped from one of those wellness influencers. "You can do it, Max." "Yeah, sure, just what every F1 driver needs, a fucking cheerleader." Verstappen would respond criticising the Ferrari for every mistake it made out front, which was ironic when the Dutchman himself ran wide, likely ruining his future chances of challenging the McLarens at the end. I say this as by the time the Dutchman did make it by on lap 18 of 24, Hülkenberg's Haas decided to leak like an old-age pensioner, the German deciding to pull up into the best seat in the house and watch the action from the sidelines. By this point, Piastri had still failed to relent the lead to Norris, though hats off to the FIA for allowing the team to rectify this before bringing out the virtual safety car. I'm sure that won't spool social media into a conspiracy-driven witch hunt whatsoever. Since Bernd Maylander hadn't been assembled this early into the race weekend, the virtual safety car technically allowed action to resume as soon as the track was safe. Sure enough, halfway around the final tour, it was revealed that we would get some late-stage drama. Max Verstappen judging the end of the VSC to utter perfection. If he was in a different fucking time zone. For reference, here's the gap just as the yellows came out, versus in Verstappen land, what is apparently the exact same gap when they went back in. Unsurprisingly, the Dutchman was placed back on Johnny Herbert's spanking list, and the post-race investigation handed the Red Bull driver a 5-second penalty, relegating him down to 4th. That was even better news for eventual sprint winner Norris, who was spotted giving his teammate the biggest hug while begging him not to watch the highlights with the sound on. With it now time for Grand Prix qualifying then, and likely further dominance by the team in Papaya, Sky Sports were quick to dream up yet more imaginary rain to help prop up their viewing figures. But as it turned out, that rain wasn't very imaginary at all. Qualifying was very quickly postponed, leading us to watch Maylander and the Aston Martin trundle around, setting times likely faster than the manufacturer's F1 outfit, interspliced with Ted Kravitz being routinely sacrificed to the racing gods in the hope their piss might go away. The wet weather was also an opportunity for Red Bull to dream up their latest complaint against championship rivals McLaren. This time, the Woking squad were allegedly waterboarding their tyres in the bid to gain an unfair advantage. A little investigation discovered the reason Red Bull knew this was because they used to do it themselves, before realising, shocking enough, that it was completely and utterly pointless. The high point of the interruption involved Kravitz investigating whether Toto Wolff sits or stands at his console in the Mercedes garage, dispelling the long-running theory that he in fact hovers there, or has constructed a throne out of Michael Massey's entrails. Also, huge congrats to Kravitz for fulfilling his lifelong dream and telling Crofty to f*** off on live television. Anyway, after 2 long hours of Sky Sports' latest carousel of so-called experts praising Christ that Danica Patrick is off riding Donald Trump's dick this weekend, our actual Lord and Master rocked up to tell us it was all over. And due to his fear of the dark and being wet, qualifying would instead take place on Sunday morning, in a statement rudely interrupted by F1's very own Greta Thunberg. Jokes aside, #Bless made a good point. If Pirelli made wet tyres that actually worked in the wet, we might not end up in situations like these. In the same way that if Lewis Hamilton could drive like Lewis Hamilton, he might not end up out of Q1. Yeah, quali was back on in the early hours of Sunday morning, in conditions that didn't look a whole lot better than they were when it was cancelled the day before. This was made evident when Williams' Franco Colapinto went for an inopportune move to take some Rolex sponsor board home as a souvenir. Now, look, last week I killed the red flag meme. Let's be honest, it wasn't funny anymore. Arguably, it wasn't even funny in the first place. What? Let them spin. Fine, have it your way. With Hamilton out of the opening session, the pressure was on fellow Brit Lando Norris, who was hugging the fringes of the relegation zone before a final effort just about saved his championship bid, albeit only just. The Haas cars were also out, bringing an end to a 20-year-old tradition of Sunday qualies being topped by a German, That said, anyone who thought Nico Hülkenberg would be anywhere near the top of the order likely had a head injury, was 3 points deep, or just wandered in from an alternate universe where Haas doesn't stand for horrifically amateurish attempt at speed. With that rant out of the way, we better get to Q2. The rain was now easing somewhat, leading drivers into some false sense of security where intermediate tyres were a good idea. Carlos Sainz showed us just how good the Inters were when he reminded us what race is next on the calendar by careering backwards into their advertising. Guess it's time for another one of these then, and just remember you asked for all this. That red flag meant it was panic stations for the UK's 5-year-olds, with Lando Norris once again in the drop zone with limited time remaining. That only intensified when supposed rainmaster Lance Stroll made it 3 murdered F1 cars in the first sector. Once again, hats off to the FIA, who managed to miss this for an entire 40 seconds, while every car besides Max Verstappen crossed the line to complete their laps, only then throwing out another one of, why do you want these back? With Max treating his steering wheel like Jos Verstappen treated him, the Red Bull engineers pulled out a pack of straws to decide who had to remind the Dutchman he'd also opted for a 5-place engine penalty this weekend. Now, it's worth noting at this point, it was hard to ignore the fact that this was looking more and more like a blatant attempt to make Abu Dhabi somewhat watchable, which must have been an awkward spot for the Red Bull team's PR office, who had to saunter around playing the victim card whilst conveniently forgetting they were totally fine with this when it got them the Drivers' Championship in 2021. With that comment likely allowing me to hit my engagement targets in the comments under this video, let's try to get on with Q3. 9 cars hitting the track, which somehow included an Alpine, both RBs, and Fernando, never mind, he's in the wall as well. The Spaniard's Aston Martin hit the wall about as well as Liam Payne hit concrete, frustrating Yuki Tsunoda most of all, who just pulled off his Mexico party trick once again down at turn 4. In brighter news, Norris had finally remembered he was fighting for a championship and now topped the timing screens, closely followed by Fraubon of all people in the Williams. When the session resumed, it looked like the perfect opportunity for Alex to prove all his recent doubters right. Oh, for fuck. Here we go again. Even the F1 Twitter admin has lost the will to live at this stage. But after 5 red flags, the drying Sao Paulo circuit was about to provide an absolute thriller. Times tumbled as the track's grip and drivers' confidence grew. For a moment, Liam Lawson was on the front row, before he was displaced by teammate Tsunoda, and then George Russell somehow staying in bounds long enough to go up into second as well. The same couldn't be said for Oscar Piastri, who took a slightly neater attempt at Fraubon's line at turn 1, saving the mental state of his engineers but ruining his shot at pole. It was teammate Norris then who survived long enough to take that honour, followed by Russell and Tsunoda in what has to be one of the craziest qualifying sessions I've ever bore witness to. Post-qualifying, Lewis Hamilton claimed this was the worst car he'd ever driven, which, let's be honest, is something he says so often it could be his f***ing ringtone. The Briton was so desperate to re-find his form, he was spotted breaking free of the Mercedes camp to jump back into a McLaren, except the only one he could find was from the 1980s, and he still managed to stall that within 10 metres of getting it running. In all seriousness, this was pretty iconic though. I'm just not sure it needed Senna's severed head to be rolled out yet again. It was little surprise that Alex Albon's mutilated rear end meant he wouldn't take any further part in the Grand Prix. For everyone else, it was mighty impressive that these cars were rebuilt in such a short turnaround. Lance Stroll thanking his mechanics by immediately spinning his car into the wall on the formation lap, then when this didn't eliminate him from proceedings, he opted to just beach himself anyway. I haven't checked Twitter, but I assume RPM is having a field day. This was only the start of farcical scenes where an aborted start was called, only for Lando Norris to forget what that was, leading to a second illegal parade lap to produce potentially the biggest Norris bottle in human history. With the Briton under investigation and Christian Horner climaxing with excitement, we had 10 minutes of trying to work out exactly what the f*** was going on, before trying to go green once again, the bottle then continuing to roll when Lando once again lost the lead to Russell down into turn 1. Tsunoda maintained third despite an attempted suicide bombing by teammate Lawson, and on the subject of self-destructing, it only took half a lap before Sergio Perez was spun around by himself and was now pointing the wrong way. The only Red Bull people care about had already surpassed one of its biggest obstacles and getting ahead of #bless while remaining in one piece. The Dutchman was quickly up to 8th by the time Helmut Marko broke into the FIA control room, shot all of the stewards and placed pretty much every car ahead under investigation for the same fault as Norris. The next car up the road for Verstappen was Piastri, resulting in an Olympic-level dive bomb which caught us all by surprise. Liam Lawson was the Dutchman's next target, his future slave making life somewhat easier. Meanwhile, things weren't going much better for Lewis Hamilton, who despite his additional track running earlier had appeared to forget what way the track went. Ollie Bearman was having a tough time out there as well, doing nothing to improve British-Argentine relations when he gave Franco an unsolicited prostate exam. The Haas driver falling foul of the FIA's spinning wheel of penalties as he lost out 10 seconds for this one. It was at this stage that the race began to settle down, except the rain was doing anything but, the track resembling a dystopian water park designed by someone who hates people. Clearly as tired of the red flag meme as most of the people below this video, the FIA were doing anything they could to keep the cars circulating. When Nico Hülkenberg decided to pause for a break for some reason, we only got a virtual safety car, which was enough to trick half of the field into coming in for fresh tyres, leaders Russell and Norris doing so just as we resumed to green. That gave us an Alpine 1-3, with Verstappen splitting the pair, at which point the FIA upgraded the situation to a full safety car, still trying their absolute hardest to keep the remaining drivers going. Franco Colapinto decided it was no longer time for the full wet tyre, pitting back onto the green-walled intermediates, but immediately regretting that situation as he got a tad closer to his Argentinian fans than he wanted. The red flag was now definitely out, so for what I hope is the final time, here we go again. This was great news for the Verstappen camp. In confusing scenes, they'd actually benefited from a red flag for the first time since 2021. Things were not so rosy at Haas, as Hülkenberg's break time was rewarded with a black flag and thus disqualification from the rest of the Grand Prix. Another team in trouble were Mercedes, who had also failed to apparently read the rulebook when they were caught adjusting tyre pressures during the aborted start. The restart was just as farcical as Ocon shot off into the distance, all while Bearman and Slow were having a playdate somewhere in the grass. Norris had already filled his bottle for the day, though decided to pick up another one when he ran wide at turn 4 and allowed Russell back through. At the tail end of the field, it hadn't been a great afternoon for Carlos Sainz, who was either struggling for pace or hanging back just to laugh at Ollie Bearman, who spun into the wall just behind him. Having run out of replacement front wings by this stage, if I was Ollie, I'd probably just be on the radio asking if I could just go home. Sainz found this so funny, he then cocked things up himself, spinning his car into the wall and bringing out the safety car. Carlos then tried to run away from the marshals, only managing a handful of corners before he realised his suspension resembled something more like a toddler's IKEA project. The safety car pulled in at the start of lap 43 as Verstappen refused to be left napping twice and dived down the inside of Ocon to take the lead. It was opposite fortunes for Norris, who upgraded from a bottle to a tank as he straight-lined the first corner and dropped back to 7th. Thankfully, the next car ahead was Piastri, meaning he would gratefully pull over to allow his teammate by. McLaren 5th would be harder to overtake, McLaren opting it to be safer to run crying to the stewards rather than risk Lando even considering a move. With Max now clear out into the lead, it was the Perez-Lawson show for the rest of this one. The Kiwi far less inviting when the second Red Bull tried to throw one down the inside, and after some minor contact, Lawson managed to stay out in front, causing Perez to lose his head and his rear end as he then let Lewis Hamilton through. As one Red Bull couldn't get into the points, the other was utterly unstoppable. Max Verstappen closing his final lap 19 seconds ahead of the cars behind. Granted, the cars behind were both French, but on that, fair damn play to Alpine, who jumped from P9 in the standings to ahead of Haas in a monster result for the pair of Gasly and Ocon, who now face their biggest challenge in pretending to not hate each other while up on the podium. Returning to Max though, and after his racing has received more criticism than a vegan at a barbecue in the last few weeks, this afternoon showed us just how good he really is. 17th the first, in a result that has brought McLaren down to earth like... Actually, I don't know, I've used up my Liam joke already this week. That pain may grow even larger, as Norris is still one of many under investigation for the farcical activities at the start. And if anything, I'm just glad that a lot of the dramas in officiating this weekend haven't put a damper on what was one of, if not the best race of the Ground Effect era. Yeah, I'm going there with that one. That said, there is a lot to mull over after this race, particularly the rather convenient timings of throwing red flags. No, and safety cars. I'm all for an exciting championship, but a lot of the decision-making felt artificial this weekend. Verstappen had a lot of pace in this one, and I'm actually glad he was able to show it here. Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that to come out of a Brit's mouth, were you? The 2024 season is almost over, and round 22 of the championship sees the sport head back to Vegas, back to America. Avid watchers of this channel know just how much I like the States, and no, it's not just because I fit in, I can see the comments already. The American superpower to convert brain to fat cells aside, it's all about the show over there, making it the perfect backdrop to round out what has been a fantastic season. then pretend the final 2 human rights Grand Prix just don't exist. The title fight is still mathematically on, so on in fact that McLaren have already conceded defeat and relaxed papaya rules for this one. Oscar Piastri taking advantage of the directive, pictured here decapitating Lando Norris with a lightsaber on the team's official social media account. With all that to go over and a fair bit more, don't forget to like and subscribe if you end up enjoying this one. And with that, let's get into the comedy review. It's the 2024 Las Vegas Grand Prix. News, and another seat on the 2025 grid has been filled, as leader of the Mushroom Kingdom, Mattia Binotto, announced Sauber would be signing rookie fetus Gabriel Bortoleto to race alongside Nico Hülkenberg for next year. The consequences of this move range far and wide. From the perspective of Yuki Tsunoda anyway, it did at least lead to the creation of a brand new segment of the comedy review, so without further ado, enjoy. Yes, in news that's so obvious it isn't f***ing news, Slow Guan Yu would announce that he wouldn't be racing in Formula 1 next year. This coming as a huge surprise for about 3 people, as the Chinese driver now looks to follow in the footsteps of Jesus by signing as a reserve for Ferrari. What was perhaps more of a shock was Sauber turning their back on their other incumbent victim, Valtteri Bottas, who allegedly had a deal in place, all while the higher-ups kept their eyes trained firmly on Brazilian playgrounds. The question of what Valtteri did next was so tantalising the Finn turned it into a marketing opportunity. He was whipping out his speedos, playing ultimate frisbee, torturing himself. Look, here he is, celebrating Remembrance Day by dressing up as a German D-Day captive, in some subliminal messaging suggesting what he actually wants to have happen next is a sweet release of a bullet through the brain. One driver thought to be in contention for that Sauber seat was star standout Franco Colapinto, but as we approached Vegas, it appeared he'd signed with Experience instead. Yes, social media was thrown into a frenzy when footage by, I'm assuming, someone called Lamb caught Franco with a significantly older woman, prompting a wide range of responses and critique, my favourite coming from a friend of mine who referred to him as, quote, the anti-Senna. You see, surely it's far better that Franco's girlfriend is 11 years older than the Argentine, as opposed to 11 years younger. If you ask me, this is just his fangirls having an existential crisis after realising they're not his type. Anyway, since we're on the topic of morons on the internet, guess it's a good time to see who's this episode's ex-bell end of the week. Lando Norris fans, again, and after seeing their championship hopes barrel down the runoff in Brazil, some of them have finally snapped. Lando Norris has been streaming for 7 hours straight with his besties and not a single word about Max or race incidents, not even a reference, nothing. You know who's winning the I don't give a f*** war? Well, not the guy who's winning the championship, clearly. Also, how have you got time to watch Lando Norris for 7 hours? What wank even takes that long? As usual, slightly more level-headed bellends were quick to jump in on this one. And here are some of my personal favourites. Put that in the trophy case. Must be in the gutters if you're celebrating this. Congratulations, where do we send the I don't give a f*** trophy? What would he even joke about? Losing the World Championship? The intelligence is chasing you, but it seems you're a bit faster. I then saw my favourite button on this site, clicking it to reveal this beautiful yet simple reply. The heat and the tension eventually got the initial poster to respond. People loves I'm not winning the I don't give a f*** war because I do give a lot of f***s about anything related to Lando and I'm proud of it. That's not the drag you think it is. Congratulations, that added absolutely f*** all to the discussion. Max Verstappen was also taking part in the charity stream between races, decorating his virtual car in various memes, including one of Lando's many bottles from Brazil, in a situation that has bloody rumbled my inner British bias. This is actually really damn funny. Anyway, if you see a more dense tweet out there, tag me on the platform, use the hashtag on screen, or send it over to our Discord server. Actually, don't do that, one of them's just turned Senna's death into a GIF. Finally in the news, the Grand Prix Drivers Association now have an Instagram. While that in itself is f***ing pointless, their first post was a little bit more interesting. George Russell penned a statement aimed at F1 and the FIA, criticising the organisation's treatment of its drivers, arguing that they shouldn't be dealt with like children, should be allowed to say the word f***, and Lance Stroll should be euthanised with a bolt gun. Sorry, no, I think I might have made the last one up. I'll be honest, I was one of many who expected this statement to be about as useful as Lance Stroll. And yeah, the FIA were so rattled by this, they started jumping ship like they'd just opened the wrong door at a Diddy party. Race director Niels Wittich was first to go, in mysterious circumstances where it wasn't clear if he'd left of his own accord, been fired, or had just blinked out of existence. His exit was soon followed by Liberty Media's CEO and suspected android Greg Maffei, and for a time it looked as if Stefano Domenicali was also on the chopping block, the Italian rumoured to be ditching F1 to terrorise MotoGP instead. That rather overshadowed the field as we got ready for FP1, and with less action than Philip Schofield's bedroom, let's instead talk about all the special liveries we've got this weekend instead. RB were the first to unveil their updated design in a blue meets teal look that got everyone reminiscing about a time when F1 was amazing, and jokes about your mum were still vaguely funny. Look, the team have even emulated Sauber's results. That's really impressive. Alpine, meanwhile, came into this weekend fresh off a double podium in Brazil, and confirmation of a Mercedes engine supply from 2026 onwards, and will continue their theme of being late, or my favourite word in the French dictionary, by joining the Barbie versus Oppenheimer debate in Las Vegas. Kick Sauber would then take inspiration from Hot Wheels with their one-off design, adorning their cars and drivers in flames in a stark metaphor for their future F1 careers, slow fighting the urge to end it all in FP1 as he became one of many flying into the runoff. And finally, in Paint Watch, Williams would announce the extension of its yellow look for one final race. The Grove-based outfit had question marks surrounding their participation in the event, following both Albon and Colapinto teaming up to commit carbon fibre genocide back in Brazil. Thankfully, the team were on hand back at the factory, as shown by this inside feature, giving us a behind-the-scenes look at what Williams mechanics get up to, such as talking to cameras, or playing cricket, or talking to cameras, or having a wank, or talking to cameras, or stating the f***ing obvious.
I can see, look, there's a thing in it, can you see?
Jokes aside, hats off to the boys and girls down there for getting 2 race cars ready for the weekend ahead. Let's just hope we don't have another big crash this weekend. What do you mean that sounds a bit like foreshadowing? Returning to the FP1 action, it would be a surprise name leading the way after the opening hour of running. #Blessed taking top honours, deeply offended following comments by team boss Toto Wolff, claiming that Britain had a shelf life coming into this weekend. Ferrari were expected to be the team in form coming into this one, though instead found themselves competing in synchronised cocking up at turn 7. Perhaps this apparent attempt at drink driving had something to do with the high volume of marijuana in the air around the Las Vegas Strip, a point brought up by several drivers, though actually judging by the Scuderia's race suits for this one, they've jumped straight to some of the harder stuff. Anyway, with first practice in the bag and the FIA doing their bit to help F1 meet its net zero goals by 2030, that must mean it's time for FP2. Hamilton once again finding the top of the timing tables once he'd remembered exactly what way the circuit went. Life wasn't so great on the other side of the Mercedes garage, as George Russell claimed he had, quote, max venting in his helmet. I can't see why he's complaining. GP and the rest of the Red Bull pit wall have been suffering from that all season. Both Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez appeared to be on a different strategy compared to the rest of the teams, in that they were completely in what appeared to be an attempt at embracing American culture. The outfit rocked up with rear wings that were just too fat for the low-drag nature of the Las Vegas circuit, leaving them battling with Sauber for space on the slowest car graphics. Still, could always be worse, as Alex Albon found out, having spent the majority of FP2 in the pit lane. Williams announced an extension to their contract with Duracell coming into this weekend, meaning we have to put up with this sleep paralysis demon for a little while longer, and making it all the more ironic when Albon finally emerged onto the track and almost immediately broke down and brought out the... oh, for fuck. That takes us into Saturday in the final hour of practice before qualifying. And it was 3 for 3 for Mercedes, as Russell topped the times this time come the end of the session. With a Q2 double knockout practically guaranteed then, eyes turned to Max Verstappen, who was still plagued with issues in his RB20, including failing to turn, and failing to brake, and failing to go fast, and being stalked by a massive decapitated head in the sky. Yuki Tsunoda had a rocky start to the weekend when he was almost denied entry to the US following a run-in at border control. Allegedly, things progressed much smoother once Las Vegas International took their new starter off shift. Tsunoda is still holding out hope that he'll one day find a stool tall enough to make Christian Horner remember he exists, threatening to keep destroying his teammates as per an article on Autosport, complete with an image of the RB pair receiving complimentary hand jobs. Yuki would then nearly take that destroying message a tad too literally in FP3 as he narrowly avoided skinning the Kiwi down at generic braking zone number I don't give a f*** anymore. Any ounce of qualifying preparation was then scrapped when Lance Stroll's car took heed of my latest video, the Canadian grinding to a halt and thus giving us little to no indication on who had the speed for pole. All we do know is that we need one more of these again. Before qualifying, time was allocated for filming for the upcoming F1 movie, where, as this shocking footage reveals, Brad Pitt joins forces with Max Mosley, reveals himself as a Nazi and then dies. Anyway, back to qualifying, and on cue, Sergio Perez would fail to make it out of Q1, forced to drive back to the pits and watch him rinse himself thanks to the Las Vegas sphere. Checo would later describe his latest P16 finish as, quote, unbelievable, which I'd agree with if this wasn't the 6th time we've seen this in 2024. Lance Stroll's mechanics would do a mega job to get his car repaired in time for qualifying, only to watch the Canadian put it 20th and last on the grid for Sunday's Grand Prix. Hey, at least you're not Franco Colapinto. Yeah, jumping to the end of Q2 now, and following all the hard work back at the factory, I wonder what they're thinking now.
I can see, look, there's a thing in it.
Funnily enough, that saw the Argentine take no further part in the session, and instead have to hightail it to the medical centre for a fitness exam. All this resulting in James Vowles publishing his obituary early for some reason. That takes us to Q3 though, Russell topping the early running while Hamilton responded in the speed traps, the Briton achieving this feat by simply misplacing his brake pedal, which I don't recommend for a qualifying lap if I'm honest. He at least had one more attempt, and frankly it would be the one that counted at the end of the session. Only the effects of the shelf life comments had faded, and Hamilton proceeded to fall off his shelf as he ended Q3 down in 10th. There were no such issues for Russell however, who held off a late charge from a coked up Sainz to continue Mercedes' clean sheet for the weekend. For the McLaren fans who still think they have a championship battle, Norris was down in 6th, one spot behind Verstappen, while Gasly magically found himself 3rd, and was it just me or did anyone else think he was knocked out of Q1? Guess that's just what we've come to expect from Alpine this year. Fair play to the guy. With that though, it was time for me to get 4 hours sleep because I'm a f***ing idiot and started this video way too late, and then get prepped for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Russell would command the start as he held off Sainz and Gasly. As Carlos continued his 2025 prep by battling with midfield cars, Leclerc took advantage and swooped down the inside into 2nd. Further back, a McLaren had cocked up the start, and for once it wasn't Lando Norris. Teammate Piastri feeling the wrath of the new race director as he was slightly outside of his grid box and promptly received a 5-second penalty and a spanking from Zach Brown. Returning to the opening lap action, and it was the battle between F1's two suicide bombers that was catching everyone's attention. Magnussen and Lawson aiming to be the first in the casinos as they duelled in the final sector, not making contact by some divine intervention. Back at the front, Russell had held the lead, though was coming under increasing pressure from Walter White in the Ferrari. After a tense sequence of corners, the Briton would remain in front, after which Leclerc's tyres chose death, seeing him fall down to 3rd. Now he was under pressure from Verstappen, who sailed by on lap 8 at around the same time alleged title contender Norris got past Gasly. Another man on the move was Lewis Hamilton, who was now up to 4th and showing sublime pace in his Mercedes. Guess it's just too bad he can't string a lap together on a Saturday anymore. Verstappen, meanwhile, had now made it up to 2nd. And let's just take a moment to congratulate Sergio Perez for going from 16th to the provisional podium. Oh, never mind, he's just not pitted yet. Things were going slightly better, or in other words, still for French Monaco Alpine. Esteban Ocon had just been forced to make 2 trips down the pit lane after his team couldn't be asked to come out the first time round, and if awarding yourself a drive-through penalty wasn't bad enough, he would soon be one up by his teammates who started reporting a loss of power. Everything's looking okay to us, the team said, reminding the Frenchman that this was probably because Alpine are still using Renault engines. If the pit wall had learned to use their eyes, however, they might have noticed their pink machine auditioning for Auschwitz the musical. Alex Albon soon became the 2nd retirement of the night, the team claiming he had overheating issues, though I think this was actually done out of fear of the welfare of James Vowles. Returning to the front of the field, and #Bless was continuing his fight back, latching onto the Ferrari's prostate as they decided to swap positions again for some reason. The confusion continued when it was revealed that Sainz had replaced his pit wall on strategy duties, screaming at his team to box, only for them still not to be ready when he finally entered the pits. In bizarre scenes, Sainz had to pull out last minute. A risky move, but still one that should have been done by the guy that brought Jedwood into the world. When Sainz was finally permitted a fresh set of Pirelli rubber, he ended up right on the rear end of Leclerc. The Spaniard was told not to put his teammate under any pressure, which he decided would be much easier to accomplish if he was just ahead of him. Funnily enough, this didn't please the Monegasque, who, when informed of Carlos's instructions over the radio, replied suggesting the team should try again, but in Spanish. I don't need to make a joke here, as usual with Ferrari, they just write themselves. Just up the road, it was back to 2021, as Lewis Hamilton had caught up to a fading Max Verstappen in the closing stages. Preferring a 4th World Championship as opposed to an aerial view of the Las Vegas street circuit, Max allowed his old rival by. Meanwhile, a long way further back, Sergio Perez actually did something quite impressive, performing this sensational double overtake, even if it was just for P11. As we got into the final 5 laps then, all eyes were on Hamilton, who was closing down teammate Russell for the lead. It was at this point that I remembered I was watching Sky Sports, and they do love a bit of watch bait at the end, so I refocused on Verstappen defending like he'd already won the championship against the Ferraris. He would end up dropping back to 5th by the time Russell came across the line to seal an utterly dominant victory for the Silver Arrows. but it was plenty enough to secure the Dutchman World Championship number 4 in a car that was no longer the quickest, so God knows what Team LH are going to argue about now. With Hamilton and Sainz rounding out the podium, all 4 drivers were whisked away in the fanciest fake taxi set I think I've ever seen. Russell, despite winning the race, being forced to sit in the tiny middle seat designed solely for people like Yuki Tsunoda. I say that, he was reaching new heights in the pit lane anyway.
Shit my pants.
Verstappen meanwhile got his own car in scenes that just look pretty tragic for someone who's just won their 4th world title. Huge congratulations to him though. It's not been the most straightforward year, with Red Bull hemorrhaging staff, hemorrhaging performance, hemorrhaging WhatsApp messages. There's been plenty of roadblocks and distractions in 2024. But that sensational start to the season, combined with his consistent showings throughout the second half, made him more than a deserving champion. Now bring on 2025. I say that, but we still have a constructors' battle to tie up, Ferrari inching ever closer to McLaren at the top with 2 rounds still to go. And that's not all. With so much change happening over the off-season, there's plenty of drivers saying farewell in a couple of weeks' time. We're still in for a spicy end of 2024. Now, quite frankly, I need to sleep. So if you enjoyed the comedy review, help me out by letting me wake up to loads of new likes and subscribers, or just don't and be a c**t. I mean, you do you. This is usually the bit where I make a quippy little comment about how interesting the venue is this weekend. But for Qatar, I've got nothing. It's hot. If I were to fall in love with another man, they'd kill me, and yet if I instead decided to stop loving their big imaginary man in the sky, they'd kill me for that too. Sounds like a lovely place to host the penultimate round of the season. The championship is over, Max Verstappen has won, and to celebrate, here he is demonetizing this video and making F1's next drink drive advert. Regardless, all eyes now turn to the thrilling battle for the Constructors' Championship, Ferrari versus McLaren, all while a handicapped Red Bull help make up the diversity quota. In other words, we've got a fair bit to get into this weekend. But before we do, no intro would be complete without me begging for something. So we're almost at 160,000 subscribers, and if we can hit that before the end of next week, I'll donate all of my 2024 Twitch earnings to charity. We'll just bypass the fact I've not streamed in like 3 years. Anyway, let's get into the comedy review. It's the Qatar Grand Prix. News, and F1's resident cumsock Mohammed Ben Sulayem finally watched the latest season of The Apprentice this week as he proceeded to practice his fired finger on 90% of his workforce. Veteran race steward Tim Mayer was sacked by telephone, while deputy race director Janet Tan was hired just so Ben Sulayem could fire her a week later. And yet, this is still perhaps the most impressive thing Big Ben has achieved while in charge. He's actually made some people feel sorry for the FIA. The Williams F1 team at least appeared to be best prepared for this, as just before Vegas, they'd trained up their drivers in self-defense, countering the stick shoved so far up Ben Sulayem's arse with sticks of their own, used to hit tiny Yuki Tsunoda-shaped objects into a net. A practice that Alex Albon here seems utterly enthralled by.
The fight, he can fight too.
Really?
There's some good scraps.
Really?
Did you?
Really?
Still, could always be worse, as Red Bull proved with this frightening feature where David Coulthard travels to Kyalami in South Africa to soak its population in the Scotsman's secret recipe. I wouldn't get too excited. In Qatar, they'd kill you for that. Getting back to the news, and the other big story surrounded the Andretti team, which isn't the Andretti team, but is based out of the Andretti factory, and yeah, I didn't really care anyway. Earlier this year, Michael Andretti stepped away from the day-to-day operations of the outfit, which magically made them 10 times more profitable for F1 as they were granted entry into the Cadillac banner for 2026. You know, it's almost as if the sport's original reasoning was a load of horse shit. And with that image fresh in our memory, let's get into our ex-bell end of the week. Team LH, and after the Mercedes outfit congratulated Max Verstappen on his 4th world title last weekend, they found themselves barraged by friendly fire. You could have just said congratulations without including the title your driver got cheated out of. Oh, holy shit, it's been 3 f***ing years. That sentiment was very much shared by the replies, which was mostly made up of Max Verstappen's womp womps, period jokes, and this incredible meme template we can now recycle for Lance Stroll. This truly special bellend wouldn't stop there though, getting a second separate submission for this interesting interpretation of maths, claiming that the first 5 races make up 40% of the season, only implying this person's brain makes up 0% of their head. This post appeared to act as some sort of bell-end beacon, and I really love this reply. It's funny how no one mentions this. Yeah, because it's f***ing wrong. Anyway, a big thank you to the pair of Bell End hunters that pointed this one out to me, and if you want to add your own submissions for X-Bell End of the Week, then use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or join our Discord server. Anyway, I'm off to browse brutal images of hangings. On to FP1 then, for what is the final sprint weekend of the season, and alleged F1 driver Sergio Perez was trying his best to hide away from the media by creating a smokescreen in the runoff. Checo's under so much pressure, you can practically hear the hit of his career deflating away every time he opens his mouth. Take this example from the press conference earlier in the week, where Sergio defiantly states that there was a reason why Red Bull extended his contract through to next year. He then refuses to elaborate on what this reason was, leaving us all to speculate ourselves. If you want my leading theories, it's because Helmut Marko thought Checo might be terminally ill, or that the team had also hired an assassin to take him out, only to later discover that said assassin was this guy. Franco Colapinto was another to run wide, the Argentinian depressed coming into this one, as the Losail circuit provided very few barriers for him to stress test. And both McLarens would also find the runoff, the papaya cars handling like a drunk, attempting to navigate a bouncy castle. They still managed to find their way to P2 and P3, splitting the pair of Ferraris as Charles Leclerc topped the single practice session. That takes us neatly onto sprint qualifying, and for those saying the jokes in these comedy reviews are getting stale, that's partly due to the lack of variety in F1 right now. Like, how many ways can I say Sergio Perez failed to make it out of Q1? Look, here he is doing it again, only fueling my theory that they could replace the Mexican with a cardboard cutout at this stage. It would be cheaper and probably just as effective. Meanwhile, Colapinto would survive the session without another Williams rebuild, but still found himself half a second back. That's not from P1, not even 15th. That's half a second away from slow, so yeah, good luck defending Senna reincarnate on that one. Ocon and Tsunoda would complete the SQ1 drop zone, both drivers thoroughly humiliated by their respective teammates. He made it all the way to the top 10 shootout, and we might as well jump straight to that as there was more action in SQ2 than the Stephen Hawking sex scandal. Ferrari had run the show up to now, though this was always expected to be a circuit which favoured McLaren. Sure enough, Norris led Piastri through the initial runs, with the pair split in the dying seconds by the Mercedes of George Russell. Fortunes weren't so hot for the second silver hour of #Blessed, who finished a lowly 7th and was beaten by Max Verstappen. God, he really has fallen off. Lewis would emulate that statement post-session, claiming he's definitely not fast anymore, cementing his status as the king of woe is me sound bites, and at this point, he should just release an audio book of his self-doubt quotes and call it How to Win 7 World Titles While Pretending You're Fellow king of self-deprecation, Lando Norris was on pole, and since his title hopes had now been shot in the face, he had remembered finally how to get off the line properly. Lando thus held the lead from Russell down into turn 1, who found himself under pressure from the other McLaren of Piastri. As P2 was relinquished to the Aussie, attention would once again turn to Sergio Perez. The Mexican had been relegated to the pit lane after Red Bull attempted a setup change. Unfortunately, his brain had been left on the garage floor as Checo forgot what colour green meant, and yeah, Christian Horner's face kind of sums this one up. Sergio's dementia would allow fellow pit lane starter Franco Colapinto to jump the Red Bull down into turn 1, and if you thought this couldn't get any more tragic, Perez would somehow attempt to defend his actions in the media pen, claiming he wanted to increase the gap to the car in front and get clean air into turn 1. Perhaps he's just preparing for his new role as Red Bull's 2025 simulator driver. Returning to the competent drivers, and the McLaren 1-2 was being threatened by Crikey Man and his Mercedes, Russell diving down the inside and narrowly avoiding death by Australia. Max Verstappen would actually pull a move off, though the Dutchman was on a recovery drive, after losing places off the start for the first time all year, a situation that must have felt as alien to him as, I don't know, driving standards. And on the plus side, here he is embarrassing the French. Just up the road, Charles Leclerc attempted to give future teammate Lewis Hamilton a taste of being inside a Ferrari. The lack of quantum tunneling technology made this move slightly more lethal than it should have been, but after a great display of racing, the Monegasque emerged on top. The other silver arrow of Russell, meanwhile, was still attempting to get past Piastri for second, the Australian's defence getting more and more Switzerland-bound with every passing lap. He was only still in the fight thanks to Norris handing in DRS, Britain occasionally taking this privilege away and likely wetting himself as he watched Oscar shit himself in the mirror. Lando would at least make up for this behaviour when it came to the final lap, pulling to the side out of the final corner to show off his Renault engine impression and in turn allowing Oscar to take the win, repaying the Aussie for Brazil in one of those everyone liked that sort of moments. Well, everyone except George Russell, who was moaning about something, but I can't be asked to look it up. With the final 2024 sprint in the books, and the only surprise being you were still awake after that one, we were all climaxing at the prospect of an extended version on Sunday. But before that was Grand Prix qualifying, where the shocks would continue, and Perez made it out of the bottom 5. That meant there would be some unfamiliar faces in that Q1 drop zone. Nico Hülkenberg preparing for his new Sauber drive for next season, and fellow SQ3 participant Liam Lawson also unable to progress. The Kiwi offending the masses when he blamed Alonso for slowing him up, only to be corrected by his engineer, who revealed he was actually talking about Lance Stroll. Both Saubers have managed to make it through, 1 year on from their last point-scoring finish in Formula 1. Q2 would be the peak of their abilities, however, 12th and 13th being all they could muster by the flag, as Perez hung on by the skin of his teeth and Gasly treated his steering wheel like the slaves used to build this circuit. It really felt like a lot of nothing had happened in this qualifying session so far, and Q3 would epitomise that as Norris spent the final 12 minutes starting laps but just not finishing them. Russell, meanwhile, was on form, topping the early running from a hard-charging Verstappen. Positions would flip by session's end, however, and Max would take his first pole of the year since Austria. Or so we thought. Following qualifying, footage emerged of Russell being held up by a slow Red Bull in Q3. After this was initially mistaken for Sergio Perez, questions soon arose over whether actual perpetrator Verstappen could find himself on the FIA's naughty list. And sure enough, the Dutchman was called to the stewards and promptly awarded with a one-place grid drop for Sunday's Grand Prix, which feels like less of a punishment and more of a minor inconvenience. With even F1's penalties getting woke then, Sunday's race was cast in darkness, otherwise known as the night sky. It was an even start from the top 2, but Verstappen took advantage in the second phase. Lando Norris, meanwhile, flipped the script by making up positions on the start as opposed to the other way round. At the rear of the field, Haas had been the only team to place one of its drivers on the hard tyre. Nico Hülkenberg wasn't a big fan of this decision, and so instead decided to fulfill Colapinto's crash fetish with poor Ocon, the innocent party, in the middle. Also, if I had a World Championship point for every time Esteban and Nico were involved in a 3-car collision in Qatar, I'd have 2 championship points, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice, and it's still way more than Sauber have managed to accumulate this season. After turn 1, the Williams pit box had their heads in their hands, which is probably a good thing, so they didn't have to watch Albon get strolled later on in the lap. The safety car was now out, and after a quick interlude, we were green again, then yellow again when Liam Lawson forgot he had mirrors and found an alternative approach to look behind him. This also got him a penalty as well for some reason, holding up the Sauber of Bottas maybe? I mean, they were pretty good at doing that themselves, I thought. In brighter news, at least Lewis Hamilton was fast again. He had had the best reaction to the lights at the start. In fact, he was so quick, he was off before they'd even gone out. Oh, hold on, actually that's a penalty, isn't it? It's taken me 20 laps to write this race script so far, and I'll be honest, I don't think I've missed anything in the meantime. The McLarens have been a little bit suicidal, and Yuki Tsunoda is falling down the timing tower faster than Liam Payne, but Max is in a comfortable lead and it feels like 2023 again. We were now having the flip of the main battle from the sprint, as Piastri was chasing down a struggling Russell, who was enjoying his Pirelli tyres about as much as one enjoys a conversation with Danica Patrick. To make matters worse, when the team pitted the Briton to put him out of his misery, the tyres refused to come off, sentencing the Mercedes driver to an evening of staring down Fernando Alonso's arsehole. Over in the mental hospital, being filled with remaining Williams fans, they just witnessed their car parts making a bid for freedom, and given recent history, I don't particularly blame them. That created the double yellow at the only overtaking point on the track, the stewards seemingly ignoring this, or falling asleep, or just giving up and going home. Valtteri Bottas thus sacrificed himself, thus becoming the most useful he's been all season. Unfortunately, this only made the situation worse, as one lap later, both #blessed and Carlos Sainz were spotted sightseeing around the Qatari desert, the sea of sparks and burning rubber finally being enough to wake up the new race director and force him to bring out the safety car. Lewis Hamilton was quickest at the back once again, except this time it was in the pit lane, and that's another penalty, isn't it? The following restart was utterly crazy, and with so much going on, we'll just sum it up briefly. Verstappen held the lead, Checo reminded us he still existed by retiring, Norris was a pussy, Gasly identified as a f***ing missile, and Hülkenberg, yeah, I don't know what Hülkenberg's doing here. That gave us yet another safety car, and the bombshells didn't end there, as Lando Norris was awarded a 10-second stop-go penalty for taking the same precaution to Albon's mirror as the race director did. With the stewards on crack cocaine then, Norris now had to battle his way back into the points. All the while, Lewis Hamilton was fighting his own will to live, acting like a 5-year-old who just had his Catholic priest taken away. The Briton had to be persuaded not to pull up and turn the car off by himself. I'm now half convinced his farewell next week will just see him drive his W15 off the Abu Dhabi harbour, finger blasting Susie Wolff in the cockpit as one final f*** you to Toto. Moving away from that image, and Alex Albon had clearly offended someone as he'd been put on the soft tyres for his final stint. That led to 2 confrontations with the House of Magnussen, resulting in the Dane giving us one last iconic "f*** you" as he eventually got past the Williams in the closing stages. All was calm at the front, however. Max Verstappen controlling his lead over Leclerc and Piastri as he took win number 9 on the season, and further back, huge shout out to Slow, who in fact wasn't slow as he picked up P8 and Sauber's first point of the year, making that joke from earlier rage about as well as anything else on this channel. We've got quite a lot to delve into then. What was looking like a relatively dull Grand Prix was brought alive by a stray mirror, and actually provided one of the most enjoyable races of the season. Red Bull of course take the win, but are now eliminated from Constructors' contention thanks to the Mexican Minister of Misery. Speaking of, what was McLaren's race to lose became a living nightmare for the Woking team, no thanks to the stewards who brought out their random wheel of penalties once again. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Norris shouldn't have got a penalty for ignoring yellow flags, but a 10-second stop-go is one of the harshest I think we've seen in recent memory. In fact, I can't remember the last time we saw one of those. I'm pretty certain it was back in a time when Michael Massey had human rights. On the plus side, for the neutral fan who just couldn't give a shit which team wins the Constructors, we now have a much closer fight going all the way to Abu Dhabi. A monumental weekend, marking Hamilton's final race for Mercedes, provided he's not shot himself yet, the end of Sergio Perez's career we hope, and if new rumours are to be believed, Jack Doohan's F1 debut, as Esteban Ocon apparently can't be asked to finish the season. It's going to be a fun one next week, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel so you don't miss any of it. "281 days. That's how long it's been since the lights went out in Bahrain and the 2024 Formula 1 season got going. It's been a wild ride, full of excitement, pain, drama, pain, bottling, and last but not least, pain. 281 days, 24 Grand Prix, and yet we end at this piece of shit. My thoughts on the Abu Dhabi circuit are more than well known at this point. A pitiful excuse for a racetrack which typically carries about as much excitement as one of Lance Stroll's orgasms. And yet, money talks. So, hey there guys, I'm Will. Welcome to FP1 and the final comedy review of the year. The end of term feeling felt much more real this time around. 2023's rendition carried the stakes of a Teletubbies episode, with all 10 teams sticking with their pick of meat going into the new year. 2024's farewell, meanwhile, has a lot more riding on it. We have a title fight for one, well, technically anyway, and several names drop off the grid at the end of the season, most of which we'll likely never see again unless you subject yourself to watching Formula E for some reason. With so much to talk about, let me waste a little more of your time by begging you to like, and begging you to subscribe, and begging you to join the Patreon, and begging you to follow me on every social media channel under the sun, because I'm a vain husk of a human being who lives off the little dopamine hits gained by you clicking on a button. Honestly, what the f*** am I doing with my life? Anyway, with that charming realisation, let's get into the comedy review. It's the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. News, and how can we not start by bringing up for about the 849th time this season that Lewis Hamilton is entering his last race with the Silver Arrows this weekend. Yes, Mercedes this week decided they would bid #blessed farewell by reminding him of the times where they were actually good and not developing carbon fibre trampolines that are about as much use as new teammate Charles Leclerc's brain. The team also put out a tribute video left in black and white to cleverly avoid FOM copyright claims and voiced solely by children to help keep costs down. And that wasn't all, as Lewis's car this weekend will be adorned by the names of 150 AI bots who won some competition a few weeks ago, or the 150 AI bots who didn't submit the names Nico Rosberg, Diddy or Michael Massey. This was in addition to a new slogan stickered onto Lewis's cockpit reading, "Every dream needs a team." A quote so inspiring, Lewis asked for it to be removed. Yet for a big farewell, this felt more like both parties were just glad to be ending a long, abusive relationship. Perhaps the only person who seemed genuinely upset was teammate George Russell, who spent the build-up fangirling like a Twitter user, then ambushing Hamilton on stage to finally sign his 15-year-old copy of his autobiography, which looked suspiciously like it was bought yesterday. George had far bigger problems coming into this one, as in Qatar he managed to rather frustrate a certain Max Verstappen, who was already having a bad week, having found out his partner Kelly Piquet was pregnant, and thus is about to ditch the Dutchman for the next up-and-coming fetus in the Red Bull Junior program. I have a full video on this F1 fight night already, but I just want to add hats off to the rest of the grid for acting as mature as my old high school group chat. Russell was the last to arrive at the GPDA dinner on Thursday, and thus the class of 2024 left the only vacant seat as the one right next to Verstappen. For the record, the comedy review is in full support of this behaviour. Returning to those leaving us at the end of this one, and it's becoming clear that several of the outgoing drivers had hit their no f***s given phase of their F1 farewells. Take Porridge Man casually outing his Sauber team on X, or Kevin Magnussen posting this photo to his Instagram, along with a caption suggesting he was about to enact a terrorist attack. Okay, turns out this last one was fake, but it was still too funny not to include anyway. Esteban Ocon was also taking the stance of, what are they going to do, fire me? Only that's exactly what his Alpine team did, dropping the Frenchman for new 2025 signing Jack Doohan in what would have been the biggest backfiring moment of the season, where they're not an Alpine engine involved at the back of their car. Apparently, the team were holding a post-season test with Haas hostage unless Ocon agreed to part ways early. Missing this would have compromised the start to the Frenchman's relationship with his new team, particularly after Nico Hülkenberg's attempt to show Esteban around his car didn't end particularly well at turn 1 last time out. Even so, it's a sad way to see a 5-year partnership end, though Alpine continues to feature in this comedy review, as it's time for X Bell End of the Week. Woman. Oh, this is going to get me so cancelled. When Alpine affiliate driver Sophia Flörsch came across a motorsport.com article sucking off Lewis Hamilton, she decided it would be a perfect opportunity to embarrass herself. The piece involved Lewis claiming that if he'd ever set up a Formula 1 team, he'd sign up Mercedes F1 Academy driver Dorian Pan. And for those who have forgotten who she is, this is the driver who forgot what the checkered flag meant and thus lost her race win back in Saudi Arabia. Put your money where your mouth is, was Sophia's reply, suggesting Lewis wasn't spending his hard-earned offshore account on improving diversity in Formula 1. You can see how well this is going to end, can't you? A small Google search would have saved you from this idiocy, as Team LH flocked to the scene like a pack of sharks circling a clubbed seal. Except this was X, and everyone was acting like they'd been clubbed at an early age. This person was right though, as Hamilton has given a whopping $23 million to charity in recent years, which I'm sure some people will still argue is nowhere near enough, but anyway, here are a few of my favourite responses to Sophia's initial tweet. Put your brain where your mouth is. Don't worry about it, because he won't consider you anyway. Bro, who the f*** are you? Even Donald Trump ended up weighing in on this situation, claiming Logan Sargent is better than you flop ass. At the end of the day, I actually think this whole X war has been blown way out of proportion. You can call me a simp or whatever you like, but people forget just how much Sophia herself has campaigned for women's inclusion in motorsport. Look, here she is literally taking it to new heights in Macau a few years back. Thanks to those who submitted this for X Bell End of the Week, and if you would like to do my job for me, then you can use the hashtag on screen, tag me on the platform, or risk joining my Discord server. Anyway, I think it's time we got back to the action. Oh look, a new angle of 9/11. First practice for the final race of the season saw a whole host of junior drivers take to the track. Joining the greats were this guy who you've never heard of, this guy who can't drive, this guy who won't make it to F1 but no one likes him anyway, Verstappen Slave 206 and British Logan Sargent. Also in the field was nepotism, as Charles Leclerc and his little brother Arthur looked to make history by becoming the first brothers to compete as teammates. Charles would nearly not make it out, however, firstly due to endlessly shitting himself and then because Ferrari had to replace the battery on his car, resulting in a 10-place grid drop for the Monegasque, but that's alright, they're not winning the Constructors' Championship anyway. Charles would at least find a silver lining by topping the session. Williams, meanwhile, were less fortunate, being on the other end of proceedings, while also facing hefty penalties for new parts. Superstar turned next coming of Mick Schumacher, Franco Colapinto, revealed he didn't like these new components, and thus proceeded to break more, ruling him out of the rest of FP2. His teammate, Alex Albon, would run into trouble as well, having to complete a lap stuck in third gear in what was secretly the team forcing their driver to go slow enough so to not hit anything for once. The afternoon would be ruled by McLaren, who bagged the top 2 times as Norris led Piastri come the end of the session, though it wasn't all plain sailing for the Woking squad, with both drivers needing to be reminded of Abu Dhabi's track layouts at points during the hour. Nico Hülkenberg would also surprise, ending up P3 in his last race for the Haas team, whose form continued to impress on Saturday morning. Both cars in the top 10 in the session once again dominated by Team Papaya. Red Bull were on their heels. Well, at least one of them was. Sergio Perez was 4/10 back from Max Verstappen, which we actually consider a win these days. The Mexican's imminent sacking is now not even considered speculation anymore. Red Bull's impressive show of confidence in the face of degeneracy is now worn thin, with crisis talks on Monday aiming to determine Checo's fate. Crisis talks which I imagine will go down in history as the fastest decision ever made. In embarrassing scenes, the team has been forced to wheel out their esports drivers to teach the Mexican how to drive again, which has been filmed and posted to Red Bull's social media channels as the only lasting memory of Checo's contribution to the outfit. That being said, the only people still in the belief that Checo will have a ride next season is his dad and the man himself, adamant that he'll be in a Red Bull come 2025, before shitting on his entire team by saying it's, quote, unfortunate that Red Bull didn't try harder to win the Constructors. And you know what? He's right. It is unfortunate the team didn't euthanize him sooner. Danny Rick would at least have been remotely likeable, even if he would have been just as slow. Returning to FP3, and there were at least brighter skies for Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton, who had swapped chassis ahead of this final round, resulting in a magical return to form for #blessed, all while Russell drowned in their disability awareness car. Third going into quali, perhaps Lewis could finally get that fairy tale send-off after all. Except as Q1 rolled around, the Briton had picked up a different kind of pole as he revealed that he'd instead turned his final weekend as a Mercedes driver into one of those last to first challenges. Also, of all the corners to pick this up, it had to be this one, didn't it? Meanwhile, over at Alpine, unfortunately Jack isn't through to Q2. A good qualifying though. Yeah, Jack was 20th, and Ocon's wetting himself. The other Alpine of Gasly would go all the way to Q3, the other surprise in that top 10 being Bottas, whose tweet now might age like an FP1 video. On the subject of making bad decisions, Ferrari had seemingly mixed up their Leclercs, as Arthur was mistakenly sent out in Q2 and took the 16 car to only 14th after a track limits violation. Onward to Q3 then, and Max Verstappen got all of our hopes up when he almost speared his RB20 to the wall on the early runs, then still going fastest by half a second. That was compared to a Haas, to be fair, although Hülkenberg was on some next-level performance-enhancing drugs on Saturday as he proceeded to slot into provisional pole in the dying seconds of the session. It wasn't to be, however, as Piastri soon displaced the German at the top of the times, Norris then getting the edge on both of them as he took pole for Sunday's Grand Prix. That caused Zach Brown to climax at the end of a thrilling final qualifying session of the year, only for celebrations to be ruined by the FIA as they penalised Hülkenberg, whose superb Saturday performance was tarnished thanks to the Haas driver thinking you're allowed to overtake in the pit lane now. Race day would open with Hamilton so done with his dream team that he entered the circuit wearing the blood of the man who cost him his Q1 exit. With our thoughts and prayers with his family, it was lights out, away we go, with a complete and utter show. Max Verstappen has been pretty good at coming down the inside of things this year, though he forgot to ask Oscar Piastri for permission down at turn 1. That sent both cars around as Norris checked out in front. I don't know what's more impressive, the Briton holding the lead off the start, or the fact that despite Max spinning to the back, by the end of lap 1 he was already ahead of Perez again. That was partly thanks to Porridge Man, who claimed Red Bull didn't like him very much coming into this one, and attempting to reconciliate by putting Checo around at the chicane, in a move that saw Leclerc glide around the outside of about 17 cars and into 8th. That crash would mark the end of the Perez hate-watch show as the Mexican pulled over, or just gave up, and brought out the virtual safety car. That was enough time for the stewards to work out exactly what the happened on that start, awarding Max with a 10-second penalty for his incident down at turn 1. Piastri was furious over the team radio, calling the Dutchman's actions a move of a world champion. The Australian thus showed the Red Bull driver just how it's done by rear-ending Colapinto on the restart and forcing the Argentine to complete what we call sergeant laps as he trundled around with a puncture into eventual retirement. Norris held the lead then with a comfortable gap back to Sainz, with an opening stage so action-packed it was easy to miss that Gasly was making up the rostrum and Hülkenberg was 5th in the Haas. That podium dream would quickly be thwarted by Leclerc, who pulled a stunning move around the inside of turn 9 as the Monegasque fight-back continued. His future teammate, Lewis Hamilton, wasn't quite enjoying things so much, still crying over the radio that he had no pace, unbeknownst to the fact that Mercedes had put him on mute back on the formation lap. The other Mercedes of Russell was stuck behind the Alpine of Gasly, which is like being held up by someone doing 45 in the fast lane. Gasly wasn't really defending, he was just existing in the most inconvenient way possible, like a French traffic cone with an attitude problem. Moving on, and Carlos Sainz claims he's not sad about leaving Ferrari and is instead excited about joining Williams in 2025. Which is a complete and utter lie, but that aside, the Spaniard was now in the pits and getting a massive undercut on Lando Norris, getting the gap down to just under 2 seconds. Lawson was trying to get an undercut on someone as well, only his eagerness would get the better of him, as he left the pits with only 3 tyres secured to his car, before proceeding to drive around the track at an average speed of 500 km/h like a lunatic. Strategy was also up in the air for #blessed, who hadn't been called into the pitch yet, out of fear his anger at the team might manifest into a game of bowling with the Britain's pit crew. Bono was on the radio claiming he had a cunning plan, which might have involved enrolling Bottas into his reserve driver role early, and instructing him to Magnussen down at the chicane. Only this didn't bring out the desired safety car and instead just ended the Finns' F1 career with broken suspension. A safety car was the last thing McLaren needed, with the Constructors' Championship still in the bag despite Saddam Verstappen's suicide attempt at the first corner. Oscar Piastri must not have got this memo, as he almost sent Yuki Tsunoda into the Abu Dhabi harbour with just 10 tours of 2024 remaining. With that title more or less secured then, attention was drawn back to the pair of silver arrows, Hamilton hunting down Russell on softer tyres, with half of the F1 fanbase egging him on in his final race for the team, and the other half praying for an almighty collision because it would be funny as f***. It would come down to the final lap at Abu Dhabi, because of course it had to, and there would be a yellow flag, because of course there was. But Lawson identifying as an IED did nothing to stop Lewis Hamilton, who sailed around the outside of Russell to take fourth and complete a superb comeback drive. Only downside is he now has to talk to Nico Rosberg. Oh, never mind, apparently he's run away. Speaking of comeback, Charles Leclerc recovered from 19th to 3rd, recording more overtakes at Abu Dhabi than we've seen at this circuit in its lifetime, although Ferrari's eventual 2-3 finish wasn't enough, and Lando Norris crossed the line to take the final victory of the season and secure McLaren's first Constructors' Championship since 1998. Don't worry, Ferrari fans, I'm sure next year will be your year, as it has been for the last 16. It's been a thrilling year, so thrilling in fact even Abu Dhabi ended up being a somewhat exciting Grand Prix. If anything, this Grand Prix kind of summed up this entire season. McLaren versus Ferrari, Max attempting to hit anything he lays his eyes upon, and Perez being about as much use as his own contract extension. And really, this is just the precursor for 2025. 4 teams potentially fighting for the title, Lewis Hamilton in a Ferrari, George Russell and Max Verstappen murdering each other. It's going to be one hell of a year, and the comedy review is coming back, potentially with a few new additions as well, but I'll keep those under wraps for now. It's not been the easiest of years for this series. The battle with FOM has set us back, and I'll be honest, there was a point where I thought we wouldn't be able to finish out the season, but the support from you guys has been utterly incredible, so thank you so much for that. Particularly to all of those who signed up to the Patreon, who get the uncensored original versions of all of these videos, and yes, I have just turned a heartfelt thank you into a plug, now deal with it. Don't just sit there though, thinking that I'm going to retreat into my man cave to the new year. The videos will continue, and I'm not going anywhere, so get subscribed and like this video. I've got a lot planned for the new year, and you're not going to want to miss any of it. Thank you though for watching, and for one last time in the comedy review for 2024, have a good one.